VLLLENEUVE, Switzerland. Monday, October 6, 1919. My dear Conf. Rayer, I am happy to see you always so burning with energy, but your next book prepares for you some rude combats. It requires a bold courage to dare, when one is alone, to attack the monster, the new Minotaur, to which the entire world renders tribute, the press. I return to Paris in a few weeks. Reaction there holds the center of the walk. It speaks already as master, and perhaps it will be master before the end of the winter. The wave of counter-revolution, of counter-liberty, passes over the world. It will drown more than one among us, but it will retire, and our ideas will conquer. Very cordially I press your hand. Romain Rolland. Part I, The Evidence. Introductory. The social body to which we belong is at this moment passing through one of the greatest crises of its history, a colossal process which may best be likened to a birth. We have each of us a share in this process, we are to a greater or less extent responsible for its course. To make our judgments, we must have reports from other parts of the social body, we must know what our fellow men, in all classes of society, in all parts of the world, are suffering, planning, doing. There arise emergencies which require swift decisions, under penalty of frightful waste and suffering. What if the nerves upon which we depend for knowledge of this social body should give us false reports of its condition? The first half of this book tells a personal story, the story of one man's experiences with American journalism. This personal feature is not pleasant, but it is unavoidable. If I were taking the witness chair in a court of justice, the jury would not ask for my general sentiments and philosophic opinions, they would not ask what other people had told me, or what was common report, the thing they would wish to know, the only thing they would be allowed to know is what I had personally seen and experienced. So now, taking the witness stand in the case of the American public versus journalism, I tell what I have personally seen and experienced. I take the oath of a witness, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. After this pledge, earnestly given and earnestly meant, the reader must either believe me, or he must exclude me from the company of civilized men. My motive in writing this book is not to defend myself. We live in a time of such concentrated agony and peril that a man who would waste ink and paper on a defense of his own personality would be contemptible. What I tell you is, look. Here is American journalism. Here is what it did to one man, systematically, persistently, deliberately, for a period of 20 years. Here are names, places, dates, such a mass of material as you cannot doubt, you cannot evade. Here is the whole thing, inside and out. Here are your sacred names, the very highest of your gods. When you have read this story, you will know our journalism, you will know the body and soul of it, you will know it in such a way that you will not have to be told what it is doing to the movement for industrial freedom and self-government all over the world. In the second half of the book you will hear a host of other witnesses, several score of them, the wisest and truest and best people of our country. They are in every part of our country, in every class and every field of public life, and when you have heard their experiences, told for the most part in their own words, you must grant my claim concerning this book that it is a book of facts. There are no mistakes in it, no guesses, no surmises, there are no lapses of memory, no inaccuracies. There are only facts. You must understand that I have had this book in mind for 20 years. For 12 years I have been deliberately collecting the documents and preserving the records, and I have these before me as I write. In a few cases of personal experiences I have relied upon my memory, but that memory is vivid, because the incidents were painful, they were seared into my soul, and now, as I recall them, I see the faces of the people, I hear their very tones. Where there is any doubt or vagueness in my recollection, or where there is hearsay testimony, I state the fact explicitly, otherwise I wish the reader to understand that the incidents happened as I say they happened, and that upon the truth of every statement in this book I pledge my honor as a man and my reputation as a writer. One final word, In this book I have cast behind me the proprieties usually held sacred, I have spared no one, I have narrated shameful things. I have done this, not because I have any pleasure in scandal, I have not such pleasure, being by nature impersonal. I do not hate one living being. The people I have lashed in this book are to me not individuals, but social forces. I have exposed them, not because they lied about me, but because a new age of fraternity is trying to be born, and they, who ought to be assisting the birth, are strangling the child in the womb. Part I, The Evidence. I. The story of the brass check. Once upon a time there was a little boy, a nice little boy, whom you would have liked if you had known him at least, so his mother says. He had been brought up in the traditions of the Old South, to which the two most important things in the world were good cooking and good manners. He obeyed his mother and father, and ate his peas with a fork, and never buttered the whole slice of his bread. On Sunday mornings he carefully shined his shoes and brushed his clothes at the window, and got into a pair of tight kid gloves and under a tight little brown derby hat, and walked with his parents to a church on Fifth Avenue. On weekdays he studied hard and obeyed his teachers, and in every field of thought and activity he believed what was told him by those in authority. He learned the catechism and thought it was the direct word of God. When he fell sick and the doctor came, he put himself in the doctor's hands with a sense of perfect trust and content. The doctor knew what to do, and would do it, and the little boy would get well. The boy's grandfather had been a Confederate naval officer, drowned at sea. The boy's father had spent his youth in Virginia during the agonies of the Civil War, thus missing most of his education. After the war the family was ruined, and the father had to enter into competition with Yankee hustle, handicapped by a Southern gentleman's quaint notions of dignity, and also by a Southern gentleman's weakness for mint juleps. So the last week's board bill was generally a matter of anxiety to the family. But always, no matter how poor the family might be, the little boy had a clean white collar, and a copy of the New York Sun every morning. This paper was beautifully printed, smooth and neat. The little boy knew all its peculiarities of type, and he and his father and his mother accepted every word they read in it, both the news columns and the editorial page, precisely as they accepted the doctor's pills and the clergyman's sermons, the Bible and the multiplication table and Marion Harlan's cookbook. The New York Sun was edited by one of the bitterest cynics that ever lived in America. He had been something of a radical in his early days, and had turned like a fierce wolf upon his young ideals. He had one fixed opinion, which was that everything new in the world should be mocked at and denounced. He had a diabolical wit, and had taught a tradition to his staff, and had infected a good part of American journalism with the poison of his militant cynicism. Once every 24 hours the little boy absorbed this poison, he took it for truth, and made all his ideas of it. For example, there were women who were trying to be different from what women had always been. There was a thing called sorosis. The boy never knew what sorosis was. From the Sun he gathered that it was a collection of women who wanted to have brains, and to take part in public affairs, whereas the Sun acidly considered that woman's place was the home. And the boy found it easy to agree with this. Did not the boy's grandmother make the best ginger cakes of any grandmother in the whole city of Baltimore? Did not his mother make the best chocolate cake and the best hot shortcake, that is, whenever the family could escape from boarding houses and have a little kitchen of its own? The boy was enormously fond of chocolate cake and shortcake, and of course he didn't want women neglecting their duties for fool things such as sorosis. Also there were the populists. The little boy had never seen a populist, he had never been given an opportunity to read a populist platform, but he knew all about the populists from the funny editorials of Charles A. Dana. The populists were long-haired and wild-eyed animals whose habitat was the cornfields of Kansas. The boy knew the names of a lot of them, or rather the nicknames which Dana gave them. He had a whole portrait gallery of them in his mind. Once upon a time the Sun gave some statistics from Kansas, suggesting that the populists were going insane, so the little boy took his pen in hand and wrote a letter to the editor of the Sun, gravely rebuking him. He had never expected to read in the columns of the Sun a suggestion that populists might go Insane. And the Sun published this feeble product of its own smartness. Later on the boy discovered the New York Evening Post, the beau ideal of a gentleman's newspaper, and this became for years his main source of culture. The Evening Post was edited by E. L. Godkin, a scholar and a lover of righteousness, but narrow, and with an abusive tongue. From him the boy learned that American politics were rotten, and he learned the cause of the rottenness. First, there was an ignorant mob, composed mainly of foreigners, and second, there were venal politicians who pandered to this mob. Efforts were continually being made by gentlemen of decency and culture to take the government away from these venal politicians, but the mob was too ignorant, and could not be persuaded to support a clean government. Yet the fight must be kept up, because conditions were going from bad to worse. The boy witnessed several reform campaigns, conducted mainly by the Evening Post and other newspapers. These campaigns consisted in the publication of full-page exposures of civic rottenness, with denunciations of the politicians in office. The boy believed every word of the exposures, and it never occurred to him that the newspapers might be selling more copies by means of them. Still less did it occur to him that anybody might be finding in these excitements a means of diverting the mind of the public from larger and more respectable forms of graft. There was a candidate for district attorney, William Traverse Jerome by name, a man with a typical Evening Post mind, making an ideal Evening Post candidate. He conducted a whirlwind campaign, speaking at half a dozen meetings every evening, and stirring his audience to frenzy by his accounts of the corruption of the city's police force. Men would stand up and shout with indignation, women would faint or weep. The boy would sit with his fingernails dug into the palms of his hands, while the orator tore away the veils from subjects which were generally kept hidden from little boys. The orator described the system of prostitution, which was paying its millions every year to the police of the city. He pictured a room in which women displayed their persons, and men walked up and down and inspected them, selecting one as they would select an animal at a fair. The man paid his $3, or his $5, to a cashier at the window, and received a brass check. Then he went upstairs, and paid this check to the woman upon receipt of her favors. And suddenly the orator put his hand into his pocket and drew forth me bit of metal. "Behold," he cried, "the price of a woman's shame." To the lad in the audience this brass check was the symbol of the most monstrous wickedness in the world. Night after night he would attend these meetings, and next day he would read about them in the papers. He was a student at college, living in a lodging house room on $4 a week, which he earned himself, yet he pitched in to help this orator's campaign, and raised something over $100, and took it to the Evening Post candidate at his club, interrupting him at dinner, and no doubt putting a strain on his patience. The candidate was swept into office in a tornado of excitement, and did what all Evening Post candidates did and always do, that is, nothing. For 4 long years the lad waited, in bewilderment and disgust, ending in rage. So he learned the grim lesson that there is more than one kind of parasite feeding on human weakness, there is more than one kind of prostitution which may be symbolized by the brass check. To the story of a poet. The boy, now become a youth, obtained a letter of introduction from his clergyman to the editor of his beloved Evening Post, and at the age of 16 was given a trial as reporter. He worked for a week collecting odd scraps of news, and when the week was over he had earned the generous sum of $2.67. This was his first and last experience as newspaper reporter, and it confirmed his boyish impression of the integrity of the journalistic profession. His work had consisted of compiling obituary notices about leading citizens who had died. John T. McGurk, senior partner of McGurk and Isaacson, commission merchants of 679 DeBrosses Street, died yesterday of cirrhosis of the liver at his home, 4321 George Washington Avenue, Hoboken. Mr. McGurk was 69 years of age, and leaves a widow and 11 children. He was a member of the Elks, and president of the North Hoboken Bowling Association. And these facts the Evening Post printed exactly as he had written them. In a book which will not have much to say in favor of American journalism, let this fidelity to truth, and to the memory of the blameless McGurk, have its due meed of praise. The youth took to writing jokes and jingles, at which he earned twice as much as the Evening Post had paid him. Later on he took to writing dime novels, at which he made truly fabulous sums. He found it puzzling that this cheap and silly writing should be the kind that brought the money. The editors told him it was because the public wanted that kind, but the youth wondered might not at least part of the blame lie with the editors, who never tried giving anything better. It was the old problem which comes first, the hen or the egg. We have spoken jestingly of the traditions of the Old South, in which the youth was brought up, but the reader should not get a false impression of them. In many ways they were excellent traditions. For one thing, they taught the youth to despise a lie, also to hate injustice, so that wherever in his life he encountered it, his whole being became a blaze of excitement. Always he was striving in his mind to discover the source of lies and injustice. Why should there be so much of them in the world? The newspapers revealed the existence of them, but never seemed to know the causes of them, nor what to do about them, further than to support a reform candidate who did nothing but get elected. This futility in the face of the world's misery and corruption was maddening to the youth. He had rich relatives who were fond of him, so that he was free to escape from poverty into luxury. He had the opportunity to rise quickly in the world, if he would go into business, and devote his attention thereto. But would he find in business the ideals which he craved? He talked with businessmen, also he got the flavor of business from the advertisements in the newspapers, and he knew that this was not what he was seeking. He cultivated the friendship of Jesus, Hamlet, and Shelley, and fell in love with the young Milton and the young Goethe. In them he found his own craving for truth and beauty. Here, through the medium of art, life might be ennobled, and lifted from the muck of graft and greed. So the youth ran away and buried himself in a hut in the wilds of Canada, and wrote what he thought was the great American novel. It was a painfully crude performance, but it had a new moral impulse in it, and the youth really believed that it was to convert the world to ways of love and justice. He took it to the publishers, and one after another they rejected it. They admitted that it had merit, but it would not sell. Incredible as it seemed to the youth, the test by which the publishers judged an embryo book and its right to be born, was not whether it had vision and beauty and a new moral impulse. They judged it as the newspapers judged what they published. Would it sell? The youth earned some money and published the book himself, and wrote a preface to tell the world what a wonderful book it was, and how the cruel publishers had rejected it. This preface, together with the book, he sent to the leading newspapers, and thus began the second stage of his journalistic experiences. Two newspapers paid attention to his communication: the New York Times, a respectable paper, and the New York American, a yellow paper. The American sent a woman reporter, an agreeable and friendly young lady, to whom the author poured out his soul. She asked for his picture, saying that this would enable her to get much more space for the story, so the author gave his picture. She asked for his wife's picture, but here the author was obdurate. He had old-fashioned Southern notions about newspaper notoriety for ladies. He did not want his wife's picture in the papers. There stood a little picture of his wife on the table where the interview took place, and after the reporter had left, it was noticed that this picture was missing. Next day the picture was published in the New York American, and has been published in the New York American every year or two since. The author, meantime, has divorced his first wife and married a second wife, a fact of which the newspapers are fully aware, yet they publish this picture of the first wife indifferently as a picture of the first wife and of the second wife. When one of these ladies says or does a certain thing, the other lady may open her paper in the morning and receive a shock. Both the New York Times and the New York American published interviews with the young author. It had been his fond hope to interest people in his book and to cause them to read his book, but in this he failed. What both the interviews told about was his personality. The editors had been amused by the naive assumption of a young poet that he might have something of importance to say to the world. They had made a human interest story out of it, a journalistic tidbit to tickle the appetites of the jaded and worldly wise. They said scarcely anything about the contents of the book, and as a result of the two interviews, The hungry young author sold precisely 2 copies. Meantime he was existing by hackwork, and exploring the world in which ideas are bought and sold. He was having jokes and plots of stories stolen, he was having agreements broken and promises repudiated, he was trying to write worthwhile material, and being told that it would not sell, he was trying to become a book reviewer, and finding that the only way to succeed was to be a cheat. The editor of the Independent or the Literary Digest would give him half a dozen books to read, and he would read them, and write an honest review, saying that there was very little merit in any of them, whereupon, the editor would decide that it was not worthwhile to review the books, and the author would get nothing for his work. If, on the other hand, he wrote an article about a book, taking it seriously, and describing it as vital and important, the editor would conclude that the book was worth reviewing, and would publish the review, and pay the author $3 or $4 for it. This, you understand, was the literary world, in which ideas, the most priceless possession of mankind, were made the subject of barter and sale. In every branch of it there were such petty dishonesties, such tricks of the trade. There were always 10 times as many people trying to get a living as the trade would support. They were clutching at chances, elbowing each other out of the way, and their efforts were not rewarded according to their love of truth and beauty, but according to quite other factors. They were dressing themselves up and using the social game, they were posing and pretending, the women were using the sex lure. And everywhere, when they pretended to care about literature and ideas, they were really caring about money, and success because it would bring money. Everywhere, above all things else, they hated and feared the very idea of genius, which put them to shame, and threatened with annihilation their petty gains and securities. From these things the youth fled into the wilderness again, living in a tent with his young wife, and writing a story in which he poured out his contempt upon the great metropolis of Mammon. This was Prince Hagen, and he sent it to the Atlantic Monthly, and there came a letter from the editor, Professor Bliss Perry, saying that it was a work of merit and that he would publish it. So for weeks the young author walked on the top of the clouds. But then came another letter, saying that the other members of the Atlantic staff had read the story, and that Professor Perry had been unable to persuade them to see it as he saw it. "We have," said he, "a very conservative, fastidious, and sophisticated constituency." The young author went back to his pot boiling. He spent another winter in New York, wrestling with disillusionments and humiliations, and then, fleeing to the wilderness for a third summer, he put his experience into the Journal of Arthur Sterling, the story of a young poet who is driven to suicide by neglect and despair. The book was given to the world as a genuine document, and relieved the tedium of a literary season. Its genuineness was accepted almost everywhere, and the author sat behind the scenes, feeling quite devilish. When The Secret came out, some critics were cross, and 1 or 2 of them have not yet forgiven the writer. The New York Evening Post is accustomed to mention the matter every once in a while, declaring that the person who played that trick can never receive anyone's confidence. I will not waste space discussing this question, save to point out that the newspaper reviewers had set the rules of the game that love and beauty in art were heeded only in connection with personalities and sensation, so, in order to project love and beauty upon the world, the young author had provided the personalities and sensation. As for the Evening Post and its self-righteousness, before I finish this book I shall tell of things done by that organ of Wall Street which qualify decidedly its right to sit in judgment upon questions of honor. 3. Open Sesame. My next effort was Manassas, a novel of the Civil War. I poured into it all my dream of what America might be, and inscribed it, that the men of this land may know the heritage that has come down to them. But the men of this land were not in any way interested in the heritage that had come down to them. The men of this land were making money. The newspapers of this land were competing for advertisements of whiskey and cigars and soap, and the men who wrote book reviews for the literary pages of these newspapers were chuckling over such works of commercial depravity as the letters of a self-made merchant to his son. They had no time to tell the public about Manassas, though Tack London called it the best Civil War book I've read, and though it is my one book which no severest critic can say has any propaganda motive. Charlotte Perkins Gilman told me a story of how she persuaded an old Civil War veteran to read it. The old fellow didn't want to read any book about the war by a youngster, he had been through it all himself, and no youngster could tell him anything. But Mrs. Gilman persisted, and when she met him again she found him with shining eyes and a look of wonder on his face. "It's the war," he cried. "It's the war, and he wasn't even born." It happened that at this time Lincoln Steffens was publishing his terrible exposes of the corruption of American civic life. Steffens did for the American people one specific service. He knocked out forever the notion, of which E. L. Godkin and his New York Evening Post were the principal exponents, that our political corruption was to be blamed upon the ignorant foreign element. Steffens showed that purely American communities, such as Rhode Island, were the most corrupt of all, and he traced back the corruption, showing that for every man who took a bribe there was another man who gave one, and that the giver of the bribe made from 10 to 1,000 times as much as he paid. In other words, American political corruption was the buying up of legislatures and assemblies to keep them from doing the people's will and protecting the people's interests. It was the exploiter entrenching himself in power, it was financial autocracy undermining and destroying political democracy. Steffens did not go so far as that in the early days. He just laid bare the phenomena, and then stopped. You searched in vain through the articles which he published in McClure's for any answer to the question, what is to be done about it? So I wrote what I called an open letter to Lincoln Steffens. I cannot find it now, but I recall the essence of it well enough. Mr. Steffens, you go from city to city and from state to state, and you show us these great corporations buying public privileges and capitalizing them for tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, and unloading the securities upon the general investing public. You show this enormous mass of capital piling up, increasing at compound interest, demanding its toll of dividends, which we, the people who do the hard work of the world, who produce the real wealth of the world, must continue forever to pay. I ask you to tell us, what are we to do about this? Shall we go on forever paying tribute upon this mass of bribery and fraud? Can we go on paying it forever, even if we want to? And if not, what then? What will happen when we refuse to pay? I sent this letter to Steffens, to see what he thought about it. He replied that it was the best criticism of his work that he had seen, and he tried to persuade McClure's to publish it, but in vain. I forget whether it was he or I who sent it to Collier's Weekly, but anyway, the article was read and accepted, and Robert J. Collier, the publisher, wrote and asked me to come to see him. Picture me at this moment, a young writer of 25 who has been pleading with the American public to remember its high traditions, and has seen his plea fall flat, because the newspapers and magazines overlooked him, also a painful detail, but important, who has been supporting a wife and baby on $30 a month, and has been paid only $500 for 2 years' work on a novel. A friend who knows the literary world tells me that this is the chance of my life. Collier's is run on a personal basis, it appears, a sort of family affair. If Robbie likes you, your fortune is made, says my friend. This is your open sesame to the public mind. Well, I go to see Robbie, and it appears that Robbie likes me. I am young and ascetic looking, the tension under which I have worked has given me dyspepsia, so my cheeks are hollow and my skin is white and my eyes have a hectic shine. Robbie, no doubt, is moved to sympathy by these phenomena. He himself is a picture of health, florid and jolly, a polo player, what is called a good fellow. He asks me, will I come to dinner at his home and meet some of his friends and his editorial staff? I answer that of course I will. My worldly wise friend insists that I shall invest my spare savings in a dress suit, but I do not take this advice. I go to Robbie's palatial home in my old clothes, and Robbie's velvet-footed butler escorts me upstairs to Robbie's dressing room, where Robbie's valet is laying out his things on the bed. And while Robbie is dressing, he tells me again how much he admires my article. It is the most illuminating discussion of present-day problems that he has ever read. He and his friends don't meet many socialists, naturally, so I am to tell them about socialism. I am to tell them everything, and needn't be afraid. I answer, quite simply, that I shall not be in the least afraid. The evening was spoiled because Robbie's father came in. Old Peter Collier was a well-known character in New York society, but as not all my readers have been intimate in these circles, I explained that he had begun life as a pack peddler, had started Collier's Weekly as an advertisement sheet, and by agents offering books as premiums had built up a tremendous circulation. Now he was rich and important, vulgar, ignorant as a child, but kind-hearted, jovial, one of those nice, fatherly old fellows who put their arms about you, no matter who you are. And here he had come in to dinner with his son, and found his son entertaining a socialist. What's this?" he cried. It was like a scene in a comedy. He would hear one sentence of what I had to say, and then he would go up in the air. Why that's perfectly outrageous. Who ever heard of such a thing?" He would sputter for 5 or 10 minutes, to the vast amusement of the rest of the guests. Presently he heard about the open letter to Lincoln Steffens. "What's this? You are going to publish an article like that in my magazine?" "No, sir. I won't have it. It's preposterous." And there sat Robbie, who was supposed to be the publisher, there sat Norman Hapgood, who was supposed to be the editor, and listened to old Peter lay down the law. Norman Hapgood has since stated that he does not remember this episode, that he never knew Peter Collier to interfere with the policy of the magazine. Well, the reader may believe that the incident was not one that I would forget in a hurry. Not if I should live to be as old as Methuselah will I forget my emotions, when, after the dinner, the old gentleman got me off in a corner and put his arm around my shoulders. "You are a nice boy, and I can see that you've got brains, you know what you're talking about. But what you ought to do is to put these ideas of yours into a book. Why do you try to get them into my magazine, and scare away my 500,000 subscribers?" I went home that evening feeling more sick at heart than I like to remember. And sure enough, my worst fears were justified. Week after week passed, and my open letter to Lincoln Steffens did not appear in the columns of Collier's Weekly. I wrote and protested, and was met with evasions. A long time afterwards, I forget how long, Collier's graciously condescended to give me back the article, without asking the return of the $200 they had paid me. The article was rejected by many other capitalist magazines, and was finally published in some socialist paper, I forget which. Such is the picture of a magazine run on a personal basis. And see what it means to you, the reader, who depend upon such a magazine for the thoughts you think. Here is Lincoln Steffens, taking his place as America's leading authority on the subject of political graft, and here am I, making what Steffens declares is the best criticism of his work. It is accepted and paid for, and a date is set to give it to you, the reader, but an ignorant and childish old pack peddler steps in, and with one wave of his hand sweeps it out of your sight. 16 years have passed, and only now you hear about it, and most of you don't hear about it even now. But here is a vital point to get clear. The old pack peddler wiped out my discussion of the question, but he did not wipe out the question. Today the question is cried aloud from the throats of 180 million people in Russia, and the clamor of it spreads all over Europe, a deafening roar which drowns out the eloquence of statesmen and diplomats. It is the question of the hour in America, and America must find the answer under penalty of civil war. 16 years ago the answer was given to Robert Collier, and if he had had the courage to stand out against his father, if Norman Hapgood had been what he pretended to be, an editor, they would have taken up the truth which I put before them, they would have conducted a campaign to make the American people see it, and today we should not be trying to solve the social problem by putting the leaders of the people's protest into jail. For the real fight. There was a strike of the wage slaves of the Beef Trust in Chicago, and I wrote for the Appeal to Reason a broadside address to these strikers, trying to point out to them the truth which Peter Collier had concealed from his precious 500,000 subscribers. This broadside was taken up by the socialists of the Stockyards district, and 30,000 copies were distributed among the defeated strikers. The appeal to reason offered me $500 to live on while I wrote a novel dealing with the life of those wage slaves of the Beef Trust, so I went to Packingtown, and lived for 7 weeks among the workers, and came home again and wrote The Jungle. Now so far the things that had been done to me by the world of American journalism had been of a mocking nature. I had been a sort of guy, a young poet very young who believed that he had genius, and kept making a noise about it. So I was pigeonholed with long-haired violinists from abroad, and painters with fancy-colored vests, and woman suffragists with short hair, and religious prophets in purple robes. All such things are lumped together by newspapers, which are good-naturedly tolerant of their fellow fakers. The public likes to be amused, and genius is one of the things that amuse it. Such is the attitude of a world which understands that money is the one thing in life really worthwhile, the making of money the one object of grown-up and serious-minded men. But from now on you will see that there enters into my story a new note. The element of horseplay goes out, and something grim takes its place. And what is the reason for this change? Was there any change in me? Did I suddenly become dissipated, dishonest, self-seeking? No, there was no change in me, I was the same person, living the same life. But I ceased to oppose social wickedness with the fragile weapon of poetry, with visions and inspirations and consecrations. Instead, I took a sharp sword of contemporary fact, and thrust it into the vitals of one of those monstrous parasites which are sucking the lifeblood of the American people. That was the difference, and if from now on you find in this story a note of fierce revolt, please understand that you are listening to a man who for 14 years had been in a battle, and has seen his cause suffering daily wounds from a cruel and treacherous foe. My first experience, it happened, was with Collier's Weekly. But it was not a dinner party experience this time, there was no element of friendliness or sociability in it. The Jungle was appearing serially, and was causing a tremendous lot of discussion. It occurred to me that it might be possible to persuade Colliers to take up the matter, so I wrote an article, telling quite simply some of the things that were going on in the packing houses of Chicago. I had been there, and had seen, and not as a blundering amateur, as the packers charged. It happened that I had met in Chicago an Englishman, Mr. Adolph Smith, the world's greatest authority on packing houses. He had studied methods of meat packing all over Great Britain, and all over the continent of Europe, for the London Lancet, the leading medical paper of Great Britain. He had come, as authorized representative of the Lancet, to investigate conditions in America. I had his backing in what I wrote. I also had the backing of various state and federal authorities. I had the text of the federal meat inspection law, which had been written by the packers to enable them to sell diseased meat with impunity. I took all these facts to Norman Hapgood and Robert Collier. I offered them the opportunity to reap the fame and profit which I subsequently reaped from the book publication of The Jungle, and incidentally to do a great public service. They were interested, but not convinced, and they employed a United States Army officer, Major Lewis L. Seaman, who went out to Chicago and accepted the hospitality of the packers, and reported that all my charges were exaggerated, and most of them entirely false. And Collier and Hapgood accepted Major Seaman's word against my word and the authorities I offered. That was all right, I had no complaint against that, they used their editorial judgment. My complaint was of the way they handled the story. In their preliminary announcement, April 15, 1905, they said, "Some very brilliant articles have been sent us about the unhygienic methods of the Beef Trust. In order not to run any risk of wronging that organization, we engaged Major Seaman to go to Chicago, and his first report will appear next week." So, you see, they were going to give an illustration of editorial fairness, of scrupulous regard for exact truth, and having thus prepared their readers, on April 22, 1905, they presented their material, a long article by Major Seaman, praising the Chicago stockyards, and pretending to refute all my charges. At the same time they published only 3 paragraphs of my charges. The great bulk of my articles they left unpublished. They gave their readers a few paragraphs from the London Lancet, but so far as concerned me, the readers got only the answers of Major Seaman, and an introductory editorial condemnation of me, explaining that I had submitted my articles to the editors, and they, desirous of securing the unexaggerated facts, had sent Major Seaman to Chicago, and now gave his findings. And this not being enough, they added a discussion of the matter on their editorial page. This editorial they headed, Sensationalism, and they subtly phrased it to give the impression that the paragraphs they were publishing constituted all I had to say. Mr. Sinclair's article, published alone, would have produced much more of a sensation than it will produce as mitigated by the report of Major Seaman. Having some doubt, however, about the real facts, we induced Major Seaman to make the trip to Chicago. This incident will serve as an example of the policy mapped out for the conduct of this paper. How dignified and impressive! And how utterly and unspeakably knavish! And when I wrote to them and protested, they evaded. When I demanded that they publish my entire article, they refused. When I demanded that they publish my letter of protest, they refused that. And this was done by Norman Hapgood, who posed as a liberal, a lover of justice, a man who spent his editorial time balancing like a tightrope walker on the narrow thread of truth, occupying himself like a medieval scoolman with finding the precise mathematical or metaphysical dead center between the contending forces of conservatism and radicalism. A friend of mine talked with him about his treatment of me and reported him as saying, with a smile, "We backed the wrong horse." The truth was, he had backed the horse of gold, the horse that came to his office loaded down with full-page advertisements of packing house products. Collier's calls itself the National Weekly, and has obtained a reputation as a liberal organ, upon the strength of several useful campaigns. It attacked spiritualist fakers and land fraud grafters, also it attacked dishonest medical advertising. It could do this, having arrived at the stage of security where it counts upon full-page advertisements of automobiles and packing house products. But when it was a question of attacking packing house advertisements, then what a difference. Robert J. Collier was a gentleman and a good fellow, but he was a child of his world, and his world was a rotten one, a second generation of idle rich spendthrifts. The running of his magazine on a personal basis amounted to this: a young writer would catch the public fancy, and Robbie would send for him, as he sent for me, if he proved to be a possible person, that is, if he came to dinner in a dress suit, and didn't discuss the socialization of Collier's Weekly. Robbie would take him up and introduce him to his set, and the young writer would have a perpetual market for his stories at $1,000 per story. He would be invited to country house parties, he would motor and play golf and polo, and flirt with elegant young society ladies, and spend his afternoons loafing in the Hoffman House bar. I could name not one but a dozen young writers and illustrators to whom I have seen that happen. In the beginning they wrote about America, in the end they wrote about the smart set of Fifth Avenue and Long Island. In their personal life they became tipless and cafe celebrities, in their intellectual life they became bitter cynics. Into their writings you saw creeping year by year the subtle poison of sexual excess, until at last they became too far gone for Colliers to tolerate any longer, and went over to the Cosmopolitan, which takes them no matter how far gone they are. And now young Collier is dead, and the magazine to which for a time he gave his generous spirit has become an instrument of reaction pure and simple. It opposed and ridiculed President Wilson's peace policies, it called the world to war against the working class of Russia, it is now calling for repression of all social protest in America. In short, it is an American capitalist magazine. As I write, word comes that it has been taken over by the Crowell Publishing Company, publishers of the Woman's Home Companion, Farm and Fireside, and the American Magazine. I shall have something to the point to say about this group of publications very soon. P.S. A well-known journalist writes me that he feels I do an injustice to Norman Hapgood in telling the above story, and in failing to give credit to Hapgood for other fine things he has done. The writer brings facts, and I am always ready to give place to the man with facts. I quote his letter. Do you know the circumstances of Hapgood's break with Collier? Hapgood was the highest paid editor of any periodical in the country. The business side was encroaching on the editorial, demanding that advertising be not jeopardized, and with it the commissions that were its part. Collier, as you know, for years had mixed his whiskey with chorus girls, and needed all the property could milk to supply his erratic needs. So the business office had his ear. And Hapgood left and made his leaving effective. He took Harper's and gave the country some of the most important exposes it had. Do you know the story of the Powder Trust treason? I wrote it. It was drawn from official records, and could not be contradicted, that the Powder Trust had once made a contract with a German military powder firm in the days when military smokeless powder was the goal of every government, to keep it informed as to the quantity, quality, etc., of the smokeless powder it furnished to our government. And this was in the days when we were in the lead in that department. The Powder Trust jumped Hapgood hard. He could have had anything he wanted by making a simple disavowal of me, any loophole they would have accepted, and do you have any doubt that he could have named his own terms? He declined point blank, and threw the challenge to the heaviest and most important client his weekly could have had. That he guessed wrong and backed the wrong horse in the jungle may be true. But isn't it fair to assume, in the light of his final challenge to the Collier advertising autocracy, that he was meeting problems inside as best he could, and that he could not tell you at the time of all the factors involved in the Collier handling of the stockyards story? V. The condemned meat industry. The jungle had been accepted in advance by the Macmillan Company. Mr. Brett, president of the company, read the manuscript, and asked me to cut out some of the more shocking and bloody details, assuring me that he could sell 10 times as many copies of the book if I would do this. So here again I had to choose between my financial interest and my duty. I took the proposition to Lincoln Steffens, who said, "The things you tell are unbelievable. I have a rule in my own work: I don't tell things that are unbelievable, even when they are true." Nevertheless, I was unwilling to make the changes. I offered the book to 4 other publishers, whose names I do not now remember. Then I began preparations to publish it myself. I wrote to Jack London, who came to my help with his usual impetuous generosity, writing a resounding call to the socialists of the country, which was published in the Appeal to Reason. The result was that in a couple of months I took in $4,000. The socialists had been reading the story in the Appeal, and were thoroughly aroused. I had the book set up and the plates made, when someone suggested Doubleday, Page and Company, so I showed the work to them. Walter H. Page sent for me. He was a dear old man, the best among businessmen I have met. There were several hustling young money makers in his firm, who saw a fortune in the jungle, and desperately wanted to publish it. But Page was anxious; he must be sure that every word was true. We had a luncheon conference, and I was cross-questioned on every point. A week or 2 passed, and I was summoned again, and Herbert S. Houston of the firm explained that he had a friend, James Keeley, editor of the Chicago Tribune, to whom he had taken the liberty of submitting my book. Here was a letter from Keeley. I read the letter, saying that he had sent his best reporter, a trusted man, to make a thorough report upon the jungle. And here was the report, 32 typewritten pages, taking up every statement about conditions in the yards, and denying one after another. I read the report, and recall one amusing detail. On page 116 of The Jungle is a description of the old packing houses, their walls covered with grease and soaked with warm moist steam. In these rooms the germs of tuberculosis might live for 2 years. The comment upon this statement was, "Unproven theory." So it was necessary for me to consult the textbooks on bacteriology, and demonstrate to Doubleday, Page and Company that unicellular parasitic organisms are sometimes endowed with immortality. I said, "This is not an honest report. The thing you have to do, if you really wish to know, is to send an investigator of your own, somebody in whom you have confidence." They decided this must be done, and picked a young lawyer, McKee by name, and sent him to Chicago. He spent some time there, and when he came back his verdict was that I had told the truth. I went to dinner at McKee's home and spent the evening hearing his story, incidentally getting one of the shocks of my life. McKee had done what I had urged him not to do. He had gone first to the Packers, to see what they had officially to show him. They had placed him in charge of a man I do not recall the name, but we will say Jones, their publicity agent, a former newspaper man, who served as host and entertainer to inquiring visitors. He had taken McKee in charge and shown him around, and in the course of their conversation McKee mentioned that he was looking into the charges made in a novel called The Jungle. "Oh, yes," said Jones. "I know that book. I read it from beginning to end. I prepared a 32-page report on it for Keeley of the Tribune." So here was a little glimpse behind the curtain of the newspaper world of Chicago. James Keeley was, and still is, the beau ideal of American newspaper men. I have never met him, but I have read articles about him, the kind of right UPS which the capitalist system gives to its heroes. He had begun life as a poor boy and risen from the ranks by sheer ability and force of character, you know the dope. Now he was one of the high gods of newspaperdom, and when it was a question of protecting the great predatory interest which subsidizes all the newspapers of Chicago and holds the government of the city in the hollow of its hand, this high god sent to Armour and Company and had a report prepared by their publicity agent, and sent this report to a friend in New York as the result of a confidential investigation by a trusted reporter of the Chicago Tribune staff. And maybe you think this must be an unusual incident. You think that capitalist journalism would not often dare to play a trick like that? I happen to be reading Socialism versus the State, by Emile van der Velde, Belgian Minister of State, and come upon this paragraph. It will be remembered, for example, that the London Times published, a few years ago, a series of unsigned articles, emanating, it was said, from an impartial observer, against the municipal lighting systems in England. These articles made the tour of Europe. They furnish, even today, arguments for the opponents of municipalization. Now, a short time after their publication, it was learned that the impartial observer was the general manager of one of the big electric light and power companies of London. Doubleday, Page and Company published The Jungle, and it became the best-selling book, not only in America, but also in Great Britain and its colonies, and was translated into 17 languages. It became also the subject of a terrific political controversy. The Packers, fighting for their profits, brought all their batteries to bear. To begin with, there appeared in the Saturday Evening Post a series of articles signed by J. Ogden Armour, but written, I was informed, by Forrest Crissey, one of the staff of the Post. The editor of this paper, George Horace Lorimer, was for 9 years an employee of the Armours. He is author of The Letters of a Self-Made Merchant to His Son, a textbook of American business depravity. From first to last his paper was at the service of the Packers, as it has always been at the service of every great financial interest. Some of the statements made under Armour's signature made me boil, and I sat down to write an answer, The Condemned Meat Industry. I had the facts at my fingers' ends, and wrote the article in a few hours, and jumped on the train and came up to New York with it. I took it to the office of Everybody's Magazine and asked to see E.J. Ridgway, the publisher. I was wise enough by this time to understand that it is the publisher, not the editor, you need to see. I read the article to Ridgway, and he stopped the presses on which Everybody's Magazine was being printed, and took out a short story and shoved in The Condemned Meat Industry. Everybody's Magazine at this time was on the crest of a wave of popularity. It had finished Tom Lawson's Expose of Wall Street, upon the strength of which it had built up a circulation of 500,000. Its publishers, Ridgway and Thayer, were advertising men who had bought a broken-down magazine from John Wanamaker, and had made the discovery that there was a fortune to be made by the simple process of letting the people have the truth. They wanted to go on making fortunes, and so they welcomed my article. It gave the affidavits of men whom the Armours had employed to take condemned meat out of the destructors and sell it in Chicago. It told the story of how the armors had bribed these men to retract their confessions. It gave the reports of state health authorities, who showed how the armors had pleaded guilty to adulterating foods. It was a mass of such facts fused in a white heat of indignation. United States Senator Beveridge told me that he considered the article the greatest piece of controversial writing he had ever read. You may find it in the library, Everybody's for May, 196. Whatever you think of its literary style, you will see that it is definite and specific, and revealed a most frightful condition in the country's meat supply, an unquestionable danger to the public health. It was therefore a challenge to every public service agency in the country. Above all, it was a challenge to the newspapers, through which the social body is supposed to learn of its dangers and its needs. It was my first complete test of American journalism. Hitherto I had tried the newspapers as a young poet, clamoring for recognition. They had called me a self-seeker, and although I felt that the charge was untrue, I was powerless to disprove it to others. But now I tried them in a matter that was obviously in the public interest, too obviously so for dispute. I was still naive enough to be shocked by the result. I had expected that every newspaper which boasted of public spirit would take up these charges, and at least report them, but instead of that, there was silence almost complete. I employed 2 clipping bureaus on this story, and received a few brief items from scattered papers here and there. Of all the newspapers in America, not one in 200 went so far as to mention the condemned meat industry. Meantime, The Jungle had been published in book form. I will say of The Jungle just what I said of the magazine article. Whatever you may think of it as literature, you must admit that it was packed with facts which constituted an appeal to the American conscience. The book was sent to all American newspapers, also it was widely advertised. It was boosted by one of the most efficient publicity men in the country. And what were the results? I will give a few illustrations. The most widely read newspaper editor in America is Arthur Brisbane. Brisbane poses as a liberal, sometimes even as a radical. He told me that he drank in socialism with his mother's milk. And Brisbane now took me up, just as Robbie Collier had done. He invited me to his home, and wrote one of his famous 2-column editorials about The Jungle, a rare compliment to a young author. This editorial treated me personally with kindness. I was a sensitive young poet who had visited the stockyards for the first time, and had been horrified by the discovery that animals had blood inside them. With a fatherly pat on the shoulder, Brisbane informed me that a slaughterhouse is not an opera house, or words to that effect. I remember talking about this editorial with Adolph Smith, representative of the London Lancet. He remarked with dry sarcasm that in a court of justice Brisbane would be entirely safe. His statement that a slaughterhouse is not an opera house was strictly and literally accurate. But if you took what the statement was meant to convey to the reader, that a slaughterhouse is necessarily filthy, then the statement was false. If you go to the municipal slaughterhouses of Germany, you find them as free from odor as an opera house, said Adolph Smith, and 5 or 6 years later, when I visited Germany, I took the opportunity to verify this statement. But because of the kindness of American editorial writers to the interests which contribute full-page advertisements to newspapers, the American people still have their meat prepared in filth. Or take The Outlook. The Outlook poses as a liberal publication. Its editor preaches what he calls industrial democracy, a very funny joke. I have dealt with this organ of the clerical camouflage in 5 sections of The Prophets of Religion. I will not repeat here, except to quote how the pious Outlook dealt with The Jungle. The Outlook had no doubt that there were genuine evils in the packing plants. The conditions of the workers ought of course to be improved, but to disgust the reader by dragging him through every conceivable horror, physical and moral, to depict with lurid excitement and with offensive minuteness the life in jail and brothel, all this is to overreach the object. Even things actually terrible may become distorted when a writer screams them out in a sensational way and in a high-pitched key. More convincing if it were less hysterical. Also, Elbert Hubbard rushed to the rescue of his best advertising clients. Later in this book you will find a chapter dealing especially with the seer of East Aurora, For the present I will merely quote his comments on my packing house revelations. His attack upon the jungle was reprinted by the Chicago Packers, and mailed out to the extent of 1 million copies. Every clergyman and every physician in the country received one. I have a copy of his article, as it was sent out by a newspaper syndicate in the form of plate matter. It occupies 4 newspaper columns, with these headlines. Elbert Hubbard lashes the muckraker crowd. Says the Jungle Book is a libel and an insult to intelligence, and that this country is making headway as fast as stupidity of reformers will admit. After which it will suffice to quote one paragraph, as follows. Can it be possible that anyone is deceived by this insane rant and drivel? And also the friend of my boyhood, my beloved New York Evening Post. This organ of armchair respectability I have reference to the large leather receptacles which you find in the Fifth Avenue clubs had upbraided me for a harmless prank. The Journal of Arthur Sterling. Now comes the Jungle, and the Evening Post devotes a column to the book. It is lurid, overdrawn. If the author had been a man who cared more for exact truth, etc. Whereupon I sit myself down and write a polite letter to the editor of the Evening Post, asking will he please tell me upon what he bases this injurious charge. I have made patient investigations in the stockyards, and the publishers of the Jungle have done the same. Will the Evening Post state what investigations it has made? Or does it make this injurious charge against my book without investigation, trusting that its readers will accept its word, and that it will never be brought to book? This is a fair question, is it not? The organs of armchair respectability ought not to make loose charges against radicals, they ought not condemn without knowledge. So I appeal to my beloved Evening Post, which I have read 6 times per week for 10 or 12 years, and the answer comes, it is not our custom to permit authors to reply to book reviews, and we see no reason for departing from our practice in order to permit you to advertise your book and to insult us. And so the matter rests, until a couple of months later, the President of the United States makes an investigation, and his commission issues a report which vindicates every charge I have made. And now what? Does the Evening Post apologize to me? Does it do anything to make clear to its readers that it has erred in its sneers at the Jungle? The Evening Post says not one word, but it still continues to tell the public that I am unworthy of confidence, because I once played a harmless joke with the Journal of Arthur Sterling. 6. An adventure with Roosevelt. I was determined to get something done about the condemned meat industry. I was determined to get something done about the atrocious conditions under which men, women, and children were working in the Chicago stockyards. In my efforts to get something done, I was like an animal in a cage. The bars of this cage were newspapers, which stood between me and the public, and inside the cage I roamed up and down, testing one bar after another, and finding them impossible to break. I wrote letters to newspaper editors, I appealed to public men, I engaged an extra secretary and ran a regular publicity bureau in my home. It happened that I had occasion to consult the record of the congressional investigations held after the Spanish-American War, into the quality of canned meat furnished by the Chicago Packers. Here was Theodore Roosevelt on the witness stand, declaring, I would as soon have eaten my old hat. And now Theodore Roosevelt was President of the United States, with power to help me if he would. In a moment of inspiration I decided to appeal to him. He had already heard about the Jungle, as I learned later. His secretary, Loeb, told me that he had been receiving 100 letters a day about the book. Roosevelt now wrote, saying that he had requested the Department of Agriculture to make an investigation. I replied that nothing could be expected from such an investigation, because the Department of Agriculture was itself involved in my charges. If he wanted to get the truth, he must do what Doubleday, Page and Company had done, get an independent report. He wrote me to come to Washington, and I had several conferences with him, and he appointed 2 of his trusted friends to go out to Chicago and make a secret investigation. 3 days after this decision was made, I forwarded a letter to Roosevelt from a working man in the Chicago stockyards, saying that it was known all over the yards that an investigation was to be made by the government, and that a mad campaign of Cleaning up was in progress. Roosevelt asked me to go with his commission. I was too busy to do this, but I sent Mrs. Ellery Bloor, a socialist lecturer, and her husband as my representatives, paying the cost out of my own pocket. I knew that they would be trusted by the workers who had trusted me, and thought they might be able to get at least a few of the facts to Roosevelt's commission. As a matter of fact, they were not able to do very much, because they were shadowed during the entire time by detectives of the Packers, and every working man knew that it would cost him his job to be seen near the commission's rooms. I found the socialists of Chicago bitterly distrustful of the commission, and disposed to ridicule me for trying to work with it. The news of what was going on soon leaked into the newspapers of Chicago. They had already published vicious attacks upon the jungle, and upon me. One paper, I forget the name, had remarked that it was quite evident that I knew more about the inside of the brothels of Chicago than I knew about the stockyards. This, you understand, in a book review. I replied to this that possibly the editor might be interested to know the exact facts in the case. I had spent 7 weeks patiently investigating every corner of the stockyards, and I have never been inside a brothel in my life. Now there began to be dispatches from Washington, so phrased as to turn the investigation against me instead of against the Packers. Finally there appeared in the Tribune a column or two from Washington, signed by Raymond Patterson, editor of the paper. This dispatch stated in specific and precise detail that President Roosevelt was conducting a confidential investigation into the truth of the jungle, intending to issue a denunciation and annihilate a muckraking author. On the day when this story appeared in the Chicago Tribune, I received 17 telegrams from friends in Chicago. One of the telegrams from A.M. Simons declared that the author of the Tribune dispatch was Roosevelt's personal friend. So, of course, I was considerably disturbed, and spent the day trying to get Roosevelt on the telephone from Princeton, not an easy achievement. First he was at a cabinet session, then he was at luncheon, then he had gone horseback riding, but finally, after spending my day in the telephone office in Princeton, I heard his voice, and this is what he said: "Mr. Sinclair, I have been in public life longer than you, and I will give you this bit of advice. If you pay any attention to what the newspapers say about you, you will have an unhappy time." So I went home to bed. The next time I saw Roosevelt he told me that he had not seen Raymond Patterson, nor had he said anything about his intentions to anyone. "I don't see how Patterson could have done such a thing," was Roosevelt's comment. The commissioners came back to Washington, and I went down to see them. They were amazingly frank. They told me everything they had seen, and everything that was in their report to the president, nor did they place any seal of confidence upon me. I realized that I was dealing with people who desired publicity, and I had sufficient worldly tact to know that it would be better not to mention this point, but simply to go ahead and do what all parties concerned wanted done. The report was known to be in the president's hands, and he had summoned the chairman of the agricultural committees of the House and Senate, and was holding the report as a threat over their heads to force them to amend the federal meat inspection law. The newspaper reporters all knew what was going on, and were crazy for news. I returned to my little farm at Princeton, and packed up a suitcase full of documents, letters, affidavits and official reports, and came to New York and called up the offices of the Associated Press. Here was a sensation, not only nationwide, but international. Here was the whole world clamoring for news about one particular matter of supreme public importance. There had been an investigation by the President of the United States of one of America's greatest industries, and I had been tacitly commissioned to make the results known to the public, for the benefit of the public, whose physical health was at stake. I came to the Great Press Association, an organization representing at that time some 700 newspapers, with scores of millions of readers, hungry for news. The Associated Press was the established channel through which the news was supposed to flow, and in this crisis the channel proved to be a concrete wall. I was about to describe the thickness of the wall, but I stopped myself, remembering my pledge to tell the exact facts. I do not know the thickness of this wall, because I have never been able to dig through it. I only know that it is as thick as all the millions of dollars of all the vested interests of America can build it. I first telephoned, and then sent a letter by special messenger to the proper officials of the Associated Press, but they would have absolutely nothing to do with me or my news. Not only on that day, but throughout my entire campaign against the Beef Trust, they never sent out a single line injurious to the interests of the Packers, save for a few lines dealing with the congressional hearings, which they could not entirely suppress. It is the thesis of this book that American newspapers as a whole represent private interests and not public interests. But there will be occasions upon which exception to this rule is made, for in order to be of any use at all, the newspapers must have circulation, and to get circulation they must pretend to care about the public. There is keen competition among them, and once in a while it will happen that a scoop is too valuable to be thrown away. Newspapermen are human, and cannot be blamed by their owners if now and then they yield to the temptation to publish the news. So I had found it with Everybody's Magazine, and so now I found it when I went with my suitcase full of documents to the office of the New York Times. I arrived about 10 o'clock at night, having wasted the day waiting upon the Associated Press. I was received by C.V. Van Anda, managing editor of the Times, and never before or since have I met such a welcome in a newspaper office. I told them I had the entire substance of the confidential report of Roosevelt's investigating committee, and they gave me a private room and 2 expert stenographers, and I talked for a few minutes to one stenographer, and then for a few minutes to the other stenographer, and so the story was dashed off in about an hour. Knowing the Times as I have since come to know it, I have often wondered if they would have published this story if they had had 24 hours to think, and to be interviewed by representatives of the Packers. But they didn't have 24 hours, they only had 2 hours. They were caught in a whirlwind of excitement, and at 1 o'clock in the morning my story was on the press, occupying a part of the front page and practically all of the second page. The question had been raised as to how the story should be authenticated. The Times met the problem by putting the story under a Washington dateline, that is, they told their readers that one of their clever correspondents in the capital had achieved this scoop. Being new to the newspaper game, I was surprised at this, but I have since observed that it is a regular trick of newspapers. When the Socialist Revolution took place in Germany, I happened to be in Pasadena, and the Los Angeles Examiner called me up to ask what I knew about the personalities in the new government. So next morning the Examiner had a full description of Ebert and a detailed dispatch from Copenhagen. The New York Times, having put its hand to the plow, went a long way down the furrow. For several days they published my material. I gave them the address of the Bluers. And they sent a reporter to Delaware to interview them, and get the inside story of the Commission's experiences in Chicago. This also went on the front page. All these stories the Times sold to scores of newspapers all over the country, newspapers which should have received them through the Associated Press, had the Associated Press been a news channel instead of a concrete wall. The Times, of course, made a fortune out of these sales, yet it never paid me $1 for what I gave it, nor did it occur to me to expect $1. I only mention this element to show how under the profit system even the work of reform, the service of humanity, is exploited. I have done things like this, not once but hundreds of times in my life, yet I read continually in the newspapers the charge that I am in the business of muckraking for money. I have read such insinuations even in the New York Times. Also I had another experience which threw light on the attitude of the great metropolitan newspapers to the subject of money. It is the custom of publishers to sell to newspaper syndicates what are called the post-publication serial rights of a book. The Jungle having become an international sensation, there was keen bidding for these serial rights, and they were finally sold to the New York American for $2,000, of which the author received half. Forthwith the editorial writers of both the Hearst papers in New York, the American and the Evening Journal, began to sing the praises of the Jungle. You will recall the patronizing tone in which Arthur Brisbane had spoken of my charges against the Chicago Packers. But now suddenly Brisbane lost all his distrust of my competence as an authority on stockyards. In the Evening Journal for May 29, 1906, there appeared a double-column editorial, running over into another double column, celebrating the jungle and myself in emphatic capitals, and urging the American people to read my all-important revelations of the infamies of the Beef Trust. In his book, which ought to be read by at least 1 million Americans, Mr. Sinclair traces the career of one family. It is a book that does for modern industrial slavery what Uncle Tom's Cabin did for black slavery. But the work is done far better and more accurately in the jungle than in Uncle Tom's Cabin. Mr. Sinclair lived in the stockyards. He saw how the men that work there are treated, how the people that buy dreadful, diseased products are treated. He told the truth simply and convincingly. He went there to study life, not merely to tell a story. As a result of the writing of this book, of the horror and the shame it has aroused, there is a good prospect that the Beef Trust, devil rise, will be checked at least, and one hideous phase of modern life at least modified. Meanwhile, the public should be thankful to Mr. Sinclair for the public service he is rendering, and his book The Jungle should sell as no book has sold in America since Uncle Tom's Cabin. And then on May 31st, 2 days later, appeared another editorial of the same character, conveying to the readers of the Evening Journal the fact that they might read this wonderful novel in the Hearst newspapers. The first chapter would be published in both the Evening Journal and the American, and after that the complete story would run in the American. The ordinary capitals used by Mr. Brisbane in his editorials were not sufficient in this crisis. He used a couple of sizes larger, almost an advertising poster. I quote the closing paragraphs from his editorial. It will please our readers to know that for the right to publish Mr. Sinclair's book serially in our newspapers, which includes no interest whatever in its publication in book form, we pay to him an amount of money exceeding all that he has been able to earn in 6 years of hard literary work. This newspaper, which has opposed the Beef Trust and its iniquities for years, and which first published the facts and the affidavits that form part of Mr. Sinclair's indictment, rejoices that this young man should have had the will, the courage, and the ability to write a work that has forced national attention, including the attention of the President of the United States. We urge that you read the first installment of Mr. Sinclair's book in this newspaper today, and that you continue reading it daily as the various installments appear in the American. 7 Jackals and a Car Case. Roosevelt had hoped to get the new inspection bill through Congress without giving out the report of his commission. But the Packers and their employees in Congress blocked his bill, and so finally the report was given out, and caused a perfect whirlwind of public indignation. The Packers, fighting for their profits, made their stand in the agricultural committees of the House, which apparently they owned completely. Courteous hearings were granted to every kind of retainer of the Beef Trust, while the 2 representatives of the President were badgered on the witness stand as if they had been criminals on trial. I sent a telegram to Congressman Wadsworth of New York, chairman of the committee, asking for a hearing, and my request was refused. I then wrote a letter to Congressman Wadsworth, in which I told him what I thought of him and his committee, which letter was taken up later by his Democratic opponents in his district, and resulted in his permanent removal from public life. But meantime, Wadsworth was king. In the fight against him, I moved my publicity bureau up to New York, and put 3 stenographers at work. I worked 20 hours a day myself, nor was I always able to sleep the other 4 hours. I had broken out of the cage for a few weeks, and I made the most of my opportunity. I wrote articles, and sent telegrams, and twice every day, morning and evening, a roomful of reporters came to see me. Some of these men became my friends, and would tell me what the Packers were doing in the New York newspaper offices, and also with their lobby in Washington. I recall one amusing experience, which gave me a glimpse behind the scenes of 2 rival yellow journals, the New York Evening World and the New York Evening Journal. The Evening Journal sent a reporter to see me. Would I write an article every day, telling what I knew about conditions among working girls in New York? I signed a contract with the journal for a month or 2, and that same evening all the wagons which delivered papers for the journal were out with huge signs over them, "Upton Sinclair will write," etc., etc. Then next day came my friend William Dinwiddie, representing the Evening World. Would I write a series of articles for the Evening World? Certainly I would, I said, and signed a contract for a number of articles at 5 cents a word, so all the wagons of the world appeared with the announcement that I would tell in the world what I knew about conditions in the packing houses of New York. And the editorial writers of the Evening World, who had hitherto ignored my existence, now suddenly discovered that I was a great man. They put my picture at the top of their editorial page, celebrating me in this fashion. A book that made history. Not since Byron awoke one morning to find himself famous has there been such an example of worldwide celebrity won in a day by a book as has come to Upton Sinclair. Yesterday unknown, the author of The Jungle is today a familiar name on 2 continents. Paris, London, and Berlin know him only less well than New York and Boston. They know about him even in far-off Australia. Forthwith came the man from the journal, all but tearing his hair with excitement. What unspeakable treachery was this I had committed? Was it true that I had promised to write for the world, as well as for the journal? I answered that it was, of course. But, said this man, you gave me an exclusive contract. I gave you nothing of the sort, I said, and pulled out the contract to prove it. But, said he, you promised me personally that it would be an exclusive contract. I promised you nothing of the sort, I said. I never thought of such a thing. But he argued and insisted I must have known, my common sense must have told me that my stories for them were of no value, if at the same time I was writing for their deadly rival. I was rather shocked at that statement. Were they entirely interested in a scoop, and not at all in the working girls of New York? To hell with the working girls of New York, said the Hearst reporter, whereat, of course, I was still more shocked. For 3 days this man from the journal and other men from the journal kept bombarding and besieging me, and I, poor devil, suffered agonies of embarrassment and distress, being sensitive, and not able to realize that this was an everyday matter to them. They were a pack of jackals trying to tear a carcase away from another pack of jackals. But when I stood by my contract with the Evening World, the journal dropped its contract, and lost its interest, not merely in the working girls of New York, but also in the sins of the Chicago Packers. The lobbyists of the Packers had their way in Washington, the meat inspection bill was deprived of all its sharpest teeth, and in that form Roosevelt accepted it and prepared to let the subject drop. I was bitterly disappointed, the more so because he had made no move about the matter which lay nearest my heart. I had made a remark about the jungle which was found amusing that I aimed at the public's heart and by accident I hit it in the stomach. It is a fact that I had not been nearly so interested in the condemned meat industry as in something else. To me the diseased meat graft had been only one of 100 varieties of graft which I saw in that inferno of exploitation. My main concern had been for the fate of the workers, and I realized with bitterness that I had been made into a celebrity, not because the public cared anything about the sufferings of these workers, but simply because the public did not want to eat tubercular beef. I had objected to Roosevelt that he was giving all his attention to the subject of meat inspection, and none to the subject of labor inspection. His answer was that he had power to remedy the former evils, but no power to remedy the latter. I tried to persuade him to agitate the question and obtain the power, but I tried in vain. The jungle caused the whitewashing of some packing house walls, and it furnished jobs for a dozen or 2 lady manicurists, but it left the wage slaves in those huge brick packing boxes exactly where they were before. 10 years later the war broke out, and as these wage slaves became restive, an investigation was made. Here are a few paragraphs describing the adventures of the federal investigators. The first 4 homes brought expressions of horror from the women of the party: dark, insanitary, pest-ridden rooms and foodless kitchens. Mrs. Belbine Skupin. Working in the yards. The 6 Skupin children in their home at 4819 Laughlin Street hugging the stove and waiting for mother to return. I didn't think such things existed outside the books, said one indignant young lady visitor, Miss Walsh. In one home, 7 children found. Youngest, a baby of 14 months, oldest, a boy of 8 years. Baby mothered by girl of 4. Father and mother work in stockyards. Children had no shoes or stockings and flimsy underwear. No food in house except pot of weak coffee, loaf of rye bread and kettle containing mess of cabbage. But in the basement was a conservation card, bearing the motto "Don't waste food." I look back upon this campaign, to which I gave 3 years of brain and soul sweat, and ask what I really accomplished. Old Nelson Morris died of a broken conscience. I took a few millions away from him, and from the Armours and the Swifts, giving them to the Junkers of East Prussia, and to Paris bankers who were backing enterprises to pack meat in the Argentine. I added 100,000 readers to Everybody's magazine, and a considerable number to the New York Times. I made a fortune and a reputation for Doubleday, Page and Company, which immediately became one of the most conservative publishing houses in America, using the jungle money to promote the educational works of Andrew Carnegie, and the autobiography of John D. Rockefeller, and the obscene ravings of the Reverend Thomas Dixon, and the sociological bunkum of Gerald Stanley Lee. I took my next novel to Doubleday, Page and Company, and old Walter Page was enthusiastic for it and wanted to publish it, but the shrewd young businessmen saw that the metropolis was not going to be popular with the big trust companies and insurance companies which fill up the advertising pages of the world's work. They told me that the metropolis was not a novel, but a piece of propaganda. It was not art. I looked them in the eye and said, "You are announcing a new novel by Thomas Dixon. Is that art?" Quite recently I tried them again with King Cole, and they did not deny that King Cole was art. But they said, "We think you had better find some publisher who is animated by a great faith." It is a phrase which I shall remember as long as I live, a perfect phrase, which any comment would spoil. I bought up the plates of the Jungle, which Doubleday, Page and Company had allowed to go out of print, not being animated by a great faith. I hope sometime to issue the book in a cheap edition, and to keep it in circulation until the wage slaves of the Beef Trust have risen and achieved their freedom. Meantime, it is still being read and still being lied about. I have before me a clipping from a Seattle paper. Someone has written to ask if The Jungle is a true book. The editor replies, ex cathedra, that President Roosevelt made an investigation of the charges of The Jungle, and thoroughly disproved them all. And again, here is my friend Edwin E. Slauson, literary editor of The Independent, a man who has sense enough to know better than he does. He reviews the prophets of religion in this brief fashion. The author of The Jungle has taken to muckraking the churches with similar success at unearthing malodorous features and similar failure to portray a truthful picture. I write to Slauson, just as I wrote to the New York Evening Post, to ask what investigation he has made, and what evidence he can produce to back up his charge that The Jungle is not a truthful picture, and there comes the surprising reply that it had never occurred to Slauson that I myself meant The Jungle for a truthful picture. I had not portrayed the marvelous business efficiency of the stockyards, their wonderful economies, etc., and no picture that failed to do that could claim to be truthful. That explanation apparently satisfied my friend Slauson, but it did not satisfy the readers of The Independent for the reason that Slauson did not give them an opportunity to read it. He did not publish or mention my protest, and he left his readers to assume, as they naturally would, that The Independent considered that I had exaggerated the misery of the stockyards workers. 8. The last act. I am telling this story chronologically, but in dealing with a subject like The Jungle it seems better to skip ahead and close the matter up. There was a last act of this Packingtown drama, about which the public has never heard. The limelight had been turned out, the audience had gone home, and this act was played in darkness and silence. A year had passed and I was living at Point Pleasant, New Jersey, when W. W. Harris, editor of the Sunday magazine section of the New York Herald, came to call on me, and explained a wonderful idea. He wanted me to go to Chicago secretly, as I had gone before, and make another investigation in the stockyards, and write for the New York Herald an article entitled Packingtown a Year Later. He was a young editor, full of enthusiasm. He said, Mr. Sinclair, I know enough about the business game to feel quite sure that all the reforms we read about are fakes. What do you think? I answered, I know they are fakes, because not a week passes that I don't get a letter from some of the men in Packingtown, telling me that things are as bad as ever. And I showed him a letter, one sentence of which I recall: the new coat of whitewash has worn off the filthy old walls, and the only thing left is the row of girls who manicure the nails of those who pack the sliced dried beef in front of the eyes of the visitors. Exactly, said the editor. It will make the biggest newspaper story the Herald has ever published. Possibly, said I. But are you sure the Herald will publish it? No worry about that, said he. I am the man who has the say. But where is Bennett? Bennett is in Bermuda. Well, said I, do you imagine you could sign a contract with me, and put such a job through, and get such a story on the Herald presses without Bennett's getting word of it? Bennett will be crazy for the story, said the editor. Bennett is a newspaper man. Well, you have to show me. I explained that I was writing another novel, and was not willing to stop, but my friend Mrs. Ellery Bloor, who had represented me with Roosevelt's investigating committee, would do the work. Let the Herald send Mrs. Bloor and one of its own reporters, to make sure that Mrs. Bloor played the game straight, and when the investigation was made, I would write an introductory statement, which would lend my name to the articles, and make them as effective as if I had gone to Packingtown myself. But first, before I would trouble Mrs. Bloor, or do anything at all about the matter, the editor must put it before Bennett and show me his written consent to the undertaking. I am busy, I said. I don't care to waste my time upon a wild goose chase. The editor agreed that that was reasonable, and took his departure. James Gordon Bennett, the younger, was the son of the man who had founded the New York Herald, establishing the sensational, so-called popular journalism which Pulitzer and Hearst afterwards took up and carried to extremes. Bennett, the elder, had been a real newspaper man. His son had been a debauch and spendthrift in his youth, and was now in his old age an embittered and cynical invalid, traveling in his yacht from Bermuda to the Riviera, and occasionally resorting to the capitals of Europe for fresh dissipations. He had made his paper the organ of just such men as himself, that is to say, of cosmopolitan cafe loungers, with one eye on the stock ticker and the other on their scotch and soda. And this was the publisher who was to take up a new crusade against the Beef Trust. But to my surprise, the editor came back with a cablegram from Bennett, bidding him go ahead with the story. So I put the matter before Mrs. Bloor, and she and the Herald reporter went out to the stockyards and spent about 2 months. Mrs. Bloor disguised herself as a Polish woman, and both she and the reporter obtained jobs in half a dozen different places in the yards. They came back, reporting that conditions were worse than ever. They wrote their story, enough to fill an 8-page Sunday supplement, with numerous photographs of the scenes described. There was a conference of the editorial staff of the Herald, which agreed that the story was the greatest the paper had ever had in its history. It must be read by Mr. Bennett, the staff decided. So it was mailed to Bermuda, which was the last ever seen or heard of it. Week after week I waited for the story to appear. When I learned that it was not to appear, I was, of course, somewhat irritated. I threatened to sue the Herald for payment for the time I had spent writing the introduction, but I found myself confronting this dilemma. The enthusiastic young editor was a socialist, and if I made trouble, he was the one who would be hurt. So I decided to forego my money claim on the Herald. But I would not give up the story that was a public matter. The public had been fooled into believing that there had been reforms in Packingtown. The public was continuing to eat tubercular beefsteaks, and I was bound that somehow or other the public should get the facts. I wrote up the story and submitted it to other newspapers in New York. Not one would touch it. I submitted it to President Roosevelt, and he replied that he was sorry, but was too busy to take the matter up. Teddy was a shrewd politician, and knew how hard it is to warm up dead ashes, how little flavor there is in recooked food. I knew, of course, that I could publish the story in the socialist papers. That has always been my last recourse. But I wanted this story to reach the general public. I was blindly determined about it. There was a big socialist meeting at the Hippodrome in New York, and I went up to the city and asked for 15 minutes at this meeting. I told the story to an audience of 5,000 or 6,000 people, and with reporters from every New York paper in front of me. Not a single New York paper, except the socialist paper, mentioned the matter next morning. But still I would not give up. I said, this is a Chicago story. If I tell it in Chicago, public excitement may force it into the press. So I telegraphed some of my friends in Chicago. I planned the most dramatic thing I could think of. I asked them to get me a meeting in the Stockyards district, and they answered that they would. Mind you, a little over a year before I had put Packingtown on the map of the world, I had made Packingtown and its methods the subject of discussion at the dinner tables of many countries, and now I was coming back to Packingtown for the first time since that event. There was a big hall, jammed to the very doors with Stockyards workers. You will pardon me if I say that they made it clear that they were glad to have me come there. And to this uproarious audience I told the story of the New York Herald investigation, and what had been discovered. I stood, looking into the faces of these workingmen and women, and said, you are the people who know about these matters. Are they true? There was a roar of assent that rocked the building. I said, I know they are true, and you know they are true. Now tell me this, ought they be made known to the American people? Would you like them to be made known to the American people? And again there was a roar of assent. Then I looked over the edge of the platform to a row of tables, where sat the reporters looking up, and I talked to them for a while. I said, you are newspaper men, you know a story when you see it. Tell me straight, is not this a story? The newspaper men nodded and grinned. They knew it was a story all right. The public would like to read this, the public of Chicago and the public of all the rest of America, would they not? And again the newspaper men nodded and grinned. Now, said I, play fair with me, give me a square deal, so far as you are concerned. Write this story just as I have told it tonight. Write it and turn it in and see what happens. Will you do that? And they pledged themselves. The audience saw them pledge themselves. And so the test was made, as perfect a test as anyone could conceive. And next morning there was just one newspaper in Chicago which mentioned my speech in the Stockyards district, the Chicago Socialist. Not one line in any other newspaper, morning or evening, in Chicago. A little later I happened to be on the Pacific coast, and made the test once more. I was putting on some plays, and it happened that a newspaper had played me a dirty trick that morning. So in my curtain speech I said what I thought of American newspapers, and told this Chicago story. Just one newspaper in San Francisco published a line about the matter, and that was the Bulletin, edited by Fremont Older, who happened to be a personal friend, and one of the few independent newspaper editors in America. Excepting for socialist papers, the Bulletin has the distinction of being the only American newspaper which has ever printed that story. I say the only American newspaper, I might say the only newspaper in the world. Some time afterwards there was a scandal about American meat in England, and the London Daily Telegraph requested me to cable them without limit any information I had as to present conditions in Packingtown. I sent them a couple of thousand words of this New York Herald story, but they did not publish a line of it. They had, of course, the fear that they might be sued for libel by the Herald. It is no protection to you in England that you are publishing the truth, for the maxim of the law of England is, the greater the truth the greater the libel. Also, no doubt, they were influenced by newspaper solidarity, a new kind of honor among thieves. 9. Aiming at the public's heart. The publication of The Jungle had brought me pitiful letters from workingmen and women in others of our great American slave pens, and I went to Ridgway of Everybody's with the proposition to write a series of articles dealing with the glass industry, the steel industry, the coal mines, the cotton mills, the lumber camps. I offered to do all the work of investigating myself, My proposition was accepted and I set to work. I went first to the glass works of South Jersey, where I saw little children working all night in 11-hour shifts, carrying heavy trays of red-hot glass bottles. Other children worked at the same tasks in the blazing heat of summer, and sometimes they fainted and had their eyes burned out by hot glass. When the state child labor inspector came, he was courteous enough to notify the superintendent of the glass works in advance, and so the underage children were collected in the passageway through which fresh air was blown to the furnaces. I told the story of one little Italian boy who had to walk several miles on the railroad track to his home after his all-night labors. He fell asleep from exhaustion on the way and the train ran over him. I submitted this article to Everybody's, who sent one of their editors to check up my facts. I recall one remark in his report, which was that he could not see that the little boys in the glass factories were any worse off than those who sold newspapers on the streets of New York. My answer was that this was not a reason for altering the glass article, it was a reason for adding an article about the newsboys. Meantime I was investigating the steel mills of Allegheny County. I spent a long time at this task, tracing out some of the ramifications of graft in the politics and journalism of Pittsburgh. The hordes of foreign labor recruited abroad and crowded into these mills were working, some of them 12 hours a day for 7 days in the week, and were victims of every kind of oppression and extortion. An elaborate system of spying crushed out all attempt at organization. I talked with the widow of one man, a Hungarian, who had had the misfortune to be caught with both legs under the wheels of one of the gigantic traveling cranes. In order to save his legs it would have been necessary to take the crane to pieces, which would have cost several $1,000s, so they ran over his legs and cut them off and paid him $200 damages. This article also I brought to Everybody's, and watched the process of the chilling of their editorial feed. What influences were brought to bear to cause their final break with me, I do not know, but this I have observed in 20 years of watching: there are few magazines that dare to attack the Steel Trust, and there are no politicians who dare it. Our little fellows among the corporations, our $10 and $100 million trusts, are now and then fair game for some muckraker or demagogue, but our billion-dollar corporation is sacred, and if anyone does not know it, he is taught it quickly. While I am on the subject of Everybody's, I might as well close my account with them. They had gained the purpose of their muckraking campaign, that is, 500,000 readers at $2 per year each, and 100 or 200 pages of advertising each month at $500 a page. So year by year one observed their youthful fervors dying. They found it possible to discover good things in American politics and industry. They no longer appreciate my style of muckraking, they do not stop their presses to put on my articles. Again and again I have been to them, and they are always friendly and polite, but they always turn me down. 3 or 4 years ago, I remember, they published an editorial, telling what wonderful people they were. They had been over their files, and gave a long list of the campaigns which they had undertaken for the benefit of the American people. Whereupon I wrote them a letter, asking them to take up this list and test it by the one real test that counted. From the point of view of a magazine, of course, it suffices if the public is told it is being robbed. That brings readers to the magazine, but what good does it do the public, if the robbery continues, and if the magazine drops the subject, and makes no move to get back the stolen money, or even to stop the future stealings? Let Everybody's apply the one test that had any meaning. Let them point out one instance where their exposures had resulted in changing the ownership of $1 from the hands of predatory exploiters to the hands of their victims. I was in position to bear witness in one of the cases cited by Everybody's magazine. I knew that the condemned meat industry was still flourishing, I knew that the wage slaves of Packingtown were still being sweated and bled. I knew also that the campaign of Tom Lawson had brought no result. Everybody's had clamored for laws to prevent stock gambling and manipulation, but no such laws had been passed, and Everybody's had dropped the subject. What had the magazine to say about the matter? Needless to add, the magazine had nothing to say about it. They did not answer my letter, they did not publish my letter. They have been taken over by the Butterick Publishing Company, and are an adjunct of the dress pattern trade, not an organ of public welfare. For years I continued to look over the magazine month by month, lured by vain hopes. It has been several years since I have found an article with any trace of social conscience. They have just finished a series of articles on after the war reconstruction, which for futility were unexampled. After glancing over these articles, I removed everybody's from that small list of magazines whose contents repay the labor of turning over the pages. A voice from Russia. For the sake of consecutiveness in this narrative, I have put off mention of a newspaper sensation which occurred during my jungle campaign, and which I happened to observe from the inside. I am glad to tell this story, because it gives the reader a chance to hear about the troubles of another man than Upton Sinclair. First, picture to yourself the plight of the Russian people in the spring of 1906, 1 or 200 million people held down by the most brutal tyranny of modern times, all knowledge withheld from them, their leaders, their best brains and consciences systematically exiled, slaughtered, tortured to death in dungeons. The people had been led into an imperialist war with Japan, and after a humiliating defeat were making an effort at freedom. This effort was being crushed with constantly increasing ferocity, and the cry of despair of the Russian people now echoed throughout the whole of civilization. Among these enslaved masses was one man who by titanic genius had raised himself to world fame. Nor had fame spoiled or seduced him, he stood a heroic figure, championing the rights of his people before the world. He came to America to plead for them, and to raise funds for their cause. Never since the days of Kossuth had there been an appeal which should have roused the American people to greater enthusiasm than this visit of Maxim Gorky. A group of American socialists went out on the revenue cutter Hudson to meet Gorky's steamer in the harbor. Among them I remember Gaylord Wilshire, Abraham Cahan, Leroy Scott. There were also reporters from all the newspapers, and on the way down the bay a reporter for the World came to Wilshire and asked if he had heard a report to the effect that the lady who was coming as Gorky's wife, Madame Andreeva, was not legally his wife. Wilshire answered by explaining to the reporter the situation existing in Russia, that marriage and divorce there were a graft of the Orthodox Church. It cost a good deal to get married, and it costs still more to get a divorce. The money you paid went to the support of fat and sensual priests, who were occupied in conducting pogroms, and keeping the peasantry of the country in superstition and slavery. Naturally, all Russian revolutionists repudiated this church, and paid it no money for marriage or divorce or any other purpose. The revolutionists had their own marriage code which they recognized. Gorky had complied with this code, and regarded Madame Andreeva as his wife, and everybody who knew him regarded her as his wife, and had no idea that she was not his wife. The reporters of other papers had gathered about, listening to this explanation, and they all agreed that the American public had no concern with the marriage customs of Russia, and that this story had nothing to do with Gorky's present mission. Gorky went to the Hotel Belclare, as Wilshire's guest. From the moment of his arrival he was the object of several different intrigues. In the first place there was the embassy of the Tsar, who was hanging and shooting Gorky's partisans in Russia, and naturally spared no labor or treasure to destroy him in America. A spy of the embassy afterwards confessed that it was he who took the story about Gorky's unorthodox marriage to the New York newspapers, and who later on succeeded in persuading the world to make use of it. Then there were representatives of the various newspaper syndicates and magazines and publishing houses, which wanted Gorky's writings, and were besieging his friends. And then there were two different groups of radicals, competing for his favor: the Friends of Russian Freedom, settlement workers and folks of that sort, many of whom have since become socialists, but who in those days were carefully bourgeois and painfully respectable, confining their revolutionary aims strictly to Russia, and the American socialists, who knew that Gorky was an internationalist like themselves, and wished to use his prestige for the benefit of the American movement, as well as for the Russian movement. It happened that at this time Moyer and Haywood were being tried for their lives, and this case was the test upon which the right and left wings were dividing. Gaylord Wilshire, who was then publishing a socialist magazine in New York, drafted a telegram of sympathy to Moyer and Haywood, and submitted it to Madame Andreeva, proposing that Gorky should sign it. Which, of course, threw the Friends of Russian Freedom into a panic. If Gorky supported Moyer and Haywood, he would get no money from the liberal millionaires of New York, the Schiffs and the Strausses and the Guggenheims and the rest, who might be persuaded to subsidize the Russian Revolution, but who had no interest in industrial freedom for America. The matter was explained to Gorky, and he gave his decision. He was an international socialist, and he would protest against the railroading of two radical labor leaders to the gallows. He signed the telegram, and it was sent, and next morning, of course, the New York newspapers were horrified, and the Russian embassy got busy, and President Roosevelt canceled a reception for Gorky at the White House. But the worst mistake that Gorky made was in his contracts for his writings. He fell into the very same trap that I have told about in Chapter 7. He signed a contract with the New York Journal, and thereby incurred the furious enmity of the New York World. So then the editors of the World remembered that story which they had got from the Russian embassy, or maybe the embassy reminded them of it again. By this story they could destroy entirely the news value of Gorky's writings. They could render worthless the contract with their hated rival. That incidentally they would help to hold 100 or 200 million people in slavery and torment for an indefinite number of years that weighed with the staff of the World not a featherweight. Next morning the World came out with a scare story on the front page, to the effect that Maxim Gorky had insulted the American people by coming to visit them and introducing his mistress as his wife. And instantly, of course, the news channels were opened wide. The Russian embassy saw to that. Do you recollect the fact that the general manager of the Associated Press went to Russia and received a decoration from the Tsar? From Maine to California, American provincialism quivered with indignation and horror. That night Gorky and his mistress were invited to leave the Hotel Belclare. They went to another hotel, and were refused admittance there. They went to an apartment house and were refused admittance there. They spent a good part of the small hours of the morning wandering about the streets of New York, until friends picked them up and whisked them away to a place which has never been revealed. And next morning all this shameful and humiliating story was flaunted on the front page of the newspapers, especially, of course, the New York World. A perfect flood of abuse was poured over the head of poor, bewildered Gorky. The clergy began to preach sermons about him, and our great, wise, virtuous statesmen, who were maintaining a house of mirth in Albany, and high-class houses of prostitution in every state capital and in the national capital, joined in denunciations of this display of foreign licentiousness. So Gorky's mission fell absolutely flat. His writings were scorned, and all he had to send to his heroic friends in Russia was the few dollars he himself was able to earn. I saw him several times during the year or two he stayed in America, first on Staten Island and then in the Adirondacks, a melancholy and pitiful figure, this Russian giant who had come to make his appeal to the heart of a great and liberal people, and had been knocked down and torn to pieces by the obscene vultures of commercial journalism. Even now the story is raked up, to serve the slave drivers of the world. Gorky is defending his revolution against Allied world capitalism. The United States Senate is officially collecting scandal concerning the Bolsheviki, and Senator Newt Nelson, aged servant of privilege from Minnesota, puts these words on the Associated Press wires: that horrible creature Maxim Gorky, he is about as immoral as a man can be. 11. A venture in cooperation. The next experience with which I have to deal is the Helicon Home Colony. I will begin by telling very briefly what this was, an attempt to solve the problem of the small family of moderate means, who have 1 or 2 children and are not satisfied with the sort of care these children get from ignorant servant maids, nor with the amount of play space they can find in a city apartment. I wrote an article in the Independent, pointing out that the amount of money which these people spent in maintaining separate kitchens and separate nurseries would, if expended in cooperation, enable them to have expert managers, and a kindergartner instead of a servant girl to take care of their children. I proposed that a group of forward-looking people should get together and establish what might be called a home club, or a hotel owned and run by its guests. There was nothing so very radical about this idea, For up in the Adirondacks are a number of clubs whose members rent cottages in the summertime and eat their meals in a club dining room. Why might there not be in the same community a school, owned and run by the parents of the children? The economic importance of the idea, if it could be made to work, would be beyond exaggerating. There are 20 million families in America, maintaining 20 million separate kitchens, with 20 million stoves and 20 million fires, 20 million sets of dishes to be washed, 20 million separate trips to market to be made. The waste involved in this is beyond calculation. I believe that when our system of universal dog-eat-dog has been abolished, and the souls of men and women have risen upon the wings of love and fellowship, they will look back on us in our 20 million separate kitchens as we look upon the Eskimos in their filthy snow huts lighted with walrus blubber. Here was a man who had made $30,000 from a book, risking the whole of it, and giving all his time to an effort to demonstrate that 50 or 60 intelligent people might solve this problem, might learn to cooperate in their housekeeping, and save a part of their time for study and play. Here were the newspaper editors of New York City, who were supposed to report the experiment, and who behaved like a band of Brazilian Indians, hiding in the woods about Helicon Hall and shooting the inmates full of poisoned arrows. Upton Sinclair and his little group of co-workers became a public spectacle, a free farce comedy for the great metropolis of Mammon. The cynical newspaper editors, whose first maxim in life is that nothing can ever be changed, picked out their cleverest young wits and sent them to spy in our nursery, and eavesdrop in our pantry, and report all the absurdities they could see or hear or invent. The procedure was so dishonest that even the reporters themselves sickened of it. There was one young man who used to come every Sunday, to write us up in Monday's New York Sun, for, you see, on Mondays there is generally a scarcity of news, and we served as comic relief to the sermons of the Fifth Avenue clergy. The Sun, of course, treated us according to its tradition as in the old days it had treated Sorosis and the populists. "Mr. Sinclair," said this young reporter, "you've got an awfully interesting place here, and I like the people, and feel like a cur to have to write as I do, but you know what the Sun is?" I answered that I knew. "Well," said the reporter, "can't you think of something amusing that I can write about, that won't do any harm?" So I thought. I had brought a collie dog from my farm at Princeton, and 3 times this dog had strayed or been stolen. "You might write about the dog instead of about the people," I said. So next morning there were 2 or 3 columns in the New York Sun, making merry over this latest evidence of the failure of cooperative housekeeping. Upton Sinclair's dog refused to stay at Helicon Hall. And then there was the famous adventure with Sudukichi Hartman. One day there arrived a postcard, reading, "Sudukichi Hartman will call." The announcement had a sort of royal sound, and I made inquiry and ascertained that I ought to have known who Sudukichi Hartman was. Just about dinner time there appeared 2 men and a girl, all 3 clad in soiled sweaters. One of the men was the Japanese-German art critic, and the other was Joe Davidson, the sculptor, a lovable fellow, who made sketches of us and kept us entertained. But Hartman had evidently been drinking, and when he told us that he had come to spend the night, we assured him quite truthfully that we had no room and could not accommodate him. There happened to be a meeting of the executive committee that night, with important problems to be settled, and when I came out from the committee room at 11 o'clock, I found the art critic making preparations to spend the night on one of the couches in our living room. He was told politely that he must leave, whereupon there was a scene. He spent a couple of hours arguing and denouncing, and next day he wrote a letter to all the newspapers, telling how he and his companions had been turned out of Helicon Hall at 1 o'clock in the morning, and had spent the night wandering about on the Palisades. And then there was a gentleman from Boston via Montmartre, Alvin F. Sanborn by name. He had written a book about the revolutionists of Paris, looking at them through a microscope as if they had been so many queer kinds of bugs, and now he came to turn his microscope on us. He proved to be a gentleman with a flowing soft necktie and a sharp suspicious nose. He accepted our hospitality, and then went away and criticized the cooking of our beans. His article appeared in the Evening Transcript of Boston, a city which is especially sensitive on the subject of beans. Mr. Sanborn found our atmosphere that of a bourgeois boarding house. I have no doubt it was a different atmosphere from that of the Quartier Latin, where Mr. Sanborn's standards of taste had been formed. Also there were the two Yale boys who ran away from college and came to tend our furnaces, and then ran back to college and wrote us up in the New York Sunday. They were Alan Upton and Sinclair Lewis, both of whom have grown up to be novelists. What they wrote about us was playful, and I would have shared in the fun, but for the fact that some of our members had their livings to think about. For example, there was a professor of philosophy at Columbia. Once or twice a week he had to give lectures to the young ladies at Barnard, and the dean of Barnard was a lady of stern and unbending dignity, and after those articles had appeared our professor would quiver every time he saw her. We were trying in Helicon Hall not to have servants, in the sense of a separate class of inferior animals whom we put off by themselves in the basement of the building. We tried to treat our workers as human beings. Once a week we had a dance, and everybody took part, and the professor of philosophy danced with the two pretty Irish girls who waited on the table. The fact that his wife was present ought to have made a difference, even to a dean, but the stories in the Sun did not mention the wife. So before long we began to notice dark hints in the newspapers, such esoteric phrases as Sinclair's love nest. I have since talked with newspaper men and learned that it was generally taken for granted by the newspaper world that Helicon Hall was a place which I had formed for the purpose of having many beautiful women about me. Either that, or else a diseased craving for notoriety. I remember Ridgway of Everybody's asking the question, couldn't you find some less troublesome way of advertising yourself? Now, I was still naive about many things in the world, but I assure the reader that I had by this time learned enough to have kept myself securely on the front pages of the newspapers, if that had been my aim in life. A group of capitalists had come to me with a proposition to found a model meat-packing establishment. They had offered me $300,000 worth of stock for the use of my name, and if I had accepted that offer and become the head of one of the city's commercial showplaces, lavishing full-page advertisements upon the newspapers, I might have had the choicest and most dignified kind of publicity. I might have been another Nicholas Murray Butler or George Harvey. I might have been invited to be the chief orator at banquets of the Chamber of Commerce and the National Civic Federation, and my eloquence would have been printed to the extent of columns. I might have joined the Union League Club and the Century Club, and my name would have gone upon the list of people about whom no uncomplimentary news may be published under any circumstances. At the same time I might have kept one or more apartments on Riverside Drive, with just as many beautiful women in them as I wished, and no one would have criticized me, no newspaper would have dropped hints about love nests. I have known many men, prominent capitalists and even prominent publishers and editors, who have done this, and you have never known about it. You would not know about it in 10,000 lifetimes, under our present system of predatory journalism. But what I did was to attack the profit system, even the profit in news. I refused to go after money, and when money came to me, I spent it forthwith on propaganda. So it comes about that you think of me at best as a sort of scarecrow, at worst as a free lover and preacher of sexual riot. So far as Helicon Hall was concerned, we were a gathering of decent literary folk, a number of us not socialists or cranks of any sort, several of the ladies coming from the South, where standards of ladyhood are rigid. There were Professor William Noyes of Teachers College and his wife, Professor W. P. Montague of Columbia, and his wife, Edwin Bjorkman, the critic, editor of the Modern Drama series, and during the war director of the government's propaganda in Scandinavian countries, his wife, Frances Moll Bjorkman, a well-known suffrage worker, Mrs. Grace McGowan Cook, the novelist, and her sister Alice McGowan, Edwin S. Potter, now assistant editor of the Searchlight on Congress, and his wife, Michael Williams, and his wife. Williams has since turned into a Roman Catholic, and has written an autobiography, The High Romance, in which he pokes fun at our socialist colony, but he is honest enough to omit hints about free love. What our people did was to work hard at their typewriters, and spend their spare time in helping with our community problems. We had many, and we didn't solve them all, by any means. It was not easy to find competent managers, and we were all novices ourselves. We had only 6 months to work in, and that was not time enough. But we certainly did solve the servant problem. From first to last, those who did the monotonous household work of our colony conducted themselves with dignity and sympathy. Also, we solved the problem of the children. We showed that the parents of our 14 children could cooperate. Our children had a little world of their own, and did their own work and lived their own community life, and were happier than any 14 children I have seen before or since. Also, we had a social life, which no one who took part in will forget. Such men as William James and John Dewey came to see us frequently, and around our big four-sided fireplace you heard discussions by authorities on almost every topic of present-day importance. But nobody read about these discussions in the newspapers. The publishers of newspapers were not selling that sort of news. I look back on Helicon Hall today, and this is the way I feel about it. I have lived in the future. I have known those wider freedoms and opportunities that the future will grant to all men and women. Now by harsh fate I have been seized and dragged back into a lower order of existence, and commanded to spend the balance of my days therein. I know that the command is irrevocable, and I make the best of my fate. I manage to keep cheerful, and to do my appointed task, but nothing can alter the fact in my own mind I have lived in the future, and all things about me seem drab and sordid in comparison. I feel as you would feel if you were suddenly taken back to the days when there was no plumbing and when people used perfume instead of soap. 12. The Village Horse Doctor. At 3 o'clock one morning in March there came a fire and wiped out the Helicon home colony. Everybody there lost everything, but that did not save us from dark hints in the newspapers, to the effect that some of our members had started the fire. The colony had just purchased ropes to be used as fire escapes from some remote rooms on the 3rd floor of the building. It was not mentioned by the newspapers that the managing committee had been discussing the need of those ropes for 3 or 4 months. For my part, I escaped from my room in the tower of the building with my night clothing burned, and part of my hair singed off, and my feet full of broken glass and burning brands, which laid me up for 2 or 3 weeks. The American magazine printed an editorial based on the rumor that the fire had been caused by leaking gas. The fact that we had defective gas pipes and not enough fire escapes proved to the American magazine that industrial cooperation was an impossibility. They gave me space to answer that there was absolutely no evidence that the fire had been caused by gas leaks, and that for years the authorities of the town had allowed Helicon Hall to be conducted under the profit system as a boarding school for boys, with no provision for fire escapes whatever. They did not allow me to state that at the time the mysterious fire took place I had in the building the data of many months of secret investigation into the armor plate frauds, whereby the Carnegie Steel Company had robbed the United States government of a sum which the government admitted to be $700,000, but which I could have proven to be many millions. I had, for example, the precise designation of a certain plate, A619, in the conning tower of the battleship Oregon, which was full of plugged-up blowholes, and would have splintered like glass if struck by a shell. I had the originals of the shop records of many such plates, which had been doctored in the handwritings of certain gentlemen now high in the councils of the Steel Trust. I had enough evidence to have sent these prominent gentlemen to the penitentiary for life, and I myself came very near being burned along with it. I put a brief account of these matters into the Money Changers, and some of the heads of the Steel Trust announced that they were going to sue me for libel, but thought better of it. I shall give some details about the matter later on, in telling the story of the Money Changers and its adventures. There was a coroner's inquest over the body of one man who lost his life in the Helicon Hall fire. This inquest I attended on crutches, and was cross-questioned for a couple of hours by the village horse doctor. 2 or 3 members of the jury were hostile, and I couldn't understand it, until near the end of the session it came out. We had had 2 organizations at Helicon Hall, the company, which owned the property, and the colony, a membership corporation or club, which leased the property from the company. We had made this arrangement, because under the law it was the only way we could keep the right to decide who should have admittance to the colony. If we had had one corporation, anybody who bought our stock would have had the right to come and live with us. But now it appeared that the village horse doctor and the village barber and the village grocer suspected the colony of a dire plot to keep from paying its just debts in the locality. I made haste to assure these gentlemen that my own credit was behind the bills, and that everything would be paid except the account of one painter who had contracted to do a job for $300 and had rendered a bill for $700. Also they questioned us closely about moral conditions in the colony, and brought out some sinister facts, which were spread on the front pages of the New York Evening World and the New York Evening Journal. It appeared that we had not had enough bedrooms at Helicon Hall, and on the third floor there was a huge studio which had served for the drawing classes of the boys' school. It was proposed to convert the studio into bedrooms, but first it would be necessary to raise the roof, and this would cost more money than we had to spare. Our architect had advised us that the same lumber which would be needed for this work might serve temporarily to partition off compartments in the studio, which would serve for sleeping quarters with curtains in front. So here at last the newspapers had what they wanted. Here was something suggestive, and a coroner's jury thrusting into it a remorseless probe. As it happened, in those curtained-off compartments there had slept an elderly widow who had begged to be allowed to work for us in order to educate her 16-year-old son who slept in the compartment next to her. Also there was an old Scotchman, an engineer who had come all the way across the continent to take charge of our heating plant, also a young carpenter who was working on the place, and one or two others whose names I forget, but all quite decent and honest working people whom we had come to know and respect. It is perfectly obvious that if people wish to be decent, curtains are sufficient, whereas, if they wish to be indecent, the heaviest doors will not prevent it, just as a woman can behave herself in a scanty bathing suit, or can misbehave herself though clad in elaborate court costume. These considerations, however, were not presented to the readers of the New York Evening World and the New York Evening Journal. What they got were the obscene hints of a village horse doctor, confirming their impression that socialists are moral lepers. There were 40 adults at Helicon Hall, and they did not live together 6 months without some gossip and some unpleasantness. There was a young working man who spouted crude ideas on sex, to the indignation of our 2 pretty Irish girls, and he was asked to shut up or to leave. There was a certain doctor, not a socialist, but an entirely conventional capitalist gentleman, who left of his own accord after asking one of the pretty Irish girls to visit his office. Also there was a man who fell in love with another man's wife. You cannot run a hotel, not even a cooperative hotel, without such things happening. Every hotel manager knows it, and counts himself lucky indeed if nothing worse happens. I was told by one of those in charge of the Waldorf Astoria in New York that there sits on every floor a woman clerk whose duty it is to see who goes into whose room. Quite recently I had dinner in a certain gorgeous and expensive leisure-class hotel in Southern California, and heard some young men of the world, guests of the hotel, discussing what was going on there, the elderly ladies of fashion who were putting paint on their cheeks and cutting their dresses halfway down their backs, and making open efforts to seduce these young men, the young matrons of the hotel, who disappeared for trips into the mountain canyons nearby, the married lady of great wealth, who had been in several scandals, who caroused all night with half a dozen soldiers and sailors, supplying them with all the liquor they wanted in spite of the law, and who finally was asked to leave the hotel not because of this carousing, but because she failed to pay her liquor bills. All this goes on in our fashionable resorts, from California to Florida via Lake Michigan and Newport. It goes on, and everybody in the hotels knows that it is going on, including the management of the hotels, but do you read anything about it in the newspapers? Only when it gets into the law courts, and then you get only the personal details, never the philosophy of it. Never are such facts used to prove that the capitalist system is a source of debauchery, prostitution, drunkenness, and disease, that it breaks up the home, and makes true religion and virtue impossible. For the most part what you read about these leisure-class hotels in the newspapers is elaborate advertisements of the hotels and their attractions, together with fatuous and servile accounts of the social doings of the guests, columns and columns of stuff about them, what they eat and what they drink and what they wear, what games they play and what trophies they win, how much money they have, and what important positions they fill in the world, and their opinions on every subject from politics to ping pong. They are society, they are the people who own the world, and for whom the world exists, and in every newspaper office there is a definite understanding that so long as these people keep out of the law courts, there shall be published no uncomplimentary news concerning them. I will finish with the subject of Helicon Hall while I am on it. 7 years later I found myself involved in the Colorado coal strike, fighting to break down the boycott of the capitalist newspapers. A group of young radicals endeavored to tell the story of the Ludlow massacre at a street meeting in Tarrytown, New York, the home of the Rockefellers. They were arrested and thrown into jail, and I started a campaign in Tarrytown to set them free. Under these circumstances I became the object of venomous attacks by the local paper, the Tarrytown News. In one of its editorials the news declared that my home in Englewood, New Jersey, had been raided by the police on account of free love practices, and this statement was reprinted by other papers. I was pretty cross at the time, because of a series of outrages which I had witnessed, so I caused the arrest of the editors of the Tarrytown News for criminal libel. By a curious coincidence I found myself involved once more with a village horse doctor, not the horse doctor of Englewood, New Jersey, but the horse doctor of Tarrytown, New York. Readers of King Cole will find him portrayed as the justice of the peace with whom the hero has an interview. This judicial horse doctor issued warrants, and appointed the day of the trial, and a number of my Helicon Hall friends agreed to come. But one was ill and another was called away, and my lawyer arranged with the lawyers of the other side for a week's postponement. Such agreements between lawyers are always considered matters of honor with the profession, but in this case, when we appeared before the judicial horse doctor to have the postponement arranged, the lawyers of the other side repudiated their agreement. So we found ourselves in a trap, ordered to proceed to trial without a single witness. Of course we refused to proceed, and the defendants were discharged. However, I still had the right of civil action, and of this right I prepared to avail myself. The attorneys for the News, as they afterwards told me themselves, made a thorough search of my life, and found nothing to help them. So they were willing to publish a retraction and an apology. There was no doubt that I could have made the News pay a very pretty price, but I had not brought the suit for money, and I agreed to let them off. The retraction was published on the front page of the News, but of course it was not published anywhere else, and there are probably not a dozen people today who know about it. Mark Twain, I believe, is author of the saying that a lie can run all the way round the earth while the truth is putting on its shoes. I find that wherever people still remember Helicon Hall, it is some of these old newspaper falsehoods they remember, and never our earnest effort to show the economies of domestic cooperation. Even the genial O. Henry, who, being an American, got his ideas about life from the newspapers. Say, do I look like I'd climbed down one of them missing fire escapes at Helicon Hall? Inquires the sarcastic James Turner, cleaner of hats, in the story, What You Want. On my desk there lies a copy of the Moving Picture World for April 19, 1919. Somebody has produced a moving picture film out of a book by the Irreverend Thomas Dixon, and the magazine tells the managers of moving picture theaters how to work up interest and make a clean-up on this film. Put up red flags about the town and hire soldiers to tear them down, if necessary, advises the Moving Picture World. This picture, Bolshevism on Trial, has a sublime patriotic motive. Columbia's sword is unsheathed to keep Bolshevism from the land of the free, proclaims the article. And it furthermore informs us that the picture promises to be one of the clean-up pictures of the season. The Moving Picture World thinks that it might profitably be given government support, for it is a powerful argument in controverting the dream talk of the socialists. It advises you to get local patriotic societies to help work all of the crowd stunts, it urges, and in giving elaborate details of a press campaign, it says, Work gradually to the contention that socialism will not be possible in this or the succeeding generation because people are not yet prepared for liberty such as socialism aims at. Later work in allusion to the feature of the limited experiment made by Upton Sinclair some years ago at Halicon Hall, where the community idea fell because all wanted to live without working. All of this should be worked under a pseudonym. The above, you must understand, is not an advertisement, but is reading matter in the country's leading motion picture journal. It gives you a fair idea of the intellectual attainments and moral standards of the men who supply the material by which our children's imaginations are stimulated and developed. 13. In high society. I had written a book showing what was going on at one end of the social scale. It now occurred to me to write a book showing what was going on at the other end. Who spent the money wrung from the wage slaves of the stockyards, and what did they spend it for? So came the metropolis, whose adventures I have next to tell. The dramatization of the jungle had brought me into touch with the play broker, Arch Selwyn, who has since become a well-known producer of plays. We were having lunch at some hotel on Broadway, talking about our play business, when I happened to mention the new novel I was writing. "Say, that's the real thing," said Arch. "What you want to do is to get on the inside of that society game. Get a job in one of those Long Island country homes, and treat them to a real muckraking." We spent some time joshing one another over this idea. I was to get a job as steward on Howard Gould's yacht. Arch, who had a tendency toward stoutness, was to assist me by butlering in one of the Vanderbilt palaces. Arch was chummy with a man named Reynold Wolfe, who wrote gossip for the Morning Telegraph, organ of the Tenderloin and the Sporting World of New York. To my consternation, there appeared in the Telegraph next morning a news item with these headlines: "Upton Sinclair puts on livery other servants at the Breakers, the Vanderbilt home in Newport, catch him taking notes. Jungle's author ejected." And in the detailed story which followed it was set forth that I had also been employed as a steward on Howard Gould's yacht. The concluding sentence read: "He says that he was ready to leave, inasmuch as he already had absorbed the salient features of Newport culture. Now there are 3 or 4 main press agencies whereby news from New York goes out to the rest of the world. I have shown how in the case of the condemned meat industry these news channels became a concrete wall. Here suddenly this concrete wall collapsed and became a channel. In Vancouver and Buenos Aires, in Johannesburg and Shanghai and Auckland, people read next morning that the author of The Jungle had been listening at the keyhole on board the private yacht of an American millionaire. I wrote an indignant letter to the Morning Telegraph, denouncing the story and demanding that they should publish a retraction. They published it in an obscure corner. I took the trouble myself to forward this letter to all the press agencies which had sent out the story, but the news channels had again become concrete walls. To show what our press has done to my literary work, let me say that in small countries such as Norway and Denmark and New Zealand I have more readers than in the whole of the United States. A single book of mine, Sylvia's Marriage, which in America sold 2,000 copies in 5 years, sold in Great Britain 43,000 copies in 2 years. And sometimes I wonder what all these people abroad must think about me, after 15 years operation of the news channel and concrete wall. I wonder, and then there comes to me the memory of an incident which happened in Holland. I had rented the home of a peasant family in the country, and was much troubled by fleas, due to a custom of the Hollanders of keeping their cattle and goats in the rear portions of their homes during the winter. I tried insect powders and sulfur fumes in vain, and finally decided upon a desperate remedy. I went to an apothecary and told him that I wanted 5 pounds of cyanide of potassium and a couple of quarts of sulfuric acid. I remember well his look of dismay. "My dear sir." What I told him that I was aware of the danger, and would seal up the house for several days, and take all due precautions. They are a polite people, these Hollanders, the most considerate I have ever met, and the apothecary's comment was a beautiful combination of terseness and tact. "Here in Holland," said he, "we should say that was a characteristically American procedure. And so I suppose it must be with my readers abroad. They would not expect a European author to go prying at keyholes on board a private yacht, but when they read it in a dispatch from New York, they say what the Dutch chemists said about cyanogen gas as a remedy for fleas. The charge has been made so many times that the Metropolis is a book of servants' gossip that it might be well to state that there is no detail in the book which was derived in any such way. The newspapers which labored so desperately to discredit the book pointed out that while it was possible for anyone to go into the stockyards and see what was going on, it was not possible for anyone to go into society. They saw fit to overlook the fact that I myself had been brought up in what is called society, or at least on the edge of it, with the right to enter whenever I chose. My earliest boyhood recollections have to do with young ladies being prepared for debut parties or for weddings, discussing the material for costumes, and the worldly possessions of various eligible young men, and whether so-and-so's grandfather was a grocer. I cannot remember the time that I was too young to abhor society, its crass materialism, its blindness to everything serious and truly sacred in life. Also, contrary to the general impression, it is not in the least difficult to meet the New York smart set, if you happen to be a celebrity. As the late John L. Sullivan remarked about Grover Cleveland, a big man is a big man. It don't matter if he is a prize fighter or a president. I remember once asking Arthur Brisbane how he managed to hobnob with the Long Island smart set, when he was attacking their financial interests so frequently. He answered that they esteemed success, and cared very little how it had been gained. You must understand that the members of this smart set are bored most of the time. They go hunting wild animals all over the world, they fly in airplanes, and break their necks chasing imitation foxes, they collect porcelains and postage stamps, Egyptian scarabs and Japanese prints, they invite prize fighters and vaudeville artists and European noblemen, anything in the world to escape boredom. Do you suppose they would resist the temptation of a novelist whose bloody horrors had sent shudders along their spines? You have read how hunters on the plains are accustomed to draw antelope to them. They stand on their heads and kick their heels in the air, and the timid, curious creatures peer wonderingly, and come nearer and nearer to gaze at the startling spectacle. And precisely so it was with me, after The Jungle came out, and even after it was known that I was writing The Metropolis. I used to see the sharp ears and soft brown eyes of timid and curious society antelopes peering at me through the curtained windows of Fifth Avenue mansions and Long Island country places. All I had to do was to go on kicking my heels in the air, and they would come out of their hiding places and draw nearer and nearer until at last I might leap to my feet and seize my rifle and shoot them. I can say truly that I did not break any game laws in the Metropolis. The ladies whom I drew from real life, for example, Mrs. Vivie Patton and Mrs. Billie Alden, were ladies who let me understand that they were game, they lived to be conspicuous, and they would not be distressed to have it rumored that they figured in my novel. Some extracts from the Metropolis were published serially by the American magazine. The editors of the magazine opened negotiations with the New York Times, offering to give them the exclusive story of this sensational serial. Van Anda, managing editor of the Times, is a newspaper man, and made preparations for another big scoop, as in the case of the condemned meat industry. But this time, alas, he reckoned without his owner. Mr. Adolph Oakes happened in at 1 o'clock in the morning, and discovered a 3 or 4 column story about the Metropolis on the front page of the Times. It was not so bad for Upton Sinclair to attack a great industry of Chicago, but when it came to the sacred divinities of New York, that was another matter. The story was killed, and incidentally, Upton Sinclair was forbidden ever again to be featured by the New York Times. The law laid down that night has been enforced for 12 years. The editors of the American magazine had expected to create a sensation, but they were not prepared for the storm of abuse which fell upon the Metropolis, and upon them for publishing it. I was surprised myself by the way in which those who posed as men of letters dropped their literary camouflage, their pretenses of academic aloofness, and flung themselves into the class struggle. It is a fact with which every union working man is familiar, that his most bitter despisers are the petty underlings of the business world, the poor office clerks, who are often the worst exploited of proletarians, but who, because they are allowed to wear a white collar and to work in the office with the boss, regard themselves as members of the capitalist class. In exactly the same way I now discovered that every penny-a-liner and hack writer in newspaperdom regarded himself or herself as a member of society, and made haste to prove it by pouring ridicule upon the metropolis. Mrs. Cora Harris, a Southern authoress of rigid propriety, wrote an article about me in The Independent, in which she hailed me as the buzzard novelist, and went on to say that I had listened at the keyhole on Howard Gould's yacht. The Independent printed my answer, which was that I had been following my career as buzzard novelist for many years, and had yet to be accused of a falsehood, but that Mrs. Harris, at the very opening of her career as buzzard critic, had repeated a grotesque falsehood which I had denied again and again. I am not proud of The Metropolis as a work of art. I was ill and desperately harassed when I wrote it, and I would not defend it as literature. But as a picture of the manners and morals of the smart set of New York, I am prepared to defend it as a mild statement of the truth. I have been charged with exaggeration in the prices I quoted, the cost of the orgies of the smart set. These prices I had verified, not from the columns of the yellow journals, but by the inspection of bills. I was accused of crudeness in mentioning prices, because in society it is not good form to mention them. I would answer that this is one of the shams which society seeks to impose upon the wondering multitude. I have never anywhere heard such crude talk about the prices of things and the worldly possessions of people as I have heard among the idle rich in New York. And even if society were as austere and free from vulgarity as it wishes the penny-a-liners and hack writers to believe, that would make no difference to me, for if people are squandering the blood and tears of the poor in luxury and wantonness, it does not seem to me such a great virtue that they avoid referring to the fact. Also the critics were cross with the hero of the novel. They said he was a prig. He ought to have been really tempted by the charms of the lovely Mrs. Winnie Duval. Well, I don't know. I planned the book as the first of a trilogy, meaning to show the real temptations to which men are exposed in the metropolis of Mammon. It happened to me, not once, but several times, to meet with an experience such as I have portrayed in the Mrs. Winnie scene, and I never found it any particular temptation. The real temptation of the great metropolis is not the exquisite ladies with unsatisfied emotions, it is that if you refuse to bow the knee to the mammon of its unrighteousness you become an outcast. In the public mind, you are excluded from all influence and power, you are denied all opportunity to express yourself, to exercise your talents, to bring your gifts to fruition. One of the reasons the metropolis had a comparatively small sale was because I had refused to do the conventional thing to show a noble young hero struggling in the net of an elegant siren. The temptation I showed was that of the man's world, not of the woman's, the temptation of Wall Street offices, not of Fifth Avenue boudoirs. It was a kind of temptation of which the critics were ignorant, and in which the public, alas, was uninterested. 14. The Great Panic. My investigations for the metropolis had brought me several permanent friendships, for there are true and gracious people in New York society, as everywhere else. One of them was Edmund Kelly, who was not only a thinker and writer of distinction, but an international lawyer, known in all the capitals of Europe, and up to the time of his death the only American who had received the Cross of the Legion of Honor in France. Kelly had been counsel for Anna Gould in her famous divorce suit, and told me the incredible story of Count Boney de Castellane. The Metropolis was being published in Paris, and causing a sensation there. As I read the eulogies of the French critics, I used to smile to myself, wondering what they would have said if I had made a book about the manners and morals of French society, as seen through the eyes of Edmund Kelly. It happened that I was in New York in the fall of 1907, and was in Kelly's study late one evening. I had to wait an hour or two for him, and he came in, deeply moved, and told me that he had just left the home of an old friend, Charles T. Barney, president of the Knickerbocker Trust Company, who was in dire distress. I had been reading in the papers for a couple of days wild rumors of trouble in this institution, which had built itself a miniature Greek temple at the corner of 34th Street and 5th Avenue. Now I got the inside story of what was going on. It appeared that the masters of high finance in New York, of whom the late J.P. Morgan was king, had determined to break these new institutions, the independent trust companies which were creeping in upon their preserves. Morgan had deliberately led Barney into entanglements, and had given him definite promise of support. That night, when called upon by Barney, he had repudiated his pledge, so the Knickerbocker Trust Company was doomed. Several other trust companies would go with it, and the whole financial structure of New York would be shaken to the foundations. Kelly had promised even that late at night to make appeals in Barney's behalf, so I left him. Next morning I read in the paper that an hour or two after Kelly had parted from him, the president of the Knickerbocker Trust Company had shot himself through the body. So came the panic of 1907. Pierpont Morgan, having deliberately brought it on to tighten his hold upon the credit of the country, discovered that it was getting beyond his control, and by desperate efforts stopped it, for which action he became the hero of capitalist journalism in America. It happened that from two other independent sources I got the story, every part of which dovetailed together. So I went about the streets of New York, knowing that this mighty master of finance, who was being crowned as a deliverer, was in fact a greedy old ruffian who had deliberately brought ruin to thousands of small businessmen, and misery and want to millions of workers. I had Kelly's permission to tell the story in the form of a thinly veiled allegory, the meaning of which no one could possibly miss. I took the proposition to the American magazine, which signed a contract with me to publish the story as a serial. I set to work to write it, but meantime the American magazine must have begun to hear from Wall Street. It was not very long before John S. Phillips, editor of the magazine, was sending for me and pleading with me as a personal favor to let him off from this contract. I did so, and so ends the chapter of my dealings with another of our great organs of publicity. I know no more pitiful story in the history of our journalism than that of the American magazine. It was founded because Lincoln Steffens, Ida Tarbell, Ray Stannard Baker and Finley Peter Dunn found they were no longer permitted to tell the truth in McClure's. They purchased the American, assuming a debt of $400,000. Soon afterwards one of the assistant editors told me that they were having trouble in meeting their interest payments, and then came a crisis, plainly revealed in their columns. The magazine had begun the publication of a sensational series of articles, Barbarous Mexico, by John Kenneth Turner. These articles, since published in book form, and a second time suppressed, gave an intimate, first-hand account of the ferocities of the Diaz regime, under which American dollar diplomats were coining enormous fortunes. The American began the publication with a grand hurrah. It published 2 or 3 of the articles, and then suddenly it quit, with a feeble and obviously dishonest excuse, and poor Turner had to take his articles to that refuge of suppressed muckrakers, the Appeal to Reason. There must have been some crisis in the office of the magazine. Somebody had evidently had a showdown. The editors had been taught their place. Ever since then they have been a theme for tears. Ida Tarbell, who had torn the wrappings off the infamies of Standard Oil, has forgotten the subject, while Standard Oil, after a sham reorganization, has almost doubled the value of its stock, and more than doubled its plundering of the public. Ray Stannard Baker, who exposed the financial knaveries of the Beef Trust, shed his muckraker skin and metamorphosed himself into David Grayson, a back-to-the-land sentimentalist, and this while the Beef Trust has multiplied 4 times over the profits it takes out of the necessities of a war-torn world. Finley Peter Dunn, who contributed the satires of Mr. Dooley and that withering ridicule of the idle rich under the name of Mr. Worldly Wise Man, has apparently fallen silent from shame. Lincoln Steffens, the one man who stood by his convictions, quit the magazine, and now cannot get his real opinions published anywhere. The American magazine, which started out to reclaim the industrial and political life of our country, is now publishing articles about how a little boy raises potatoes in a cigar box, and how a man can become a millionaire by cobbling his own shoes. I write these words in anger, but then I remember my pledge, the exact facts. So I go to the library and take down the first bound volume my hand touches. Here are the titles of a few special articles and feature stories from the American magazine for January, 1918, How We Decide When to Raise a Man's Salary. What to do with a bad habit. Are you going somewhere or only wandering around? The comic side of trouble. Do you laugh at the misfortunes of others? The businesswoman and the powder puff, the personal story of one who has made a success and thinks she knows the reason why. What I have seen booze do. Interesting people. A wonderful young private secretary. A barber who uses his head. The star in a one-girl show. From prizefighter to parson. Now I ask you, could any muckraker in a rage make up a list of titles more completely expressive of vulgarity, commercialism, and general bunk than the above real ones? I was at this time planning the sequel to The Metropolis, called The Money Changers. The story of the 1907 panic fitted perfectly into my purposes, and so I made it the basis of this novel. Needless to say, I couldn't get the American magazine or any other magazine to publish it serially, nor could I get any respectable publishing house to take up the book. I was forced to go to a fifth-rate concern, which afterwards went into bankruptcy. By the literary reviewers I was now practically boycotted. I had written a book of scandal, I had déclassé myself as a man of letters. The fact that every word I had written was the truth, and that the men I pilloried were the plunderers of a great nation, made no difference whatever to the austere guardians of our literary traditions. Since the year 1908, when The Money Changers was published, it has been the rule of American literary authorities that in discussions of American novelists my name is not mentioned. In 1914 George Brandes, the greatest of living critics, visited America, and to reporters at the steamer he made the statement that there were 3 American novelists whom he found worth reading, Frank Norris, Jack London, and Upton Sinclair. Every New York newspaper except one quoted Dr. Brandes as saying that there were 2 American novelists he found worth reading, Frank Norris and Jack London. Dr. Brandes was puzzled by this incident, and asked me the reason. When I told him, he consented to write a preface to my next novel, King Cole. He spoke so highly of the book that I refrained from quoting him. But did his praise make any difference to American critics? It did not. All the publicity The Money Changers got was from our yellow journals. The reader will understand that I despise these yellows. They are utterly without honor, they are vulgar and cruel, and yet, in spite of all their vices, I count them less dangerous to society than the so-called respectable papers, which pretend to all the virtues, and set the smug and pious tone for good society papers like the New York Tribune and the Boston Evening Transcript and the Baltimore Sun, which are read by rich old gentlemen and maiden aunts, and can hardly ever be forced to admit to their columns any new or vital event or opinion. These are kept papers, in the strictest sense of the term, and do not have to hustle on the street for money. They serve the pocketbooks of the whole propertied class, which is the meaning of the term respectability in the bourgeois world. On the other hand, the yellow journals, serving their own pocketbooks exclusively, will often print attacks on vested wealth, provided the attacks are startling and sensational, and provided the vested wealth in question is not a heavy advertiser. An illustration of what I mean is the following, which appeared in the New York American for September 6, 1908. U.S. Navy admits rotten armor. Carnegie Co.'s profit, $700,000. Admiral Mason says Oregon now carries 400 tons. Indiana, Massachusetts, New York, and others also have defective plates. Facts hidden 15 years. Revelations in Upton Sinclair's new novel are fully verified. Washington, September 5. Rear Admiral W. P. Mason, Chief of the Bureau of Ordnance, in an interview today admitted that the battleship Oregon, once the pride of the United States Navy, has carried since the day she was built 400 tons of defective armor plate. In addition, the naval authorities reluctantly told that the conning tower of the Oregon, which by expert testimony nearly 15 years ago was shown to be full of blowholes, is still on this vessel, which may any day be called in defending the country against an enemy. It is also known that the armor manufactured by the Carnegie Steel Company, Limited, up to the latter part of 1893, which Hilary A. Herbert, then Secretary of the Navy, recommended be stripped from the Indiana, New York, Massachusetts, and several other smaller vessels has never been removed. The investigation made by the American was prompted by the assertion in Upton Sinclair's new book, The Money Changers, that there are ships in our Navy covered with rotten armor plate that was sold to the government for 4 or 5 times what it cost. Referring to the investigation in 1893-94, which resulted in the celebrated armor plate scandal, the author says, nothing much was ever done about it. The government could not afford to let the real facts get out. But, of course, the insiders in the Navy knew about it, and the memory will last as long as the ships last. This part of the book is a bitter attack on several well-known men who have been connected for years with the steel industry, and whose identity it is easy to trace. It charges that at the time of the armor plate scandal they bought out the Democratic Party and secured the support of a President of the United States. And here is part of a second dispatch, which appeared in the New York World the following day. It is amusing to note how these two rivals, the World and the American, follow each other up. Lake Placid, NY, September 6. In an interview given by him today, after he had been informed by his publishers and a representative of the World of a report from Pittsburgh that William E. Corey, president of the U.S. Steel Corporation, is to proceed against him for libel, basing his action on charges contained in his new novel, Upton Sinclair, who is spending the summer at Lake Placid, defied the steel crowd, as he designated Mr. Corey and his associates, to do their worst. Mr. Sinclair declared he would welcome legal action on the part of Mr. Corey, because it would give him an opportunity to place on record evidence which he declares is in his possession concerning alleged fraudulent acts of the steel men. I have not as many documents as I once had, said Mr. Sinclair. I have not been able to replace some that were burned at Helicon Hall, but I have more than Mr. Corey would care to see in print, I fancy. Mr. Sinclair said that among other documents in his possession before the destruction of Helicon Hall by fire, were affidavits and other papers pertaining to alleged fraudulent practices in connection with the manufacture of steel rails. I took the trouble, said he, to go out to Pittsburgh. I spent a couple of weeks investigating. I had affidavits to prove that these practices prevailed in the case of steel rails, a year or two before E. H. Harriman gave out his statement as to the wretched quality of rails which the Steel Trust was selling his railroads. I can tell Mr. Harriman, too, that his own purchasing officials were not ignorant about it. All this, of course, had little to do with literature. But it had something to do with journalism, had it not? It had to do with matters of vital importance to the American people: battleships that could not fight, and steel rails that cracked and caused train wrecks. How came it that all our organs of respectability kept silence, and left these grave matters to the despised yellow press? Asterisk. 15 shredded wheat biscuit. I had all but ruined my health by overwork, and I now went to California for a winter's rest. I rested a couple of months, and then wrote 3 one-act plays. Having received a couple of $1,000 from the money changers, I decided to try out a plan which had haunted me for many years, that of establishing a socialist theatrical enterprise. There were 1,500 socialist locals throughout the United States, some of them large organizations. Would not they welcome a little traveling company, voicing the ideas which were barred from the commercial stage? I began to organize and rehearse such a company in San Francisco. And so came new adventures with the newspapers. First, the famous adventure of the shredded wheat biscuit. It must be explained that I was trying queer ideas in diet. I have always been of an experimental temperament, and was willing to try anything in the hope of solving the health problem, which I have since realized is insoluble, there being no diet or system of any sort which will permit a man to overwork with impunity. In California I was living on raw food, and had written some articles about it in Physical Culture. When I had to eat in San Francisco hotels I could not get raw food, of course, but at least I wanted whole wheat bread, or failing that, shredded wheat biscuit. All of which, needless to say, was highly amusing to hotel proprietors and newspaper reporters. I was staying at the St. Francis, and I ordered a meal in the restaurant, from a menu which specified 1 shredded wheat biscuit with cream, 25c, 2 shredded wheat biscuit with cream, 40c. I ordered 1 shredded wheat biscuit, and after I had eaten it I wanted another, so I told the waiter to make it 2. When I received the bill it showed 50 cents, and I pointed out to the waiter that this was an error, it should have been 40 cents, I had had only 1 portion of cream. The waiter consulted and returned with the information that inasmuch as the order had been placed in the form of 2 orders, the bill was 25 cents each. I paid the bill without further comment, but going out into the lobby I reflected that it was rather preposterous to charge 25 cents for a shredded wheat biscuit, when you could go around the corner to a grocery store and buy a dozen in a box for 10 or 15 cents. My abnormal sense of equity vented itself in a brief note to the management, stating that I had been charged 50 cents for 2 shredded wheat biscuit, when the price on the menu was 40 cents, and I would appreciate having my extra 10 cents returned to me. This note I handed to the clerk, and there my knowledge of the matter ends. I am not in position to say that the management of the Hotel St. Francis turned over my note to the San Francisco Examiner. I can only say that I did not mention the matter to anyone, and that all I did was to write the note, seal it in an envelope, and hand it to the clerk at the desk. I understand, of course, that hotels have to have publicity. People are arriving in the city by thousands every day, and the problem of what hotels they go to depends upon what hotels they hear about. If a great soap magnate or lard king is visiting the St. Francis, the management makes haste to notify the reporters, and there is published a dignified interview with the soap magnate or lard king, giving his opinion of the market prospects for soap or lard, and the need of a higher tariff on such commodities. If a notorious socialist muckraker is visiting the St. Francis, and it is discovered that he orders Waldorf salads and shredded wheat biscuit and such like foods for monkeys and squirrels, why, then the management perceives an opportunity for publicity of a gay and cheerful nature. San Francisco, you understand, prides itself upon being a place of bohemianism, of bonhomie. San Francisco had more saloons in proportion to its population than any other city in America, and more venereal disease than Paris, so I was told by a Stanford professor. San Francisco must have its little jokes. Next morning there appeared in the San Francisco Examiner a feature story to the effect that Upton Sinclair had ordered 2 shredded wheat biscuit in the dining room of the Hotel St. Francis, and when rendered a bill for 25 cents had refused to pay it and had raised a disturbance in the dining room. Immediately, of course, the great concrete wall turned into a news channel once again, and people in Vancouver and Buenos Aires, in Johannesburg and Shanghai and Auckland, who had last heard of Upton Sinclair as working as a steward on Howard Gould's yacht, now heard of him as raising a disturbance over shredded wheat biscuit in a hotel dining room. Upton Sinclair rages, runs the headline in the Los Angeles Examiner. An actress by the name of Rose Stahl was playing up in Seattle, and her publicity man must have seen an opportunity to get in on the game. In the afternoon paper there appeared a story to the effect that Rose Stahl had telegraphed me 25 cents with which to pay for my shredded wheat biscuit. Rose Stahl did not actually send me the 25 cents, at any rate I never received it, she merely gave out the story that she was sending it, and the concrete wall remained a news channel long enough to convey this report. I stop and wonder, will my readers find it possible to believe these tales? So many things happening to one man. There is something suspicious about it where there is so much smoke, surely there must have been at least one tiny spark of fire. Did I not really raise a disturbance, just the tiniest little bit of a disturbance such as would have caused the people at the next table to desist from their conversation and look at me? All that I can do is to remind the reader of the pledge I gave at the beginning of this book: I am telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Not only did I not raise a disturbance in the dining room of the Hotel St. Francis, I never in my life raised a disturbance in a public dining room, nor in any other public place so far as I can recollect. The one act that might be called a disturbance was that which I performed in front of the office of John D. Rockefeller, Jr., during the Colorado coal strike. It consisted of walking up and down in absolute silence with a band of crepe around my arm. On several other occasions I have made socialist speeches, and the newspapers have seen fit to write these up as if they were disturbances, but I have never in my life engaged in any sort of altercation or controversy in a public place. I am by instinct shy, and I don't go into public at all, except I am carried by some conviction. As a little boy I got into 1 or 2 fights, and got a bloody nose each time, but since the age of 11 or 12 I have never struck a human being, and can only remember threatening to do so on one occasion in a public park, when I saw an old bootblack beating a very small boy. As for raising a disturbance with a waiter, I can only say that when a poor wage slave in a leisure-class hotel brings me an improper bill, my impulse is to give him, not a scolding, but an IWW tract. My anger is reserved for the management of the hotel which is robbing me, and I give vent to this anger in a polite letter, which causes the management to rob me still further. As Shakespeare says, "Who steals my purse steals trash. But he that filches from me my good name, robs me of that which not enriches him, and leaves me poor indeed." My wife reads this story, and laughs. She says the world will find me comical, defending myself so very solemnly against a comical charge. Well, I am not without a sense of humor. I look back in retrospect, and have not a little fun over my monkey diet days. But I am serious in this book, and if you will bear with me to the end, you will see why. You will see the same predatory journalism, which made a monkey out of me, engaged in blasting the best hopes of mankind, and perpetuating slavery and torment for hundreds of millions of people. 16. An interview on marriage. 2 or 3 days after the shredded wheat episode, there called on me a pleasant lady who introduced herself as a friend of an old friend of mine. She wanted to ask me some questions, and as I was just going in to lunch and had an engagement immediately afterwards, I asked this lady to lunch with me. It appeared that a man and woman in the city had announced the completion of a 5 or 10 years trial marriage. Would I say what I thought about this couple, and about trial marriages in general? I have always been willing to say what I thought about any subject, so I explained that while I was not an advocate of trial marriages, it was apparent that this couple were sincere, and one must respect people who stood by their convictions in the face of prejudice and ridicule. I went on to talk to this lady on the subject of modern marriages. I cannot, of course, state word for word what I said, but I know my views, which have not changed in any way, so I can practically duplicate the interview. In any competitive society, woman is necessarily condemned to a position of inferiority by the burdens of maternity, so, either she has to suppress her love nature and her desire for children, or she must find some man who will take care of her. In a society whose standards are pecuniary, that is to say, whose members are esteemed in proportion to the amount of their worldly possessions, the average woman is forced into a mercenary attitude toward love and marriage. In weighing the various men who offer themselves, she will generally have to balance money against love, and the more corrupt the society becomes, that is to say, the greater the economic inequality, the more mercenary will become the attitude of women, the more they will weigh money in the balance, and the less they will weigh love. This is particularly true of the older women, who know the world and the ways of the world, and who seek to control the marriages made by their young. In the course of this abstract discourse I gave some instances. I told of a couple of mothers I had watched, marrying off their daughters to what they called eligible men, that is to say, men who could support the daughters in luxury. I said, those girls were practically sold. I told of a young girl being married to a hard and dull old businessman. I told of another young girl being married to a rich man who had syphilis. I told of another young girl, who happened to be intimately known to myself and my wife, who had been in the plight of a school teacher, that is to say, facing a lifetime of drudgery, and the ultimate breakdown of her health, and who had married a middle-aged corrupt politician. We had watched the progress of this marriage. We knew that the husband was unfaithful to his wife, and we knew that the wife knew it, and we knew that for the sake of a home and fashionable clothes she was parting with the finer qualities of her nature. Said I, we have seen this woman's character deteriorating stage by stage, and when we see things like that, it almost makes us feel ashamed of being married. Now, of course, this was a foolish remark, but it was no worse than foolish, was it? It wasn't precisely criminal. But see what was done with it? I parted from the lady who had been my guest at lunch, and next morning, January 30th, 1909, a member of my little theatrical company called me up in excitement and distress of mind, to ask had I seen that morning's Examiner. I obtained a copy, and on the front page I saw a picture of myself and a picture of my wife, that stolen picture about which I have previously told. The story had a scare headline reading, "Upton Sinclair sorry he wed. Says ceremony is farce." Underneath the pictures was the caption, "Upton Sinclair and the wife he declared yesterday he is sorry that he married." I will quote a few paragraphs from the article, you will appreciate the jolly tone of it. Upton Sinclair says he's sorry he's married. He said it right out in a calm, matter-of-fact tone of voice, and the waiter almost dropped the butter plate, well trained as the particular waiter who happened to be leaning over the back of Mr. Sinclair's chair with this particular butter plate happened to be. As Mr. Sinclair talked, he threw a handful of California raisins into his dish of Waldorf salad and watched with evident pleasure the contrast of the dull purple of the raisins with the pale silver of the celery and the gold of the aspic mayonnaise. Why am I so prejudiced against marriage? Why shouldn't I be prejudiced against it? You might as well ask me why I am so prejudiced against slavery or against thievery, or if it comes to that, against murder either. Marriage in this day is nothing but legalized slavery, that's the most polite word to call it, I fancy. The average married woman is bought and sold just exactly as much as any horse or any dog is bought. Marriage, oof. It really isn't a subject to be discussed at the table. Needless to say, here was another occasion where the concrete wall became a news channel. This story was telegraphed to all the Hearst newspapers, and published with the same photographs in New York, Boston, Chicago, Atlanta, and Los Angeles. The substance of it was telegraphed abroad and laid before the readers of my books, not merely in England and France and Germany and Norway and Sweden, but in South Africa and Australia, in Yokohama and Hong Kong and Bombay. Please do not think that I am just giving you a geography lesson. I made a memorandum at the time concerning this particular story, which hurt me more than anything that had ever happened to me. It chanced that my 3 one-act plays were to have their opening performance in San Francisco that evening. So when I was called on the stage to make a speech, I spread out a copy of the Examiner and told what had happened. Next morning the Examiner took up the cudgels, and published an article by Annie Laurie, the interviewing lady, upbraiding me for playing the crybaby and refusing to stand by the words that I had spoken. Thinking the matter over, I realized that quite possibly Annie Laurie was partly sincere. She may have thought that the interview she wrote represented me. She was so vulgar that she saw no difference between the phrases I had used and the twist she had given to them. This misquotation by ignorant and vulgar reporters happens not merely to muckrakers and socialist agitators, it happens to the most respectable persons. For example, here is Professor J. Lawrence Laughlin, of Chicago University. He hides himself in the shade of his classic elms, and does his best to preserve his dignity, but in vain. In an address to a graduating class he urged the class to seek a sense of form in dress, manners, speech, and intellectual habits. In antithesis it was pointed out that we had lived too long in a kingdom of slouch. The New York papers got it by telegraph in this fashion: "The wiggling, swaying movements of American women on the streets and the stage have made them the ridicule of all Europe. They have a glide and a wiggle that makes them both undignified and ungraceful." Whereupon the horrified professor writes to the New York Nation: "Of course, I never said any such thing, but papers in all parts of the country could not know that the report was stupid fiction, and that the quotation marks were absolutely false. Yet in this form the above vulgar paragraphs have gone the length and breadth of the country as my utterances. To understand such incidents you must know the economics of reporting." The person who misquoted Professor Laughlin was probably a student, scratching for his next week's board bill, and knowing that he would get $2 or $3 for a startling story, and nothing at all for a true story, it would be judged dull, and would be ditched. In my own case, the person to blame was a star writer. She was working on a fancy salary, earned by her ability to cook up sensations, to keep her name and her picture on the front page. If this star had gone back to her city editor and said, "Upton Sinclair is a good fellow, he gave me an interesting talk about the corruption of modern marriages," the editor would have scented some preachment and said, "Well, give him 2 sticks." But instead she came into the office exclaiming, "Gee, I've got a hot one. That fool muckraker tore up his marriage certificate before my eyes. He says that married women are sold like horses and he's sorry he's married to his wife." So the city editor exclaimed, "Holy smoke." Seeing a story he could telegraph to the main offices in New York and Chicago, thus attracting to himself the attention of the heads of the Hearst machine. For you must understand that while the city editor of the San Francisco Examiner will be getting $3,000 or $4,000 a year, above him are big positions of responsibility and power: Arthur Brisbane, getting 90 or 100,000, Imson, Carvalho, Von Ham and the rest, getting 15 or 20,000. If you are to be lifted into those higher regions, you must show one thing and one thing only. It is called a nose for news, and it means a nose for the millions of pennies which come pouring into the Hearst coffers every day. From top to bottom, every human being in the vast Hearst machine, man, woman, and office boy, has every nerve and sinew stretched to the task of bringing in that flood of pennies. Each is fighting for a tiny bit of prestige, a tiny addition to his personal share of the flood. And always, of course, from top to bottom, the thing to be considered is the million-headed public. What will tickle its fancies, what particular words printed in large red and black letters will cause it to pay out each day the greatest possible number of pennies. In conflict with such motives, considerations of honor, truth, and justice count for absolutely nothing. The men and women who turn out the Hearst newspapers were willing, not merely to destroy my reputation, they have been willing again and again to drive perfectly innocent men and women to ruin and suicide, in order that the copper flood may continue to pour in. They have been willing by deliberate and shameful lies, made out of whole cloth, to stir nations to enmity and drive them to murderous war. Mr. Hearst's newspaper machine telegraphed that vile misrepresentation of me all the way round the world. It telegraphed my repudiation of it nowhere, and I was helpless in the matter. Millions of people were caused to think of me as a vulgar and fatuous person, and some of them were permitted to denounce me in Mr. Hearst's own papers. The following contribution by the Rev. Charles H. Parkhurst, a sensational clergyman of New York, was featured in the New York Evening Journal with large headlines and a portrait of the Reverend physiognomy. Upton Sinclair seems to be a person so profusely developed on the animal side that marriage is not able to be conceived of by him as being other than a mere matter of commerce between two parties of opposite sexes, and sex simply a principle that starts and stops at the level of the physical without ever mounting up into the region of intellect and spirit. A pig will contemplate even a garden of flowers with a pig's eye, and instead of arranging those flowers into a bouquet will bore into them with his snout. Mr. Sinclair's doctrine is that of free love, and matrimony a physical luxury and an evanescent convenience. This comes dangerously near to companioning him with the cattle and makes the marriage relation an elegant reproduction of the nuptials of the pasture. Also, I quote a few scattered sentences from a long editorial in the Commercial Appeal of Memphis, Tennessee, an extremely conservative family newspaper, widely read throughout the South. A few years ago, a young man by the name of Upton Sinclair wrote a novel about Packingtown. We do not recall the name of the book, but it should have been entitled The Slaughterhouse. It was just about the most nauseating novel that has ever been written by an American. It was a compound of blood and filth and slaughter, commingled with vice and shame. It was the kind of a book to be handled with a pair of tongs. But recently Mr. Sinclair has aired his views upon matrimony, and what he has to say is simply shocking to decency. It is hard for any decent person to understand such an attitude. If there is any one thing that distinguishes man from cats and dogs and other animals, it is matrimony. If Upton Sinclair's offensive philosophy should be embraced, it would mean the absolute destruction of family life. The Sinclair philosophy is the philosophy of lust and animalism, and it could only emanate from a diseased and perverted mind. I have quoted the above because there is a human interest story connected with it, which will perhaps bring home to you the harm which dishonest journalism does. For something like 30 years the Memphis Commercial Appeal has been read by the honorable and high-minded old Southern gentleman who is now my father-in-law. Like all good Americans, this gentleman believes what he reads in his morning paper. Like most busy Americans, he gets the greater part of his ideas about the world outside from his morning paper. He read this editorial, and got a certain impression of Upton Sinclair, and so you may imagine his feelings when, 2 or 3 years later, he learned that his favorite daughter intended to marry the possessor of this diseased and perverted mind. He took the beautiful oil painting of his favorite daughter which hangs in his drawing room, and turned it to the wall. And that may bring a smile to you, but it brought no smile to the parties concerned, for in the South, you must understand, it is the custom for daughters to be devotedly attached to their fathers, and also to be devotedly obedient to their fathers. If you had seen the tears I saw, you would know that this old gentleman's daughter was not an exception to the rule. And since we have started the subject, perhaps I might complete the human interest story by stating that after all the tears had been shed and the marriage was a couple of years in the past, I went down to visit this old Southern gentleman. It was a queer introduction, because the old gentleman was horribly embarrassed, and I, being impersonal and used to being called bad names, had no idea of it. After we had chatted for an hour or two I retired, and the daughter said, "Well, Papa, what do you think of him?" The old gentleman is quaintly shy and reticent, and had probably never made an apology in his life before. He did it all in one sentence: "I see I overspoke myself." 17 Gaming on the Sabbath. I moved myself and family to the little single tax colony at Arden, Delaware, and spent a winter living in tents. The newspapers of Philadelphia and Wilmington used Arden as the newspapers of New York had used Helicon Hall for purposes of comic relief. For the most part it was not especially harmful publicity. It had to do with pageants and medieval costumes and tennis tournaments and singing festivals. But always there was ridicule, even though mild, and this was not a just light in which to place a group of people who had a serious and useful message to convey. I noticed that in their Arden stories the newspapers carefully refrained from giving any hint of what the single tax meant, or of why single taxers went to live in a colony. What got publicity was the fact that one of the Arden boys built himself a screened sleeping place up in the branches of a big tree. "Arden residents roost in treetops," ran the headlines. I wasn't roosting in treetops myself, but the newspapers wanted pictures for this full-page story, and my picture happened to be on hand, so in it went. I was writing a book, and trying to keep well, and doing my honest best to keep out of the limelight, but the fates were in a mood of special waggery, it appeared, and came and dragged me out of my hiding place. Close upon the edge of Arden there dwelt an anarchist philosopher, a shoemaker hermit, whose greatest pleasure in life was to rise in public meetings and in the presence of young girls explain his ideas on the physiology of sex. The little economic club of Arden invited him to shut up, and when he claimed the privileges of free speech, the club excluded him from its meetings, and when he persisted in coming, had him arrested. It happened that the members of this economic club were also members of the baseball team, and they played a game on Sunday morning, so the anarchist shoemaker repaired to Wilmington and swore out warrants, on the ground of their having violated an ancient statute, dating back to 1793, forbidding gaming on the Sabbath. It happened that I did not belong to the economic club, and had had nothing to do with the trouble, but I had played tennis that Sabbath morning, so the anarchist shoemaker included me in his warrants. He told me afterwards that he knew I would add publicity and spice to the adventure. So behold us, 11 young men summoned to the office of a Wilmington justice of the peace one evening, and finding the street packed solid for a block, and people even climbing up telegraph poles and lamp posts to look in at the window and watch the proceedings. I am accused of seeking notoriety, but on this occasion at least I may be acquitted of the charge. A constable had appeared at my home and interrupted my literary labors, with a notice to appear in this public spectacle, under penalty of dire displeasure of the law. The members of the Arden Athletic Association appointed me their spokesman, and for an hour or two I labored to persuade the local magistrate that gaming meant gambling and not playing tennis and baseball. But the magistrate insisted that there was another statute against gambling, and he had no option but to find us guilty, and to fine us the sum of $4 and costs, which amounted to a total of $132. A large part of this would go to the magistrate and the constable, and we suspected that this was the basis of his decision, therefore we declined to pay our fines, and accepted the alternative of a jail sentence. The limit under the law was 24 hours. We received 18, it being mercifully provided that our sentences should begin forthwith at 9 o'clock in the evening. We invited the constable to an ice cream parlor, and served part of our sentence there, and another part of it taking a trolley ride to the Newcastle County Workhouse. We sang songs on the way, and the motorman remarked that we were the happiest bunch of convicts he had ever taken to the institution. This is a book on journalism, and not on prison reform, so I will be brief. We spent the night in cells which were swarming with vermin and had filthy, stinking toilets. We were served food which was unfit for animals, and we spent 7 or 8 hours working on a rock pile under the charge of men, some of whom were brutal and dishonest. This was the state prison of Delaware, as well as the county workhouse, and it held 300 or 400 men, white and black, some 20 of them serving life sentences, working in a clothing factory under a sweatshop contractor. The prison had been recently built, and was advertised as a Model 1, yet there was no exercise court or spot where men serving life sentences could get a glimpse of the sunlight or a breath of fresh air. When we came out from the jail we were met by 22 newspaper reporters and 3 cameramen, and everything we had to say took the front page, top of column. Incidentally, I got a curious revelation. For years I had written poetry, and had never been able to get it published, but now I found that by the simple device of writing it in jail, I could get it on the front page of every newspaper in Philadelphia and New York. The poem was The Menagerie, which you may find in The Cry for Justice, if you are interested. I had lain on the floor of my cell all night, listening to the sounds which echoed through the long steel corridors. I quote 2 lines. And then in sudden stillness marked the sound. Some beast that rasps his vermin-haunted hide. When my cellmate, Berkeley Toby, read those lines, he remarked, "That's me." To which I answered, "Toby, that's you." What we told about conditions in that jail made an uproar in Delaware. There was still more uproar because the anarchist shoemaker was threatening to have us arrested every Sunday, if the economic club continued to exclude him from its meetings, and we made investigation and discovered that members of the Wilmington Country Club, including the Attorney General of the state and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, were accustomed to play golf on Sunday. We served notice that we would employ detectives and have them all arrested and sent to the Newcastle County Workhouse every Monday, so that they might discover what it meant to be confined in a place with no exercise court and no chance for a glimpse of sunlight or breath of fresh air. The magistrates of Wilmington held a private conference and decided that they would issue no more warrants upon the charge of gaming on the Sabbath. Also the prison commissioners of Newcastle County held a meeting and decided that they had been intending all along to add an exercise court to the prison. Here was a case where I got publicity from the newspapers, yet the reader will note, I do not show much gratitude. This story took the front page, not because the newspapers cared anything about conditions in the Newcastle County Workhouse, but solely because the story was funny. Van Valkenburg, publisher of the Philadelphia North American, told a friend of mine that it was the funniest newspaper story he remembered in his entire experience. And of course the facts about the jail conditions were an inseparable part of the fun. What made the story was precisely this, that 11 clean and well-educated and refined young idealists were taken and shut up all night in steel cells, were put in prison clothes and set to work on a stone pile. The fact that the cells were alive with lice could not be omitted, if you were to appreciate the joke on a well-known charity worker of Philadelphia, now advertising manager of the New Republic, who figured in a poem as some beast that rasps his vermin-haunted hide. The fact that the food served in the jail was vile was necessary to set off the joke that the author of The Jungle had made a bolt for an ice cream parlor as soon as he was released. And so on. I look back upon my life of nearly 20 years of muckraking, and am able to put my finger on exactly one concrete benefit that I have brought to mankind. 20 or more men who are serving life sentences in the Newcastle County workhouse owe it to me that they get every now and then a glimpse of the sunlight and a breath of fresh air. These men know that they owe it to me, and I have the thought of their gratitude to warm my heart when I am tempted by the blues. One of our 11 Sabbath gamesters, Donald Stevens, became in wartime a conscientious objector, and was sentenced to the Newcastle County workhouse in real earnest. He was recently released, and wrote me about his experiences. I quote, "You will be pleased to learn that the short visit we Knights paid that institution some years back and the publicity you gave to conditions then led to social improvements, chief of which was the building of an outside recreation yard. Some of the old-timers expressed heartfelt appreciation for the good work you did. In view of this, can you blame me if I am pursued by the thought of how much we could do to remedy social evils, if only we had an honest and disinterested press? Also, can you blame me if I stored away in my mind for future reference the fact that when it is necessary to get some important news into the papers, I can manage it by getting myself sent to jail? This is a discovery which is made, sooner or later, by all social reformers, and so going to jail becomes a popular diversion and an honorable public service. 18. An essential monogamist. The adventure of Sabbath gaming served as a curtain raiser to the great tragedy of my life. I pause on the brink of this tragedy, hesitating to take the plunge, even in memory, hesitating for the reader's sake as much as for my own. I ask myself, will anybody endure to read a detailed statement of the grievances of one man, at a time when so many millions of men are suffering? Again, reader, let me beg you to believe that I am not writing this book to defend myself. Amid the terrific events that are going on in the world at this hour, I would not take 10 minutes of my time for such a purpose. I am telling this story in defense of a cause. It was not I, but the cause, that was maimed and tortured through these years, and any other man in my place would have met my experience. The matter at issue in this book is not the character of Upton Sinclair, but the character of the machinery upon which you rely every day of your life for news of the world about you. If that machinery can be used deliberately and systematically to lie about Upton Sinclair, it can be used to disorganize the people's movement throughout the world, and to set back the coming of social justice. I grope in my mind for a simile to make clear how I feel about this book, how I would have you feel. Say to yourself that Upton Sinclair is a guinea pig, surely a sufficiently unpretentious creature. It would be entirely preposterous of a guinea pig to expect that a book should be written about him, or that a research laboratory should devote its attention to him. But the scientist reaches into a pen full of guinea pigs, and catches up one by the neck, and makes him the subject of an experiment, removes his thyroid gland, let us say, or gives him an injection of a serum. So suddenly it becomes of the utmost consequence what happens to this guinea pig. Trained experts take his temperature every 10 minutes, they keep a chart of his pulse, they watch his respiration, they analyze his excretions, and nobody thinks this preposterous. On the contrary, every man of science understands that the condition of this guinea pig may be of greater moment to mankind than the fall of an empire. So it is that I am giving this story, giving everything, because that is what science requires. In the case of the great tragedy of my life, my divorce scandal, I confront the ordeal with as much shrinking as ever any guinea pig exhibited. During all the time of this affair, I refused again and again, in spite of great provocation, to say a public word in my own defense, nor have I ever told the story, except to a few intimate friends. The prospect of having to bring it up again was the cause of my putting off writing this book for several years. Obviously, the story must be told. It is generally believed that there was something in the affair discreditable to me, and if now I pass it over, my critics will say, ah, yes. He is quite willing to play the game of frankness, so long as the cards run his way, but when his luck changes, then suddenly he gets cold feet, and retires from the game. Anyone can see that will not do. I must either tell this story, or I must leave the book unwritten. Having decided that it is my duty to write the book, I proceed to the story. I shall tell just as little as I have to tell, in order to make clear the part played by the newspapers. More especially, I shall do my best to spare the feelings of my former wife and her family. My former wife has remarried, and neither her maiden name nor her present name is anybody's concern in this book. In Ellen Key's Love and Marriage occurs a passage explaining that while monogamy is probably the best marital arrangement for the majority of people, there are some individuals so constituted that monogamy is unsatisfactory to them. They find that the fulfillment of their nature requires that they should have more than one love at one time. When my former wife came upon that passage, she brought it to me in triumph. Here was the thesis upon which she had been arguing for many years, and here was a woman, recognized as a great teacher, who believed as she did. I do no unkindness to my former wife in making this statement, because she was accustomed to quote the passage to everyone she met, and she defended it in published writings. Now, I have a respect for Ellen Key's personality, and for many of her ideas. I admit that she may know more about the nature of woman than I do, and may be correct in her statements as to the love needs and the love rights of some women. All I could say was that I found the idea offensive, and I would part company with anyone who acted upon it. What men and women might agree to do in some far-off blissful future I did not attempt to say, but for the present we lived in a world in which venereal disease was an unforgettable menace, and on this account if no other, one had the right to demand marital fidelity. I argued this question through long years, and my former wife found my arguments tiresome and oppressive. To the newspapers she described me as an essential monogamist, a phrase which gave great glee to the tenderloin loungers and the newspaper wits who served them. Just how these wits reconciled the phrase with the charge that I was a free lover, I cannot explain, nor have the wits explained it. Now ordinarily, when Americans find that they are hopelessly disagreed upon such a question, they proceed to establish a residence in Reno or Texas. Etiquette requires that the man should pay all the expenses, and also that he should bear the odium involved. In one of Bernard Shaw's plays he explains that the English law requires not merely infidelity, but cruelty in the presence of witnesses, and therefore the convention has come to be that the man and woman shall repair to the garden, and there in the presence of the gardener the husband shall knock his wife into a flower bed. I remember some years ago Mr. Booth Tarkington stepped off a steamer from Europe and was informed by reporters that his wife was suing him for divorce, alleging cruelty. He was asked for a comment, and replied, graciously, when one's wife accuses one of cruelty, no gentleman would think of making a reply. I was prepared to play my part as a gentleman according to the standard, and several times I made the necessary practical arrangements, but each time the other party changed her mind. She pleaded that the world attached a certain stigma to a divorced woman, therefore, it was cruel and unkind for a man to insist upon having a divorce. I might at least allow her the protection of my name. To this argument I was weak enough to yield. I had endured for some 8 years this kind of domestic precariousness, a maelstrom in which a man's physical, mental, and moral integrity are subtly and bewilderingly tossed and buffeted and maimed. But finally I came upon certain facts which decided me to put an end to it. It happened in midsummer, when my lawyer was in the country, and in my haste to consult him I made the greatest blunder of my life. I sent a telegram inquiring whether a letter of admission from the other party was evidence in a divorce suit in New York State, and to this telegram I signed my name. I have since been told that it is a regular custom of the yellow journals, in places where the smart set or other people of prominence gather, to maintain relations with telegraph clerks. When telegrams containing news or hints of news are filed, the clerk furnishes a copy to the newspaper, and is paid according to the importance of the tip. 3 or 4 hours after I filed that telegram, I was called to the telephone by the New York American, which told me they had information that I was bringing suit for divorce. I was astounded, for I had not mentioned the matter to a soul. At first I denied the fact, but they said their information was positive, and they would publish the story. So it was a choice between having a false story or a true story made known, and I replied, I will prepare a statement and send it to you sometime this evening. I prepared the briefest possible statement, to the effect that my wife had left me with another man, and had written to that effect, and that I was preparing to bring suit. The last paragraph read: I make this statement because I have just learned that word of my intention has reached one newspaper, and I would rather the real facts were printed than anybody's conjectures. I have nothing to add to this statement, and I respectfully ask to be spared requests for interviews. I sent this statement, and next morning the American published it on the front page, with my picture, and a picture of my former wife, and a picture of a boy which was not our boy, but a fake. I quote a few lines. Sinclair accuses his wife. Upton Sinclair, the author and social colonizer, in a surprising statement last night announced his intention to bring suit for divorce. The action of Mr. Sinclair in giving out such a statement, or bringing suit for divorce from his wife, will be a great surprise to his friends and co-workers. You will note the phrasing of this, so carefully calculated to make me odious a man who rushed to the newspapers with an attack upon his wife. And then followed several paragraphs from that old and false San Francisco interview on marriage, to the effect that women are bought in marriage as dogs and horses are bought. How singular that a man who held such ideas should object to marital infidelity. I am not going into detail concerning the horrors of the next few weeks. Suffice it to say that the herd had me down and proceeded to trample on my face. My personality, my affairs, my opinions, and my everyday actions became the subject of discourse and speculation upon the front pages of the New York papers. My mother's apartment, where I was living, was besieged by reporters, and when I refused to see them, it made no difference, they went away and wrote what they thought I might have said. The other party to the case was interviewed to the extent of pages, I mean literally pages. Gillette Burgess, who passes for a man of letters, and was one of the founders of the Authors League of America, wrote a full-page burlesque of the tragedy, which was published with illustrations in the New York American. Mr. Burgess told a friend of mine some time afterwards that he had done it because he needed the money, but he was ashamed of having done it. It is not my wish to spare him any of the shame, therefore I reproduce the headlines of his elegant composition. Why hungry Mrs. Upton Sinclair went home to Mama. Gillette Burgess discusses the failure of poetry à la carte as an appetite satisfier, and the triumph of a meal ticket over free but famished love. Also I ought not to fail to mention one of the editors of Life, who went to see my former wife in company with a fat little pig of a publisher, his pockets stuffed with bills, which were offered the lady to write a scandal story of her life with me. The opinions of the newspaper commentators on the scandal varied from day to day. The generally accepted explanation was that I had married an innocent young girl and taught her free love doctrines, and then, when she practiced these doctrines, I kicked her out of my home. But some of the newspapers found the matter worse than that. The Chicago Evening Post gave an elaborate analysis of my character and motives. It said it would be possible to forgive me if what I had done was the jealous rage of a male brute infuriated past reason, but the awful truth was plain. I had done this deed as publicity work for the second volume of Love's Pilgrimage. The idea that there lived on earth a human being who could have enjoyed the experience I was then undergoing was one which would not have occurred to me. However, the fact that this newspaper writer could conceive it indicated that there was at least one such person living. I have since heard that certain actors and actresses have increased their fame and incomes by being many times divorced and remarried. But with authors it does not work out that way. Mitchell Kennerly, publisher of Love's Pilgrimage, had been selling 1,000 copies a week of this book, and after the divorce scandal he did not sell 100 copies in 6 months. I felt in those terrible days precisely like a hunted animal which seeks refuge in a hole, and is tormented with sharp sticks and smoke and boiling water. Under the law it had been necessary for me to obtain certain evidence. I had taken steps to obtain it, and this became a source of mystery as thrilling as a detective story. For days men followed me every step I took, my mail was tampered with continually, and likewise the mail of my friends. I ran away into the country to hide, I even changed my name for a while, but that did no good, I was found out. Up to this time I had never had a gray hair in my head, but I found many after these months, and have them still. Among the mass of newspaper items I note one that seems trifling, yet is curiously significant. There appeared in the New York Times a telegraphic dispatch from Wilmington, Delaware, to the effect that I was being sued by a storekeeper in New Jersey for $38 worth of fertilizer. Stop and think a minute how many men in America are sued every day for bills which they refuse to pay, and how seldom does the New York Times hunt out such news by telegraph. Often I have tried to get radical news into the Times, and heard the editors plead space limitations, yet they found room for a dispatch about my being sued for $38. 5 years before this I had owned a little farm, and had left it in charge of a man who contracted bills in my name. I had paid all the bills which were properly rendered, but after 4 years had passed, and I had sold the farm and wiped the matter off my books, I received for the first time a bill for $38 worth of fertilizer. Naturally I refused to pay this bill, so I was sued, and the New York Times, having me down and desiring to trample further on my face, obtained the news and published it in connection with my divorce scandal. Nor was that all. The day after this item was published, there appeared in the New York World a column of humor about me, one part of which I quote. Please take the trouble to read it carefully, because it illustrates a significant point. The following statement, with several longhand corrections, was received by the World yesterday. With regard to the report that I am being sued for $38 worth of fertilizer, I might mention that I am being sued for something I never purchased or received. The dealer has admitted in writing that he did not send me the bill until 4 years after the alleged purchase. I like to get my bills a little sooner than that. Upton Sinclair. Please put the above in the form of an interview. Now this was funny, was it not? It was a complete exposition of an ass. Reading it, you would be perfectly sure you were dealing with an ass unless possibly with a crook. The Chicago Evening Post took the latter view. It quoted the telltale sentence with the comment, other papers fell for interviews, but it was evidently one of the world's busy days, when not even a cub reporter could be spared for rewrite. On the basis of this, the Post went on to expose me as a cold and calculating notoriety hunter. Now what is the truth about the statement in the New York World? Here it is. 3 times in the course of that day the World had sent a reporter to seek me out. Would I not say something about the report of my intention to file my suit in Delaware instead of in New York? Would I not say something about the fact that a man had called up the New York World on the telephone, and announced himself as the correspondent in my divorce case, on his way to have a fist fight with me? Finally, the 3rd time, would I not at least say something about the suit for $38 worth of fertilizer? I saw no reason why I should not state the facts in this last matter, so I said to the reporter, I will not give an interview, because I have been misquoted so many times, and am sick of it. But I will write out what I have to say, and you can make an interview of that, provided you do not change it. I have to look up the dates of the fertilizer bill, and I'll send what I have to say by a messenger. This was agreed to, and I wrote out the statement. Having been previously made to appear as seeking publicity, I wanted to be particularly careful in this case, so to remind the reporter of his promise, I added, put the above in the form of an interview. I have often written those words in sending copy to newspapers. For example, they wire asking for an expression of opinion, and in replying, I remind them that they made the first move, not I. They perfectly understand the meaning of the request, put the above in the form of an interview, and do not commit a breach of confidence except for a definite purpose, to make some person odious. In this particular case it was no oversight, no lack of a cub reporter, it was the deliberate act of malice of the World reporter, abetted by the editors who passed the copy. I know that my statement reached the right reporter, because the rest of the article contained things which he had said to me in the course of his calls. I have gone into such minute detail about this episode, because it shows so perfectly how these corrupt and greedy newspapers have you at their mercy. They do whatever they please to you, and you are helpless. If for any reason, good or bad, you make them angry, they trample you like a vicious stallion. Or perhaps you seem funny to them, and then they amuse themselves with you, about as a wanton child who picks a butterfly to pieces. 19 In the Lion's Den. To understand the rest of this episode, you must know something about the divorce laws of New York, and about divorce procedure. The Code of the State, which was framed by a combination of Puritan bigotry with Roman Catholic obscurantism, requires infidelity legally proven. The defendant cannot confess, and neither party to the suit can testify against the other. Moreover, if it appears that both have desired the divorce or consented to the divorce, there is collusion and the divorce is not granted. These laws are administered by judges who are almost invariably corrupt, many of them in addition being under the spell of Catholic superstition, considering that they have decreased the period of their sojourn in purgatory when they succeed in twisting the law or the evidence so as to balk some person's desire to be free from marital disharmony. Into this jungle of ravening beasts and poisonous serpents I now walked, unarmed and unprotected, having made the mistake of employing a lawyer who was a sensitive and honorable gentleman. The court appointed a referee to hear the case, and before this referee I appeared with my counsel and my witnesses. Also there appeared the counsel for the other party, as required by law, and a solemn farce was played. The referee had got the case as a morsel of graft from the infamous Tammany machine. Whether he was malicious or merely ignorant, I do not know, but he was evidently possessed with curiosity concerning the notorious scandal, and questioned me concerning my attitude toward the matters in evidence, how I had regarded them and what I had done about them. My attorney objected that under the law I was not permitted to testify concerning my wife's conduct, but the referee insisted that I should answer his questions, and for fear of angering him, and possibly exciting his suspicions, I answered. Under the law it was provided that all this testimony should be secret, the property of the court. My attorney and the attorney for the other party demanded of the referee and of the clerk of the court that the law should be obeyed. But when the referee's report was handed in, a full account of it and of the testimony was published in every newspaper in New York. When inquiry was made by my attorney, it developed that 26 different clerks had had access to those papers, and it was not possible to determine which one of the 26 had accepted a bribe from the newspapers. Suffice it to say that the whole obscene story was spread before the world. I say obscene, it was that of necessity, you understand. The New York State divorce law requires it to be that, literally. The law requires that the witnesses must have seen something tending to prove a physical act of infidelity, and if they shrink from going into detail, the referee compels them to go into detail, and then the details are served as delicious tidbits by the yellow journals. I waited a month or two in suspense and shame, until at last the august judge handed down his decision. The referee had erred in questioning me as to the other party's actions and my attitude thereto, therefore the referee's recommendations were not accepted, and another referee must be appointed and the solemn farce must be gone through with a second time. I observed with bewildered interest that the erring referee was not compelled to return to me the money which the law had compelled me to turn over to him as his share of the swag. I must pay another referee and a new set of court costs, and must wait several months longer for my peace of soul and self-respect to be restored to me. The second referee was appointed and the farce was played again. This time the referee would make no mistake, he would ask me no questions, he was a business-like gentleman, and put the job through in short order. He turned in his report, with the recommendation that my petition should be granted, and again the newspapers got the story, only now, of course, it was a stale story, the public was sick of the very name of me. Again I waited in an agony of suspense, until a Roman Catholic judge handed down his august decision. It appeared that the evidence in the case was defective. The other party had been identified by means of photographs, and this was not admissible. Both attorneys in the case and the referee declared that there were innumerable precedents for photographs having been admitted, but the Roman Catholic judge said no. Also he said that there was some indication of collusion. I had behaved too humanely towards the other party in the domestic conflict. Apparently it was my legal duty to behave like Othello, or to do what the relatives of Heloise did to Abelard. I understood, of course, what the decision meant. The Roman Catholic judge had got his opportunity to step upon the nose of a notorious socialist, and he had taken it. My lawyer urged me to appeal the case, but I remembered a talk I had had with James B. Dill 3 or 4 years previously. Dill was the highest paid corporation lawyer in America, having been paid $1 million for organizing the Steel Trust. Before he died, he was judge of the highest court of New Jersey, and I had spent long evenings at his home listening to his anecdotes. I recalled one remark: there are 22 judges of the appellate court in New York State, and only 3 of them are honest. To each of the other 19 I can say, I know whose man you are, I know who paid you and just how he paid you. And not one of them would be able to deny my statements. Reflecting on this, I decided that I would not spend any more of my hard-earned money in appealing, more especially as by so doing I stood to lose what little privacy the law had preserved to me. The law required that in the event of an appeal I must pay to have the evidence in the case printed, and made public property forever. I had received a letter from my friend Dr. Frederick van Eeden, the Dutch poet and novelist, assuring me that he lived in a civilized country, where divorce was granted upon admission of infidelity, without evidence being given. So I set out for Holland, and in establishing my residence I did not have to resort to any technicalities. I really intended to spend the rest of my life in Europe. It seemed to me that I could not bear the sight of America again. My earning power had, of course, been entirely destroyed. No one would read my books, no one would publish what I wrote. As Mitchell Canorally said to me, if people can read about you for 1 cent, they are not going to pay $1.50 to do it. Also, my health seemed permanently undermined. I did not think I was going to live, and I did not very much care. But I established my residence in Holland and obtained my divorce, quietly, and without scandal. I wish to pay tribute to the kindest and most friendly people I have ever met, the Dutch. When I came to them, sick with grief, they did not probe into my shame. They invited me to their drawing rooms for discussions of literature and art, and with tact and sweetness they let me warm my shivering heart at their firesides. Their newspapers treated me as a man of letters, an entirely new experience to me. They sent men of culture and understanding to ask my opinions, and they published these opinions correctly and with dignity. When I filed my divorce suit they published nothing. When the decree was granted, they published 3 or 4 lines about it in the columns given to court proceedings, a bare statement of the names and dates, as required by law. And even when I proposed to rid my home of fleas by means of cyanogen gas, they did not spread the fact on the front pages of their newspapers, making it a comic relief story for the vacuous-minded crowd. There were many men in Holland, as in England and Germany and Italy and France, who hated and feared my socialist ideas. I made no secret of my ideas. I spoke on public platforms abroad, as I had spoken at home. When reporters for the great Tory newspapers of England came to interview me, I told them of the war that was coming with Germany, and how bitterly England would repent her lack of education and modern efficiency, and her failure to feed and house her workers as human beings. These opinions were hateful to the British Tories, and they attacked me, but they did not attack the author of the opinions, by making him into a public scarecrow and publishing scandals about his private life. This, as my Dutch chemist would have said, is a characteristically American procedure. XX The story of a lynching. The first American I visited in Europe was George D. Heron, then living in Florence, the home of his favorite poet, Dante. Dante had been exiled from Florence by the oligarchy which ruled that city, and in exactly the same way Heron had been exiled from America by America's oligarchy, the capitalist press. I had known him for 10 years, and had witnessed his martyrdom at first hand. The story is told in full in some pages of Love's Pilgrimage, but I must sketch it here, where I am dealing with the subject of marriage and divorce, and the attitude of our journalism thereto. As it happens, the story is timely, for Heron has again been brought into the public eye, and the capitalist press has dragged out the old skeleton and rattled its dry bones before the world. George D. Heron had been a clergyman, a professor of Christian morals in a Middle Western college. He had been married as a boy and was wretchedly unhappy. I am not free to discuss that early marriage, suffice it to say that when he told me the story, the tears came into his eyes. He had become a socialist, and had set out to preach the cause of the poor and oppressed from one end of America to the other. Among his converts was an elderly rich woman, Mrs. Rand, whose fortune came from railroad and lumber interests in the Middle West. And now Heron came to love the daughter of Mrs. Rand. Being a clergyman, he had no idea of divorcing his wife, and the discovery that he loved another woman only added to his misery. His health gave way under the strain, but he held out until finally his wife brought suit for divorce, alleging desertion. Heron had founded a Christian socialist organization, and was one of the most popular radical orators in the country. He was a dangerous man to the interests, and here was the chance to destroy him. A perfect storm of obloquy and abuse overwhelmed him. He was a free lover, they declared, a proof of the claim that all socialists believed and practiced free love. The Rev. Newell Dwight Hillis refused to shake hands with him, turning his back upon him on a public platform. Newell Dwight Hillis, whose greed for money led him into a series of disgusting scandals, and forced him finally to bow his head with shame and confess his financial sins before his congregation. The Rev. Thomas Dixon wrote a novel, The One Woman, in which he portrayed Heron as a sort of human gorilla. Dixon, dealer in pulpit slang, who has since turned to the movies as a means of glorifying race hatred and militarism, and pouring out his venom upon all that is humane and generous in life. I have many friends who were present at the marriage of George D. Heron and Carrie Rand. They were married by a Congregational clergyman, William Thurston Brown, and I have seen the marriage certificate. Yet all over this country, and in fact all over the world, the newspapers portrayed the ceremony as a free love wedding, no real marriage, but just a say-so to be terminated at pleasure. The most horrible tales were told, the most horrible pictures were published of Heron, and of his first wife, and of his soulmate and his soulmate's mother. I saw that the strain of the thing was killing Heron, and persuaded him to go abroad to live and do his writing. 3 or 4 years later old Mrs. Rand died, leaving a part of her money to found the Rand School. Heron and his wife came home to bury her, and again the storm broke out. He had purchased a farm at Metuchen, New Jersey, intending to live there. A reporter came, representing that the Cosmopolitan magazine wished to publish a series of articles about the wives of distinguished American writers. On this pretext the reporter obtained a photograph of a painting which Heron had made of his wife and baby, and a week later there appeared in the magazine section of the New York Sunday American a horrible scare story about the free love colony which Heron was founding in the midst of an exclusive residential suburb of New Jersey. There was a picture of the free love wife and the free love baby, and of Heron standing upon a ladder, tacking upon a wall his repudiation of the institution of marriage. The headlines ran, $11 million to promote this doctrine. How the vast fortune of the late Mrs. Rand, who gave Professor Heron's deserted wife $60,000 to divorce him, is being used in an amazing warfare on marriage and religion under the leadership of Heron and Mrs. Rand's daughter. This story went all over the country, and recently when Heron was named by President Wilson as one of the delegates to confer with the Russian Soviets, the story was rehashed in our newspapers, and made the subject of indignant protest by religious bodies. Having visited this Metuchen home and seen the whole story in the making, I am in a position to state that the Metuchen Free Love Colony was entirely a product of the obscene minds of the editors of the Sunday Yellows. What is the moral character of these yellow editors you may judge from the fact that, soon after this, one of the editors of the Sunday World was arrested by Anthony Comstock and sent to jail for a year or two, for having in his possession several thousand obscene photographs which he used in the corrupting of boys. In such minds the Metuchen story was born, and 17 years later its foul carcass is exhumed by the churchman, organ of the Church of Good Society in New York, and made the basis of a vicious sneer at President Wilson. I quote, "In dealing with Russian liberals, it may be necessary to select as mediators men who share their political ideas. It is not necessary to choose men who share their moral practices." We read that the Presbyterian Union of Newark has adopted resolutions protesting against the appointment of George D. Herron as a representative of the United States to confer with the Bolsheviks. The resolution condemns Herron as a man who has flagrantly violated the laws of God and man, and they call upon President Wilson to revoke his appointment. They go into past history and assert that Mr. Herron endeavored at one time to establish a free love colony at Metuchen, New Jersey. Time wasted. We warn the Newark Protestants. Mr. Herron's appointment will not be revoked. What is the marriage vow among the makers of millenniums? And lest you think this is merely odium theologicum, I give an example of the comment of the laity, from Harvey's Weekly. Why not make Herron the Turkish mandatory? Herron's matrimonial views are broad and comprehensive. His poultry yard standard of morals might possibly be a little looser than the Turkish, but he would doubtless conform himself in theory and practice to the narrower Turkish matrimonial prejudices. I wonder which is the more disagreeable phenomenon, sexual license or venal hypocrisy. It is a question I face when I read denunciations of the morals of radicals in capitalist newspapers. I have known men and women in a score of different worlds, I have talked with them and compared their sexual ethics, and I know that the newspaper people cannot afford to throw stones at the rest. There are causes for this, of course. Their work is irregular and exhausting, they squeeze out the juices from their nerve centers, they work under high pressure, in furious competition. Such men are apt to make immoderate use of tobacco and alcohol, and to take their pleasure where they find it. But this applies only to the rank and file in the newspaper world, to reporters and penny-a-liners, it does not apply to the big men at the top. These men have ease and security, and surely we might expect them to conform to the moral laws which they lay down for the rest of mankind. I have in mind a certain editor. In this book, where I am sparing no one, I should perhaps give his name, but I yield to human weakness, having been a guest at his home. Suffice it to say that this editor is one of America's very greatest, one to whom the masses of Americans look every day for enlightenment. This man wrote and published a most atrocious editorial concerning Herron's sexual morals. And what was his own sexual life at the time? When The Jungle was published, this editor wrote to me that he had a friend who wished very much to meet me. I accepted, and went to dinner in a beautiful apartment in New York, luxuriously furnished, where I met a charming and cultured lady whom I will call Mrs. Smith. There were two lovely children, and there was Mr. Smith, a quiet, rather insignificant gentleman. I spent an enjoyable evening, and went away with no suspicion of anything unusual in the Smith family. But afterwards, when I mentioned the matter to others who knew this editor, I learned that the editor was the father of the children, and that Mr. Smith was maintained in luxury as a blind to cover the situation. I could hardly believe my ears, but I found that everybody who knew this editor intimately knew all about it, and that the editor made no secret of it among his friends. Later on, I came to know a certain brilliant and beautiful young suffrage leader, since deceased, who told me how she had exercised the privilege of the modern emancipated young woman, and had asked this editor to marry her. His answer was that he was very sorry, but he was not free, Mrs. Smith having given him to understand that if ever he left her, she would kill herself. Here again we face the New York state law, forced upon the public by the Roman Catholic Church, making the grounds of divorce infidelity plus a scandal. Driven by the terror of scandal, men have been led by thousands and tens of thousands to make arrangements such as I have here described. Believing as I do that this divorce law is an abomination, a product of vicious priestcraft, I hesitate before I blame these men, but no one need hesitate to blame them when, knowing what the law is, and what they themselves have been driven to, they publicly spit upon and trample the face of a modern prophet like George D. Herron. And lest you think this case exceptional, I will give you another. There is a newspaper in New York, a pillar of capitalist respectability, the very cornerstone of the temple of bourgeois authority. This paper, of course, denounced Heron in unmeasured terms. Recently it took up the attack again, in its solemn and ponderous manner rebuking the president for his lack of understanding of the moral sentiments of the American people. This great newspaper is owned and published by a Hebrew gentleman, intimately connected with the great financial interests of New York. He is one of the most respectable Hebrew gentlemen imaginable. And what are his sexual habits? I know a lady, one of America's popular novelists. She is a charming lady, but without a trace of that appearance and manner which in the world is called fast. On the contrary, she is one of the women you know to be straightforward and self-respecting, the kind you would choose for your sister. She came to New York, young and inexperienced, desirous of earning a living. Naturally, she thought first of this great publisher, whom she had known socially in her home city. She went to him and told him that she had made something of a success at writing, and she wanted to write for the great metropolitan paper. He answered that he would be delighted, and arrangements were made. They were alone in the office, and she stood by his desk to shake hands with him in parting, and he pulled her over and took her on his knee, whereupon she boxed his ears and walked out of the office, and never did any writing for the great metropolitan paper. The above anecdote is, of course, hearsay so far as I am concerned. I was not in the publisher's office, and I did not see him take the lady novelist on his knee, but my wife and I knew this lady novelist well, and she had no possible motive for telling us a falsehood. The story came up casually in the course of conversation, and was told spontaneously, and with humor, for the lady takes life cheerfully, and had got over being angry with the publisher, satisfied, I suppose, with having boxed his ears so thoroughly. I wrote to her, to make sure I had got matters straight, and in reply she asked me not to use the story, even without her name. I quote, "You know, of course, that I should be glad to do, at once and freely, anything I could to be helpful in your affairs. I have thought it over and it stands about like this in my mind. I am living a life that has its own aims, a thing apart from public attack and defense. If I had determined to make public after all these years any offense was guilty of toward me, my own feeling is clear that I should do it myself, openly and for reasons that seem to me compelling, so leave me out of this matter, my dear Upton. And so I confront a problem of conscience, or at any rate of etiquette. Have I the right to tell this story, even without giving names? I owe a certain loyalty to this friend, but then, I think of the great publisher, and the manifold falsehoods I have known him to feed to the public. I think of the prestige of such men, their solemn hypocrisy, their ponderous respectability. After weighing the matter, I am risking a friendship and telling the story. I hope that in the course of time the lady will realize my point of view, and forgive me. A different kind of problem confronts me with another story, which I heard 3 or 4 years ago, just after it happened. I had this book in mind at the time, and I said to myself, I'll name that man, and take the consequences. But meantime, alas, the man has died, and now I ask myself, can I tell this story about a dead man, a man who cannot face me and compel me to take the consequences? I think of the man's lifelong prostitution of truth, his infinite betrayal of the public interest, and I harden my heart, and write the story, naming him. But then I weaken, and ask advice. I ask women, and they say, name him. I ask men, and they say, you cannot tell such a story about a dead man. Which is right? Everything that the profit system could do for one of its darlings had been done for this man. Millions of books, millions of magazine-lets went out bearing his name, wealth, power, prominence, applause, all these things he had. His life was one long triumph and one long treason to public welfare. And what was the man's private life? What use did he make of his fame, and more especially of his wealth? The story was told to me by a woman writer, not the one I have just referred to, but as different from her as one woman can be from another, a vivid and dashing creature, especially constructed both in body and mind for the confounding of the male. This lady was standing on a corner of Fifth Avenue, waiting for the stage, when a man stepped up beside her, and said out of the corner of his mouth, "I'll give you $5 if you come with me." The lady made no response, and again the voice said, "I'll give you $10 if you come with me." Again there was no response, and the voice said, "I'll give you $25 if you come with me." The stage arrived, and the auction was interrupted. But it happened that evening that the lady was invited to a dinner party, to meet a great literary celebrity, a darling of the profit system, and behold, it was the man who had bid for her on the street. "Mr. and I have met before," said the lady, icily, and, as she writes me, this paralyzed him. I ask this lady if I may tell the story. She answers, "Go the limit." So here, at least, my conscience is at ease. XXI Journalism and burglary. I was obliged to return to America to give testimony concerning an automobile accident of which I had been a witness. I had been sitting in the rear seat of a friend's car, which was proceeding at a very moderate rate of speed along a downtown street, when a fruit peddler leaped out from behind an ice wagon. He had a bunch of bananas in his hand and was looking up toward a woman in a window. He was not 2 feet ahead of the car when he sprang in front of it, and was struck before those in the car could move a finger. The account in the news column of the New York Times made clear that I had been merely a passenger, in another man's car, yet the Times found space on its editorial page for a letter from some correspondent, sneering at me as a socialist who rode down poor men in automobiles. During my return to America I remarried. The ceremony took place in Virginia, at the home of relatives of my wife's family, and I was interested to observe that the Times, which had pursued me so continually, printed a perfectly respectful account of the wedding, with no editorial sneers. I was not puzzled by this, for I observed that the Times had taken the trouble to telegraph to Mississippi, to make inquiries concerning the lady I was marrying, and the report from their correspondent stated that the bride's father was one of the wealthiest men in this section, and controls large banking interests. How many times I have observed the great organ of American plutocracy thus awed into decency by wealth. When Frank Walsh, as chairman of the United States Commission on Industrial Relations, made a radical speech in New York, the Times telegraphed to Kansas City and learned that Walsh was a lawyer earning an income of $50,000 a year. It was comical to observe the struggle between its desire to lambast a man who had made a radical speech, and its cringing before a man who was earning $50,000 a year. In the same way, I have observed the attitude of the New York newspapers toward my friend, J. G. Phelps Stokes, a socialist who is reputed to be a millionaire, and who belongs to one of the oldest families in New York society. So it makes no difference what he says or does, you never see a disrespectful word about him in a New York newspaper. On one occasion, I remember, he and his wife made socialist speeches from a fire escape in the tenement district of New York, and even that was treated respectfully. Upton Sinclair, who is not reputed to be a millionaire, gave a perfectly decorous lecture on socialism, at the request of his fellow passengers on an ocean liner, and when he landed in New York he read in the Evening World that he had delivered a tirade. I might add that the above remarks are not to be taken as in any manner derogatory to Stokes, who is in no possible way to blame for the fact that the newspapers spare him the treatment they give to other American socialists, including Mrs. Stokes. At this time 10 or 20,000 silk workers in Paterson, New Jersey, went on strike, affording the usual spectacle: a horde of ill-paid, half-starved wage slaves being bludgeoned into submission by policemen's clubs, backed by propaganda of lying newspapers. The silk mill owners of Paterson of course owned the city government, and were using the police force to prevent meetings of the strikers, but it happened that the nearby village of Haledon had a socialist mayor, and there was no way to keep the strikers from walking there for open-air mass meetings. There was clamor for the state troops to prevent such gatherings, and the newspapers were called on to make them into near riots. My wife and I would go out to the place and attend a perfectly orderly gathering, addressed by such men as Ernest Poole and Hutchins Hapgood, and then we would come back to New York and buy a copy of the Evening Telegram and read all across the front page scare headlines about riots, dynamite and assassination. I have before me a clipping from the New York World, of Monday, May 19, 1913. Patterson's fiercest fight feared today, runs the headline. On this same date my old friend the New York Times achieved a little masterpiece of subtle knavery. I quote, "Upton Sinclair is heard. After Mall came another newcomer so far as Patterson is concerned, Upton Sinclair. I just simply could not stand it any longer," said Sinclair, "and I let my books go and came here to congratulate you. Yours is the finest exhibition of solidarity ever seen in the eastern states." Sinclair stated that the strikers had the police at their mercy, but added that perhaps they did not realize it. This, please understand, was part of a campaign to make the general public regard the Patterson silk workers as anarchists and desperados. The strikers have the police at their mercy, says Sinclair, and what conclusion does the reader draw from these words? Obviously, Sinclair is advising the strikers to grab up clubs and brickbats and overwhelm the police. You would have drawn that conclusion, would you not? Perhaps maybe you are one of the readers of the Times, and did draw that conclusion. As it happens, when I read that item, I took the trouble to jot down what I actually did say, and to preserve the record along with the clipping. I quote, "You fellows go out on the picket line and the police fall upon you with clubs, they ride you down with their horses, they raid your offices, and suppress your papers and throw your leaders into jail, and you think you are helpless. You don't realize that you have the police at your mercy. All those policemen are appointed by the city government, they get their orders from the city government, and every year or two you go to the ballot box and say whether you like what they have been doing. In other words, you vote for Republican or Democratic politicians, instead of electing socialists to office, and having a city government that will give you your lawful rights. To get the full significance of the above, you must realize that this was an IWW strike. I went out to a meeting conducted by Bill Haywood and Carlo Tresca and Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, and was permitted to preach a doctrine of political action which these leaders despised. I, who have all my life urged upon the workers of America the futility of the strike alone, and the necessity of political action, went out and said my say in the midst of a campaign of direct action, and see how much understanding I got from the great metropolitan newspapers for my defense of political methods. 1 year later, after the Colorado coal strike, the little urchins in the village of Croton-on-Hudson where I lived used to follow me on the street and shout, "I won't work." I used to reflect that our great organs of publicity, the New York Times and World and Herald and Tribune and Sun, stood upon precisely the same level of intelligence as these little village urchins. At this time the newspapers were trying to obtain from me a photograph of the lady who went with me to strike meetings, in spite of the fact that her father was one of the wealthiest men in the section, and controls large banking interests. They didn't get the photograph, so they were in desperate straits. A reporter for a Philadelphia newspaper, I have the clipping, but unfortunately not the name of the paper, went to Arden to look me up, and was told by my friend Donald Stevens that I was not there. The homes in Arden are scattered about through the woods, and life is informal. I had locked the doors of my house, but the windows were not fastened. I am not in a position to prove that the reporter for a Philadelphia newspaper burglarized my house and stole a picture of my wife. I cannot state positively that a course in housebreaking is a part of the training of newspaper reporters in the city of brotherly love. All I can state is the following set of facts. 1. In my desk in the house there lay a Kodak picture of my wife and myself and my wife's younger sister. 2. This copy was the only one in existence, having been taken by my sister-in-law in an out-of-the-way place, and developed by a photographer who knew nothing about us. 3. Upon my return to Arden, this picture was discovered to be missing from my desk. 4. This missing picture was published in a Philadelphia newspaper. XXII, a millionaire and an author. The thesis of this book is that our newspapers do not represent public interests, but private interests. They do not represent humanity, but property. They value a man, not because he is great, or good, or wise, or useful, but because he is wealthy, or of service to vested wealth. And suppose that you wished to make a test of this thesis, a test of the most rigid scientific character, what would you do? You would put up two men, one representing property, the other representing humanity. You would endeavor rigidly to exclude all other factors. You would find one man who represented property to the exclusion of humanity, and you would find another man who represented humanity to the exclusion of property. You would put these two men before the public, having them do the same thing, so far as humanly possible, and then you would keep a record of the newspaper results. These results would give you mathematically, in column inches, the relative importance to each newspaper of the man of property and the man of humanity. Such an exact, scientific test I have now to record. I introduce the two persons. First, the man of humanity. At the time the test was made, in December 1913, he was 35 years of age. He was known everywhere throughout the United States, and was, with the possible exception of Jack London, the most widely known of living American writers throughout the world. At the time of the test he did not own more than a couple of $100. Second, the man of property. He was at this time 22 years of age, and had done four things which had been widely heralded. First, he was born. Second, he decided to conduct some experiments in farming. Third, he decided to marry a young lady of his acquaintance. Fourth, he inherited $65 million. Three of these things are not at all unusual. Many a farmer's boy has done them, and has not had the distinction of seeing the newspapers devote columns of space to them. But the other thing is quite unique. Since the beginning of American history, no other person has ever inherited $65 million. So it may be asserted beyond dispute that this young man's reputation depended upon property, and nothing but property. He was the perfect specimen which the sociological scientist would require for his test, the man of property per se. And now for the action of the two men. It appears that the New York Times, a great organ of world capitalism, in its efforts to camouflage its true functions, had resorted to the ancient device of charity, used by the Christian Church ever since it sold out to the Emperor Constantine. Early in December of each year the Times publishes a list which it calls 100 Neediest Cases, and collects money for these 100 families in distress. The Times never goes into the question of the social system which produces these harrowing cases, nor does it allow anyone else to go into this question. What it does is to present the 100 victims of the system with enough money to preserve them until the following December, so that they may again enter into competition for mention in the list, and have their miseries exploited by the Times. In addition to this, the Times publishes every Sunday an illustrated supplement of pictures to entertain its variety of readers, and it happened that on the Sunday when it published the 100 Neediest Cases it published also a photograph of a recreation building which young Mr. Vincent Astor was erecting on his country estate at a cost of $1 million. This building was for the use of Astor and his friends. It had no place for the public. It was devoted to tennis and swimming and gymnastics. It had no place for literature, music, art, science, or religion. It was a typical product of the private property regime. So the man who represented humanity sat himself down and wrote a Christmas letter to the millionaire, in substance asking him how he could enjoy his Christmas, how he could be content to play in a $1 million recreation building, when he had before him such positive evidence that millions of his fellow beings were starving. This letter was picturesque, interesting, and well written, as news it was in every way live. So came the first test. This Christmas letter to Vincent Astor was offered to every newspaper in New York City on the same date, addressed city editor, special delivery. It was sent to both morning and afternoon papers. And how many published it? Just one, the New York Call, the socialist paper. No other paper in New York, morning or afternoon, printed a line of it, or referred to it in any way. It was offered to every big news agency in the country. And how many handled it? Not one. Outside of New York it was published in the Appeal to Reason, and in one Chicago paper which happened to be edited by a personal friend of the author's. So here you have the first verdict of the capitalist journalism of New York City. A letter written by a man of humanity represents a total news value of precisely 0. There the matter might have rested, the test might never have been completed, but for the fact that the millionaire disagreed with the judgment of his newspaper editors. He thought the letter of the author was important, and he answered it. How this came to happen I have no idea. Maybe the millionaire's conscience was touched, maybe he had ambition to be something else than a man of property per se. Maybe he himself wrote the answer, maybe some shrewd family lawyer wrote it, maybe his secretary or some other employee wrote it. All I know is that 2 or 3 weeks later the millionaire wrote to the author, and at the same time gave his letter to the newspapers. The author's letter had been, of course, an attack upon capitalism. The millionaire's was a defense of it. And so came the second test. Every New York newspaper was offered an opportunity to publish the millionaire's letter to the author. And how many availed themselves of the opportunity? Everyone, absolutely everyone. Everyone published the letter, and published it entire. Most of them put it on the front page, with the millionaire's picture. Some of them added columns of interviews about it, and editorials discussing it. The New York newspaper's idea of the news value of a man of property was precisely 100%. The above would have been sufficient for any sociological scientist, but, as it happened, the test was carried one stage farther yet. The author was not entirely overwhelmed by the evidence of his unimportance as compared with a millionaire. He was a socialist, and socialists are notoriously hard to squelch. He wrote a second letter to the millionaire, answering the millionaire's arguments, and again he offered it to every paper and to every news agency in New York, the same ones that had spread out the millionaire's arguments in full. And how many printed it? How many printed the whole of it? Just one, The Call, the socialist paper. How many printed parts of it? And how large were these parts? Let us see. The author's first letter measured in newspaper columns 63 inches, the millionaire's reply measured 19, and the author's reply to that measured 61. If it be objected that the author was claiming more than his fair share, it should be pointed out that the author was attacking an established institution, something one cannot do in a few sentences. On the other hand, the most foolish person can reply, I don't agree with you, and claim the virtue of brevity. Also, be it noted that the question here is not what the author claimed, but what he got. Here is a table showing what he got, in column inches, from the leading morning papers of New York. Author, millionaire, author. Let it be noted that the above takes no account of headlines, which were all big for the millionaire and small for the author. It does not include editorials, interviews, and photographs, nor does it reckon the advantage of first page position. In order to make the significance of the figures quite clear, let them be reduced to percentages. Each paper had 124 author inches offered to it, and 19 millionaire inches. To begin with the Times, this paper printed all the millionaire inches, also a few extra which it hunted up for itself. It printed none at all of the author inches. Hence we see that, to put it mathematically, the Times considers an author absolutely nothing in comparison with a millionaire. Exactly the same is true of the Herald, the Press, and the Tribune. The World printed 100% of possible millionaire inches and less than 2% of possible author inches, thus giving the millionaire more than 50 times the advantage. Similarly, the American favored him 60-1. The Call placed the two on a par, that is to say, the Call printed the news. I conclude the account of this little episode by quoting a passage from the published memoirs of a wise old Chinese gentleman, Li Hongchang, who happened to be a man of humanity as well as of property. A poor man is ever at a disadvantage in matters of public concern. When he rises to speak, or writes a letter to his superiors, they ask, "Who is this fellow that offers advice?" And when it is known that he is without coin, they spit their hands at him, and use his letters in the cook's fires. But if it be a man of wealth who would speak, or write, or denounce, even though he have the brain of a yearling dromedary, or a spine as crooked and unseemly, the whole city listens to his words and declares them wise. XXIII The Heart Wife. The next story has to do with the phenomenon known as Hearst journalism. It is a most extraordinary story. In its sensational elements it discounts the most lurid detective yarn, it discounts anything which is published in the Hearst newspapers themselves. At first the reader may find it beyond belief. If so, let him bear in mind that the story was published in full in the New York Call for August 9, 1914, and that no one of the parties named brought a libel suit, nor made so much as a peep concerning the charges. I may fairly assert that the story of Hearst journalism is one which Mr. Hearst and his editors themselves admit to be true. William Randolph Hearst has been at various times a candidate for high office in America, and has been able to exert much influence on the course of the Democratic Party in New York, in Illinois, and even throughout the nation. What are the Hearst newspapers? How are they made? And what is the character of the men who make them? These questions seem to me of sufficient importance to be worth answering in detail. In order to make matters clear from the outset, let me point out to the reader that, for once, I am not dealing with a grievance of my own. Throughout this whole affair my purpose was to get some money from a Hearst newspaper, but I was not trying to get this money for myself, I was trying to get it for a destitute and distracted woman. All parties concerned knew that and knew it beyond dispute. The wrong was done, not to me, but to a destitute and distracted woman, and so I can present to the reader a case in which he cannot possibly attribute an ulterior motive to me. The story began at Christmas, 1913. In the New York papers there appeared one day an account of the death of a lawyer named Couch, in the little town of Monticello, N.Y. This man was nearly 60 years old, a cripple and eccentric, who lived most of the time in his little office in the village, going once a week to the home upon the hill where lived his wife and family. The news of his death in the middle of the night was brought to a physician by a strange, terrified woman, who was afterwards missing, but next day was discovered by Mr. Couch's widow and daughter, cowering in an inner portion of his office, which had been partitioned off to make a separate room. Investigation was made, and an extraordinary set of circumstances disclosed. The man and woman had been lovers for 15 years, and for the last 3 years the woman had spent her entire time in this walled-off room, never going outside, never even daring to go near the window in the daytime. This sacrifice she had made for the sake of the old man, because she had been necessary to his life, and there was no other way of keeping secret a situation which would have ruined him. The story seemed to make a deep impression upon the public, at least if one could judge from the newspapers. There were long accounts from Monticello day by day. The woman was described as grief-stricken, terrified by her sudden confrontation with the world. She was taken to the county jail and kept there until after the dead man's funeral. No charges were brought against her, but she remained in jail because she had nowhere else to go, and because her condition was so pitiful that the authorities delayed to turn her out. She was helpless, friendless, with but one idea, a longing for death. She was besieged by newspaper reporters, vaudeville impresarios, and moving picture makers, to all of whom she denied herself, refusing to make capital of her grief. She was described as a person of refinement and education, and everything she said bore out this view of her character. She was, apparently, a woman of mature mind, who had deliberately sacrificed everything else in life in order to care for an unhappy old man whom she loved, and whom she could not marry because of the rigid New York divorce law. One morning the papers stated that the relatives of this hidden woman refused to offer a home to her. My wife wrote to her, offering to help her, provided this could be done without any publicity, but time passed without a reply. My wife was only 3 or 4 weeks out of the hospital after an operation for an injury to the spine. We had made plans to spend the winter in Bermuda, to give her an opportunity to recuperate, and our steamer was to sail at midnight on Monday. On Sunday morning, while I was away from home, my wife was called on the phone by Miss Branch, who announced that she had left the Sullivan County Jail, and was at the ferry in New York, with no idea what to do except to leap off into the river. My wife told her to take a cab and come to our home, and sent word to me what she had done. Not to drag out the story too much, I will say briefly that Miss Branch proved to be a woman of refinement, and also of remarkable mind. She has read widely and thought for herself, and I have in my possession a number of her earlier manuscripts which show, not merely that she can write, but that she has worked out for herself a point of view and an attitude to life. She was one of the most pitiful and tragic figures it has ever been our fate to encounter, and the 24 hours which we spent in trying to give her comfort and the strength to face life again will not soon be forgotten by either of us. We interested some friends, Dr. and Mrs. James P. Warbass, in the case, and they very generously offered to place Miss Branch in a sanitarium. Before she left she implored me to make a correction of certain misstatements about her which had appeared in the papers. She was deeply grieved because of the shame she had brought upon her brother and his family, and she thought their sufferings might be partly relieved if they and others read the truth about her character and motives. At this time, it should be understood, Miss Branch was the newspaper mystery of the hour. She had vanished from Monticello, and on Monday morning the newspapers had nothing on the case but their own inventions. I sought the advice of a friend, J. O'Hara Cosgrave, a well-known editor, who suggested that the story ought to be worth money. As you say that Miss Branch is penniless, why not let one of the papers buy it and pay the money to her? The Evening Journal has been playing the story up on the front page every day. Sell it to them. I said, you can't sell a newspaper a tip without first telling them what the story is, and can you trust them? He answered, I personally know Van Ham, managing editor of the Evening Journal, and if you will make it a personal matter with him, you can trust him. Are you sure? I asked. Absolutely, he replied. I talked the matter over with my wife, who was much opposed to the suggestion, refusing to believe that any Hearst man could be trusted. They would betray me, and use my name, and we should be in for disagreeable publicity. Moreover, Miss Branch would never get the money, unless I got a contract in writing. I answered that there was no time to get it in writing. It was then about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the matter would have to be arranged over the phone at once, if it were to be of any use to an evening paper. So finally my wife consented to the attempt being made, upon the definite understanding that she was to stand beside me at the telephone and hear what I said, and that I was to repeat every word the party at the other end of the wire said, in such a way that both he and she would hear the repetition. In this way she would be a witness to the conversation. And now, as everything depends upon the question of what was said, let me state in advance that this conversation was written down from the memory of both of us a few hours afterward, and that we are prepared, if necessary, to make affidavit that every word of it was spoken, not once, but several times, that the various points covered in it were repeated so frequently and explicitly that the party at the other end of the wire once or twice showed himself annoyed at the delays. The conversation was as follows. Is this Mr. Van Ham, managing editor of the Evening Journal? Mr. Van Ham, I have called you up because Jack Cosgrave has told me that you are a man who can be trusted. I wish to ask you if you will give me your word of honor to deal fairly with me in a certain matter. I have some information to offer you which will make a big story. I am offering to sell it for a price, and I wish it to be distinctly understood, in advance, beyond any possible question, that you may have the story if you are willing to pay the price. If you don't want to pay the price, I have your word of honor, that you will not in any manner whatever use any syllable of what I tell you. This was repeated and agreed to, and then I told him what I had. I am not at liberty to tell you where Miss Branch is at present, I said. I am offering you a story, and a statement which she desires me to give out for her. The price for it is $300 for Miss Branch. I don't want the money myself, I won't even handle it. Is the price agreeable to you? The answer was, yes, I will send a man up at once. I said, it is distinctly understood that you are to publish nothing whatever about this matter unless the sum of $300 is paid to Miss Branch. Yes. Where is she, so that I can pay the money to her? I will give you the name of a man who knows where she is. This man will take the money and will bring you her receipt. I wish to give you the name of this man in confidence, for he does not wish his name brought into the case in any way. The answer was, put the name of the man in a sealed envelope and give it to the reporter, who will give it to me. I will personally see that the money is sent to him, and then will forget his name. Very well, I replied, and added, I have written a 1,000-word article discussing the case. I will give you this article along with the rest of the information. But you must not print either this article or a single word about this matter unless you pay $300 to Miss Branch. You understand that distinctly? He replied, I understand. A man will be up to see you in half an hour. 15 minutes after the conversation there came a telephone call, a voice, sharp and determined, at the other end of the wire, is Miss Branch there? My wife was answering the phone and she beckoned to me. We stared at each other, uncertain what to answer or what to think. Miss Branch, said my wife. No. Certainly Miss Branch is not here. Then where is she? Came the next question, imperative and urgent. I do not know, said my wife. Who are you? I have been sent by Sheriff Kinney, of Sullivan County Jail, who has an important message to be delivered to Miss Branch at once. Said I, taking the phone. Have you credentials from Sheriff Kinney? No, was the reply, I have not. Then, I said, you cannot see Miss Branch. But, said the voice, I must see her at once. It is really very important. Come here and see me, I said. No, was the answer, I cannot. Please tell me where Miss Branch is. It is a matter of the utmost urgency to Miss Branch herself. This went on for several minutes, and, finally, having made sure he could get nothing further, the man at the other end of the wire made an appointment to see me at 5:30 p.m. As soon as I hung up the receiver, my wife said, that is a newspaper reporter. Some other paper knows about her. But how could this be? Miss Branch had assured us that she had not mentioned our names to anyone, nor shown the letter we had written to her, that no one in Monticello had the remotest idea where she was going, not even the kind sheriff, that no one had boarded the train at her station. She had been most careful, because my wife in her letter had laid such stress upon her distaste for publicity. Of course, if other papers had the story of her having come to us, then Miss Branch would not get the money from Mr. Van Ham. I had sold an exclusive story, and it would be said that I had not delivered the goods. I at once telephoned to Mr. Van Ham to tell him of this incident, but I was told that he was out, and I left word for him to call me up the minute he returned. His reporter arrived, Mr. Thorpe by name. I will say for Mr. Thorpe that I think he tried to be decent all through this ugly matter. I detected in him before it was over the manner of a man who has been sent to do a job he does not like. I explained to him that I had just had a call from a man I suspected to be a reporter, and therefore I would not give him the story until I had had another talk with Mr. Van Ham and explained the circumstances to him. So Mr. Thorpe sat for a while in conversation with me. My wife came out and talked to him, much to my surprise, for she has a dread of reporters. Soon, however, I discovered that it was my wife who was doing the interviewing. She called me out of the room and said, that telephone call was from the Journal office. How do you know? I asked. From everything this young man says, and from his manner. I've tried to make him answer me, whether Mr. Van Ham could have been responsible for that telephone call, and he evaded the question. But, I said, what object could they have? They may have been trying to probe you. They have believed that Miss Branch is still with us. This man is trying to find out right now, for he cranes his neck and peers every time I open a door. I did not think this could be, but I was more than ever determined to have another talk with Mr. Van Ham. However, this gentleman continued to be mysteriously absent. I will sum up this aspect of the matter by saying that he continued to be expected every few minutes at his office and at his home until 12 o'clock that night. I made not less than 20 efforts to get him, but he would not even let me hear his voice. As I still refused to give up my story, Mr. Thorpe was suddenly seized with a desire for cigarettes, and went out to purchase some. I am not in a position to say that he called up the office, and turned in what information he had been able to get in the course of our conversation. I will only say that such information appeared an hour or two later in the columns of the evening journal. Mr. Thorpe returned, and still Mr. Vanham was mysteriously missing. At last I got tired of waiting, and I gave Mr. Thorpe the interview and the article, and also a letter addressed to Mr. Vanham, in which I explicitly repeated the specifications of my telephone conversation with him. I read it to Mr. Thorpe and my wife. It was then time for the mysterious stranger to appear, but needless to say, he did not keep his appointment. I will conclude this aspect of the story by quoting the following letter from Sheriff Frank Kinney, of Sullivan County, NY. Your favor relative to Miss Branch received this morning and wish to state that the statement is a falsehood absolutely, as I had no idea whatever as to Miss Branch's whereabouts, and if you meet Miss Branch she will tell you that no one here in her confidence knew where she was going. I trust a kind Providence will protect and care for her. To continue, I had that evening to attend a reception given to the delegates of the Intercollegiate Socialist Society, at the home of a friend of mine who conducts a boarding school for young ladies. Little dreaming what an avalanche I was to bring down upon the head of this unfortunate friend, I left word at the office that Mr. Vanham was to call me at the school at 8 o'clock that evening. My wife and I then proceeded to pack our belongings for the steamer, the first opportunity we had had in all this excitement. The superintendent of the apartment house came to us to ask if we could leave an hour earlier than we had intended, as there were two gentlemen who had rented it and wanted to move in immediately. My wife said, "Surely no one can move into an apartment in the state of disorder in which we are leaving this." "It seems strange," was the reply, "but that is what they want to do. They do not want to wait to have it put in order. They are waiting, and they want to come in the minute you leave." If I had been dealing with Hearst newspapers for a sufficiently long time, I would have understood in advance the significance of this phenomenon. As it was, I simply pitied the two unfortunate young men, who would have to spend the night in the midst of the chaotic mass of torn manuscripts and scraps of letters and envelopes which littered the floor. Later on I was glad that I had Mar. I went to the reception, and at about 8 o'clock in the evening the journal called Mride a lawyer's daughter when my wife informed me she had gone over this trash and burned every scrap of paper relating to Miss Branch and her affairs. Up Mr. Williams on the wire to say that Mr. Vanham had considered my article and regretted to say that he could not use it. The information that I had offered him was not considered worth the sum of $300. I asked what it was worth, and was told $25. I said, "That won't do. I will offer it somewhere else." I demanded the right to speak to Mr. Vanham himself on the subject, but was told that he was out. I was obliged to content myself with impressing upon Mr. Williams the fact that not a syllable that I had confided to Mr. Vanham was to be used by the journal. Mr. Williams solemnly assured me that my demand would be complied with, and this in face of the fact that the last edition of the evening journal, containing the whole story, was then in the journal wagons, being distributed over the city. I called up a friend of mine on the World to offer him the story, and the reader will need a vivid imagination to get an idea of my emotions when this friend exclaimed, "Why, that story has already been used by the journal." "That is impossible," I exclaimed. He answered, "I have a copy of it upon my desk." It was not until I was going on board the steamer that I got a copy of the final extra of the New York Evening Journal, the issue of Monday, December 29, 1913. At the top of the front page, in red letters more than 1/2 inch high, appeared the caption, "Journal finds Miss Branch here," with two index hands to point out this wonderful news to the reader. A good portion of the remainder of the front page was occupied by an article with these headings: "Heart Wife is in New York found here by Journal." Miss Branch traced to well-known writer's home after secret flight. Adelaide M. Branch, for 3 years the heart wife of Melvin H. Couch, former district attorney of Sullivan County, is today in New York City. She is secluded at the home of a well-known sociologist and writer who has interested himself in her case and has offered her a home, at least until she can make definite plans for the future. Miss Branch was traced to her hiding place in the city by the Evening Journal. The former love slave of Couch told the sociologist that she wished to be absolutely quiet and undisturbed. So for the present it is not possible to give her address. And so continued a long article, which contained practically everything of what I gave to Mr. Thorpe, sometimes even using the very phrases which I had used in the presence of my wife. I will not trouble the reader with a description of the state of mind we were in when our steamer set out for Bermuda. I will simply give a brief summary of what else occurred in this incredible affair. First, someone got, or pretended to get, from the hallboy at the apartment where I had been staying, an elaborate and entirely fictitious account of how Miss Branch had arrived, and how she had swooned and my wife had caught her in her arms, and how some other people had come and carried her away in an automobile. This account was published in full. Then the records of my telephone calls were consulted, and every person whom I had called up in my last 2 days in the apartment was hounded. My poor mother was driven nearly to desperation. In our telephone call list was found the name of Dr. Warbass, who had taken Miss Branch away, and Dr. Warbass later received a wireless message from Bermuda, as follows: "Give Branch story to papers." Shortly afterward the doctor was called up by the Evening Journal, and was told that the journal had received a wireless message from me, instructing them to call on him for information concerning Miss Branch. I quote from Dr. Warbass's letter to me. "I believed the only way they could have learned of my connection with the case was from you, and accordingly gave them a short statement of the facts, but withheld the location of Miss Branch. They published very distorted versions of what little I gave them. They were particularly solicitous for her whereabouts. A few days later I had another wireless from you, asking me to send you Branch's address. By this time I had grown suspicious, and sent you my address instead. I am now wondering whether the wireless messages were from you or were newspaper fakery. If the latter is the case, it was well done, believe me, and does great credit to the unscrupulousness of the press. Needless to say, I had sent no such message. What is more significant, I did not receive the message which Dr. Warbass sent to me, giving me his address. Is the Evening Journal able to intercept cablegrams? I don't know, but soon after my arrival in Bermuda I received a letter from my friend who conducts the school for young ladies, scolding me for the terrible trouble into which I had got her. The journal, she said, had become convinced that Miss Branch was hidden in the school, and it was only by desperate efforts that she had kept this highly sensational rumor from going out to the world. I thought, of course, that I was to blame for my thoughtlessness in having given her telephone number to the Evening Journal on the eve of my departure from New York, and I wrote abjectly apologizing for this. What was my consternation to receive a letter assuring me that this was not what had angered her, but the fact that I had been so foolish as to send her a wireless message, instructing her to give the story of Miss Branch to the paper, and had wired the journal to call upon her for the information. Mr. Arthur Brisbane is the man whom I had always understood to be the editor in charge of the Evening Journal. I wrote him asking him to investigate this affair, and I sent a registered copy of the letter to Mr. Hurst, who, I assumed, would be jealous for the journalistic honor of his papers. I pointed out the fact that on the Monday afternoon in question every newspaper in New York had had the story that Miss Branch was going west to see a brother of hers. In all editions of the Evening Journal, except the final edition, the following statement had appeared. Heart wife flees to asylum. Miss Branch is in hiding in a sanitarium within 10 miles of Monticello. As soon as she recovers her strength she will probably join her brother. I said that I wished to know what Mr. Vanham had to say, as to how the journal had got the information it published in its final edition. If it was an independent tip, who gave that tip? and if the telephone call alleged to be from the sheriff had come from any other paper than the Journal, why had not that paper used the story? Mr. Brisbane replied that he was now in Chicago, and had no longer anything to do with the New York Evening Journal, but that the matter would undoubtedly be investigated by Mr. Hearst. A friend of mine, an old newspaper man, wrote me apropos of this: "Don't imagine for 1 minute that anything will be done about it, don't imagine but that Van Ham is Hearst. Hearst knows exactly what Van Ham does, and if Van Ham failed to do it, he would lose his job." This sounded somewhat cynical, but it seemed to be borne out by Mr. Hearst's course. He chose to veil himself in Olympian silence. I wrote him a second courteous letter, to the effect that unless I heard from him and received some explanation, I would be compelled to assume that he intended to make the actions of his subordinates his own. He has not replied to that letter, so I presume that I am justified in the assumption. And this man wishes to be United States Senator from New York. Several years ago he desired to be governor, and there resulted such a tempest of public wrath, such a chorus of exposure and denunciation, that he was overwhelmed. If he had not had a very tough skin he would have fled from political life forever. Unquestionably a deal of this denunciation came from vested interests which he had frightened by his radicalism, but, on the other hand, it betrayed a note of personal loathing that was unmistakable. I marveled at it at the time, but now I think I understand it. The story of Miss Branch is forgotten, but other stories are filling the Hearst papers day by day. Are they all got with the same disregard for every consideration of decency, for all the rules which control the dealings of civilized men with one another? Get clear the meaning of this story of mine, the reason for all this lying, sneaking, forging of cablegrams, bribing of hallboys, violation of honor and good faith. Was it to get a story? No, the Journal had the story offered to it on a silver tray. The reason for all the knavery was to avoid the payment of $300 to a destitute and distracted woman, that, and that alone. And if such be Hearst's attitude to his pocketbook, if such be the methods of his newspaper machine where his pocketbook is concerned, there must be thousands and tens of thousands of people in New York, politicians, journalists, authors, businessmen, who have run into that machine as I did, and been knocked bruised and bloody into the ditch. When Mr. Hearst runs for office, all these men jump into the arena and get their revenge. XXIV the morning pickets. I had a book to write that winter, and my wife's health to think about. We had got as far from the newspapers as we knew how, a little cottage in one of the remotest parts of the Bermuda Islands, with sand dunes and coral crags all about us, and a sweep of the Southern Ocean in front. There we lived for several months, and thought we were safe. I never went anywhere, except to play tennis, so surely I ought to have been safe. But I wasn't. All at once my clipping bureau began sending me articles from newspapers all over the United States. I was starting a ranch for the training of incorrigible boys in Nevada. First, I was in Chicago for an assortment of boys. I wanted the very wildest and most bloodthirsty that could be found. I had picked out several young criminals who had been given up by reformatories. Then, a little later, I was out in Nevada, starting this last chance ranch, with a score or two of boys. And then one of the boys ran away. He complained that I fed him on vegetarian food, and he couldn't stand it. As it happened, I had not been a vegetarian for a long time. Also, as it happened, I was in Bermuda instead of Nevada, but what did that matter to the newspapers? Before long I found myself riding on horseback across the desert, chasing this runaway boy, John Fargo. I had been riding for 3 days and had nothing in my saddlebags but peanuts and canned beans. And there I was left. To this day I don't know what happened to me, whether I caught John Fargo, or what become of my last chance ranch. Is there a phantom Upton Sinclair, still chasing John Fargo over the Nevada desert, and living on peanuts and canned beans? It may have been, of course, that there was someone impersonating me. A friend of mine, a school teacher, told me the other day that one of her pupils had assured her quite solemnly that he knew me well. I was a cripple, and went about in a wheelchair. Also, I was told by a waiter in a Los Angeles hotel that a bald-headed man had reserved a table in my name, and given an elaborate dinner, and that the hotel staff had thought they were dining me. I am wondering what would have happened in the newspapers if that bald-headed man had drunk too much champagne, and had thrown a bottle through one of the dining room mirrors. I came back to America, and made an investigation of the Colorado coal strike, and so began one of the most sensational episodes of my life. It is a long story, but I shall tell it in full, because it is not a personal story, but a story of 11,000 miners with their wives and children, living in slavery in lonely mountain fortresses, making a desperate fight for the rights of human beings, and crushed back into their slave pens by all the agencies of capitalist repression. I had been to Colorado, and knew intimately the conditions. Now the strike was on, and the miners and their families living in tent colonies had been raided, beaten, shot up by gunmen. Finally a couple of machine guns had been turned loose on them, their tent colony at Ludlow had been burned, and 3 women and 14 children had been suffocated to death. I sat in Carnegie Hall, New York City, amid an audience of 3,000 people, and listened to an account of these conditions by eyewitnesses. Next morning I opened the newspapers, and found an account in the New York I Call, a socialist paper, and 2 inches in the New York World and not a line in any other New York paper. I talked over the problem with my wife, and we agreed that something must be done to break this conspiracy of silence. I had trustworthy information to the effect that young Rockefeller was in charge of what was going on in Colorado, though he was vigorously denying it at this time, and continued to deny it until the Walsh Commission published his letters and telegrams to his representatives in Denver. Evidently, therefore, Mr. Rockefeller was the shining mark at which we must aim. It happened that one of the speakers at the Carnegie Hall meeting had been Mrs. Laura G. Cannon, whose husband was an organizer for the United Mine Workers, and had been thrown into jail by the militia and kept there without warrant or charge for a considerable time. So we called on Mrs. Cannon to go with us to the offices of Mr. Rockefeller. We were received by a polite secretary, to whom we delivered a carefully phrased letter, asking Mr. Rockefeller to meet Mrs. Cannon, and hear at first hand what she had personally witnessed of the strike. We were invited to come back an hour later for our reply, and we came, and were informed that Mr. Rockefeller would not see us. So we presented a second letter, prepared in advance, to the effect that if he persisted in his refusal to see us, we should consider ourselves obligated to indict him for murder before the bar of public opinion. To this letter the polite secretary informed us, not quite so politely, there was no answer. What was to be done now? I had learned by experience that it would be necessary to do something sensational. An indignation meeting in Carnegie Hall, attended by 3,000 people, was not enough. At first I thought that I would go to young Mr. Rockefeller's office and watch for him in the hall, and give him a horse whipping. But this would have been hard on me, because I am constitutionally opposed to violence, and I did not think Mr. Rockefeller worth such a sacrifice of my feelings. What I wanted was something that would be picturesque and dramatic, but would not involve violence, and finally I hit on the idea of inviting a group of people to put bands of crepe around their arms, and to walk up and down in front of 26 Broadway in dead silence, to symbolize our grief for the dead women and children of Ludlow. I called a group of radicals to discuss the project, also I called the newspaper reporters. Picketing, except in labor strikes, was a new thing at that time, though the suffragists have since made it familiar. The novelty of the thing, plus the fact that it was being done by a group of well-known people, furnished that element of sensation which is necessary if radical news is to be forced into the papers. A dozen reporters attended our meeting at the Liberal Club, and next morning the newspapers reported the proceedings in full. So at 10 o'clock, when I repaired to 26 Broadway, I found a great crowd of curious people who had read of the matter, also, a number of reporters and cameramen. The reporters swarmed about me and besought me for interviews, but according to agreement I refused to speak a word, and began simply to walk up and down on the sidewalk. I was joined by 3 ladies who had been present at the meeting of the night before, one of them Elizabeth Freeman, a well-known suffragette. A number of others had promised to come, but apparently had thought better of it in the cold light of the morning after. However, the deficit was made up by a lady, a stranger to us all, who had read about the matter that morning, and had hastily made herself a white flag with a bleeding heart, and now stood on the steps of 26 Broadway, shrieking my name at the top of her voice. It had been agreed that the morning pickets were all to preserve silence, and to make no demonstration except the band of crepe agreed upon. But alas, we had no control over the actions of this strange lady. Of course there were a number of policemen on hand, and very soon they informed me that I must stop walking up and down. I explained politely that I had made inquiry and ascertained that I was breaking no law in walking on the sidewalk in silence, therefore I didn't intend to stop. So I was placed under arrest, and likewise the 4 ladies. We were taken to the station house, where I found myself confronting the sergeant at the desk, and surrounded by a dozen reporters with notebooks. The sergeant was considerate, and let me tell the entire story of the Colorado coal strike, and what I thought about it. The pencils of the reporters flew, and a couple of hours later, when the first edition of the afternoon newspapers made their appearance on the street, every one of them had 3 or 4 columns of what I had said. Such a little thing, you see. You just have to get yourself arrested, and instantly the concrete walls turn into news channels. There is one detail to be recorded about this particular action of the news channels. The United Press, which is a liberal organization, sent out a perfectly truthful account of what had happened. The Associated Press, which is a reactionary organization, sent out a false account, stating that my wife had been arrested. My wife, knowing how this report would shock her family and friends in the South, sent a special delivery letter to the Associated Press calling their attention to the error, but the Associated Press did not correct the error, nor did it reply to this letter. My wife's mother, an old-fashioned Southern lady, took the first train out of Mississippi, to rescue her child from jail and from disgrace, but by the time the good lady reached New York, she was so ill with grief and shame that if her child had really been in jail she could have rendered but little assistance. All she could do was to inform her that even though she was not in jail, her father had disinherited her after reading his morning paper. My wife was informed by lawyers that she was in position to collect large damages from the Associated Press, and from every newspaper which had printed the false report. Some 30 suits were filed, but my wife's health did not permit her to go on with them. We were taken to the Tombs prison, where the ladies sang the Marseillaise, and I wrote a poem entitled The Marseillaise in the Tombs, and again found it possible to have my poetry published in the New York newspapers. The magistrate who tried us was an agreeable little gentleman, who allowed us to talk without limit, the talk all being taken down by the reporters. The charge against us read using threatening, abusive and insulting behavior. The witnesses were the policemen, who testified that my conduct had been that of a perfect gentleman. Nevertheless we were found guilty, and fined $3, and refused to pay the fine, and went back to the Tombs. The newspapers tore me to pieces for my clownish conduct, but I managed to keep cheerful, because I saw that they were publishing the news about the Colorado coal strike, which before they had banned from their columns. The New York World, for example, published a sneering editorial entitled, Pink Tea Martyrdom. No genuine desire to effect a reform actuates them, but only morbid craving for notoriety. But at the same time the World sent a special correspondent to the coal fields, and during the entire time of our demonstration and for a couple of weeks thereafter they published every day from half a column to a column of news about the strike. I spent 2 days and part of a third in the Tombs. Every day the reporters came to see me, and I gave interviews and wrote special articles, all the news about Colorado I could get hold of. And every day there was a crowd of 10,000 people in front of 26 Broadway, and young Rockefeller fled to his home in the country, and Standard Oil, for the first time in its history, issued public statements in defense of its crimes. My wife had taken up the demonstration after my arrest, and I was amused to observe that the police did not arrest her, nor did the newspapers ridicule her. Was it because she was a woman? No, for I have seen the police beat and club women doing picket duty, working women, you understand. I have seen the newspapers lie about working women on picket duty. In the course of this Colorado campaign I saw them print the vilest and most cowardly slanders about the wives of some strikers who went to Washington to make appeal to President Wilson. No, it was not because my wife was a woman, it was because she was a lady. It was because in the files of the New York newspapers there reposed a clipping recording the fact that her father was one of the wealthiest men in this section and controls large banking interests. Please pardon these personalities, for they are essential to the thesis of this book that American journalism is a class institution, serving the rich and spurning the poor. It happens that MCS is conspicuously and inescapably what is called a lady. She not merely looks the part, she acts it and speaks it in those subtle details that count most. All her young ladyhood she spent as what is known in the South as a belle, incidentally, of course, as an ungodly little snob. She has got over that, but in case of an emergency like our Broadway affair, she naturally used every weapon she had. Against the New York reporters and the New York Police Department she used the weapon of snobbery, and it worked. In the South, you see, a lady takes for granted the slave psychology in those she regards as her social inferiors. Not merely does she expect immediate obedience from all members of the colored race, she feels the same way about policemen in uniform. It would never occur to her to think of a policeman as anything but a servant, prepared to behave as such. I assured her that she might not find this the case with the husky sons of St. Patrick who lord it over the New York crowds. But MCS answered that she would see. Far be it from me to know to what extent she did these things deliberately. My advice in such matters is not sought, and I am allowed to see the results only. What I saw in this case, or rather learned about later, was that MCS arrived in front of 26 Broadway an hour late, clad in supple and exquisite white broadcloth, military cape and all, and that on sight of this costume the New York City Police Department collapsed. For 2 weeks the lady from the far south marshaled the demonstration, walking side by side with eminent poets from California, and half-starved Russian Jews from the East Side slums, and gigantic lumberjacks from the Oregon forests. If those Russian Jews and Oregon lumberjacks had tried such a stunt on Broadway by themselves, they would have had their scalps split open in the first 5 minutes. But the lady in the white military cape was there, never speaking, but looking firmly ahead, and so for 2 weeks the New York Police Department devoted itself to keeping everybody else off the sidewalks in front of 26 Broadway, so that our free silence advocates might have room to walk up and down undisturbed. They even had mounted policemen to clear lanes in the street, so that the cars might get through, and when someone hired thugs to try to pick quarrels with us and cause a disturbance, the police actually drove the thugs away. I feel quite certain that this was the first time in New York City's history that thugs employed by a great corporation to terrorize strike pickets had met with opposition from the police. And lest you think that MCS is still a snob, and got a sense of triumph from all this, I ought to add the humiliating truth that each day after going through with her ordeal, she would come home at night and cry. She would talk quietly and firmly to the reporters who came to our apartment, but after they had gone, she would be in a nervous fever of rage, because we had had to do such a stunt, in order to get the truth into the rotten newspapers. Ladies in the South are, of course, not accustomed to having their husbands in jail, so on the third day MCS collected all our most respectable-looking mourners, Leonard Abbott, George Sterling, Frank Shea, and Mr. and Mrs. Ryan Walker, and put them on duty. Then she betook herself to the Criminal Courts building, where she caused much embarrassment to several gentlemen in high station. The district attorney told her what to do, and helped her to make out the necessary papers. Then she set out to find the judge. But the Criminal Courts building is confusing to strangers. There is a central balcony, and all 4 sides of it look exactly alike, and MCS got lost. She stopped a gentleman coming out of a courtroom, and asked where she could find Justice so-and-so. "He is in room 17, was the answer. "But I can't find room 17, said MCS. Please show me. What do you wish with Justice so-and-so, inquired the gentleman, politely. Why, said MCS, some imbecile of a judge has sent my husband to jail. Madam, said the gentleman still politely, I am the judge. She found Justice so-and-so. His court was in session and he could not be interrupted. But in the South, you understand, anything from a court to a fire engine will stop to pick up a lady's handkerchief. And moreover, the father of M.C. S is a judge, so she knows about them. She walked down the aisle and addressed His Honor with her quietest smile, and the court proceedings halted while the necessary papers were signed, and a socialist muckraker was released from jail. The reason for this step was our desire to test in the higher courts the question whether a man whose conduct had been that of a perfect gentleman could properly be found guilty of using threatening, abusive and insulting behavior. In order to appeal the case it was necessary to pay the fine under protest, so I paid $1, and came out on the last day to behold the crowd of 10,000 people, and the mounted policemen, and the moving picture operators in the windows of nearby office buildings. And so, day after day, we were enabled to give information about the Colorado coal strike to a group of reporters for the New York papers. Several of these reporters were men of conscience. One, Isaac Russell of the Times, became our friend, and day after day he would tell us of his struggles in the Times office, and how nearly every word favorable to myself or to the strikers was blue-penciled from his story. So during this Broadway demonstration, and the affair in Tarrytown which followed it, we lived, as it were, on the inside of the Times office, and watched the process of strangling the news. We have seen the tears come into Russell's eyes as he told about what was done. And on top of it all, Mr. Adolph Oakes gave a banquet to the Times staff, to celebrate some anniversary of the paper, and got up and made a speech to them, a speech to Isaac Russell, telling what a wonderful institution he had made out of the Times, and how it stood consecrated to the public welfare and the service of the truth. P.S. Isaac Russell reads the above, and corrects one serious error. He writes in emphatic capitals. We reporters paid for that dinner. XXV the case of the AP. It must be understood that at this time the Colorado coal strike had been going on for 6 or 7 months. Most of the tent colonies had been broken up, and the miners were being slowly starved into submission. To one who comes into close touch with such a situation and realizes its human meanings, it becomes an intolerable nightmare, a slow murder committed in a buried dungeon. My mail was full of letters from the miners and their leaders, and I went out to Colorado to see what else could be done to reach the consciences of the American people. I arrived in Denver at a time when the first public fury over the Ludlow massacre had spent itself, and silence had once more been clamped down upon the newspapers. I spoke at a mass meeting in the state capitol, attended by 1,000 or 2,000 people, and when I called on the audience to pledge itself never to permit the prostituted state militia to go back into the coal districts, I think every person in the legislative chamber raised his hand and took the pledge. Yet not a line about my speech was published in any Denver newspaper next morning, and needless to say, not a line was sent out by the Associated Press. The Associated Press was playing here precisely the same part it had played with the condemned meat industry, that is, it was a concrete wall. I have now to tell about a thorough test of this leading agency of capitalist repression. I consider the incident the most important which this book contains, and therefore I shall tell it in detail. By far the greater part of the news which the American people absorb about the outside world comes through the Associated Press, and the news they get is, of course, the raw material of their thought. If the news is colored or doctored, then public opinion is betrayed and the national life is corrupted at its source. There is no more important question to be considered by the American people than the question, is the Associated Press fair? Does it transmit the news? Some time previous to the Colorado coal strike I had attended a dinner of the Socialist Press Club, at which the question of dishonest newspapers was debated, and one of the speakers was Mr. Fabian Franklin, then editor of the Evening Post, an amiable old gentleman who quite naively referred to the Associated Press as he would have referred to the Holy Trinity. He told of some radical friend of his who had pointed out that the Associated Press had circulated the news of a defeat of the initiative and referendum in Oregon, and subsequently, when the initiative and referendum had been victorious, had failed to report the victory. "Just think of it," said this amiable old gentleman. "My radical friend actually believed that the Associated Press would have some motive in suppressing news about the success of the initiative and referendum in Oregon. I was called upon to answer this argument. I quote from an account of the discussion in the New York Call. Sinclair was saying that when the fusion of capitalism beats Idell, socialist, in Milwaukee, the wires were full of it, but when Duncan, socialist, beat a fusion in Butte, the press was as silent as the tomb. Franklin said that it was merely that Butte had no news value, while Milwaukee, Schlitz beer everybody wants to know about Milwaukee. Incidentally, I might mention in passing that this amiable old gentleman, Mr. Fabian Franklin, who thinks that the Associated Press would be incapable of suppressing news about a triumph of the initiative and referendum, and that it would naturally send out political news about Milwaukee because Schlitz beer is made in Milwaukee, has just recently been selected by a group of reactionaries to conduct a weekly organ of safety and sanity, the Review. The reader will be able from the above anecdote to form an idea of the intellectual status of Mr. Franklin, and the likelihood of his having anything worthwhile to say to the American people in this greatest crisis of history. Shortly afterwards came the case of the Masses, which published a cartoon representing the president of the Associated Press as pouring a bottle labeled poison into a reservoir entitled Public Opinion. The Associated Press caused the arrest of Max Eastman and Art Young on a charge of criminal libel. They knew that by starting such a proceeding they would gain an opportunity of propaganda, and of this they hastened to make use. They issued an elaborate statement attacking the masses and defending their own attitude toward the news, which statement was published in practically every paper in New York. I remember particularly that our organ of civic virtue, the New York Evening Post, published it in full. It included this sort of dope. If these young men had investigated before they spoke, they would never have said what they did, for if there is a clean thing in the United States it is the Associated Press. The personnel of the service is made up as a whole of newspaper men of the finest type. Throughout the profession, employment in its service is regarded as an evidence of character and reliability. No general policy of suppression or distortion could be carried on without the knowledge and indeed the active connivance of these men, stationed at strategic points all over the world. Aside from that, the Associated Press has the active competition of several other aggressive press associations, and thousands of special correspondents, and any laxity or deliberate failure on its part would be exposed instantly to its members, who would be quick to resent and punish any such procedure. These members, some 900 in number, represent every shade of political and economic opinion, and it is absurd to suppose that a general policy of distortion or suppression could be carried on without immediate exposure. The editors of the Masses, of course, proceeded to collect evidence, and the Associated Press must have realized very quickly that they were in for serious trouble. They caused a subservient district attorney to bring another indictment, charging libel against the individual who had been portrayed in the cartoon, the purpose of the change being that they hoped to exclude from the trial all evidence against the Associated Press as an organization, and to force the masses to prove that this one individual had had personal knowledge of each instance of news suppression and perversion. Gilbert E. Rowe, who was preparing the case for the masses, asked me to tell him of my experiences with the Associated Press, and in talking the matter over he explained what would be required to constitute legal evidence of the suppression of news. I had no such legal evidence in the case of the condemned meat industry, because I had not kept copies of my letters to the Associated Press, and I had not kept the clippings of what they actually did send out on the story. I promised Mr. Rowe that the next time I went to the bat with the AP, I would take pains to get proper evidence, and now in Denver I came suddenly upon my opportunity. I got real legal evidence, and the Associated Press knows that I got it, and I have been told that because of this they will never again dare to bring radicals into court, or to defend the thesis that they handle the news impartially. In my challenge I deliberately repeated the words for use of which the masses editors were indicted, as follows. I now, over my own signature and as a deliberate challenge, charge that the Associated Press has poisoned the news of the Colorado situation at its source. Will the owners and managers of the Associated Press take up this challenge and make an attempt to send me to prison? I am waiting, gentlemen, for your answer. This was published May 30, 1914, and I am still waiting. I made every effort, both public and private, to get this answer. I besieged the Associated Press and also the Associated Press newspapers, but no answer could be had, so I think I may fairly say that the Associated Press admitted its guilt in this case. The story, first published in the Appeal to Reason, was written within a few hours of the events narrated, and gave all the documents. With the addition of a few explanations, made necessary by the lapse of time, the story is given unchanged in the next 2 chapters. It is a long story, but it will repay study, for there are few narratives of recent events which take you quite so far into the inside, or reveal quite so clearly how politics, journalism, and big business work hand in hand for the hoodwinking of the public and the plundering of labor. I urge the reader to follow the narrative carefully, for every detail is necessary to the proper comprehension of the plot. XXVIA Governor and his lie. The crux of the struggle in Denver during these critical months was the state militia. This militia had been called out and sent to the strike field because of violence deliberately and systematically committed by the armed thugs of the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency. There were 1,000 or 2,000 of these thugs in the field, and they had beaten up the strikers and their wives, and turned machine guns upon their tent colonies. The militia had come, supposedly to restore law and order, but the militia authorities had proceeded to recruit new companies from among these detectives and thugs. This was systematically denied by the newspapers, not merely in Colorado, but all over the country. Later on, however, the state legislature forced the production of the roster of the militia, and it appeared that of one single company, newly recruited, 119 members out of 122 had been employees of the strike-breaking agencies, and had continued on the payrolls of the coal companies while serving in the state militia. They had been armed by the state, clothed in the uniform of the state, covered by the flag of the state and turned loose to commit the very crimes they were supposed to be preventing. The culmination of this perversion of government had been the Ludlow massacre, which drove the miners to frenzy. There had been a miniature revolution in Colorado, armed workingmen had taken possession of the coal country, and the helpless state government had appealed to the federal authorities to send in federal troops. The federal troops had come, and the miners had loyally obeyed them. From the hour that the first regulars appeared, no shot was fired in the whole region. The federal authorities preserved law and order, and meantime the state legislature was called to deal with the situation. This state legislature was composed of hand-picked machine politicians, and all its orders were given from the offices of the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company. Senator Van Tilburg, machine leader, personally declared to me his opinion that all the state needed was 300 men who could shoot straight and quick. The state authorities meant to find these 300 men. They passed a bill appropriating $1 million for military purposes, and another bill providing for the disarming of all people in the state who were not in the service of the corporations. The strike at this time had continued for 7 months, and the strikers were in their tent colonies, sullenly awaiting developments. The program of the corporations was to strengthen the state militia, then have it take charge and maintain itself by machine guns. The attitude of the general public to this proposition may be gathered from the mass meeting in the state capitol, where 1,000 or 2,000 people raised their hands and pledged themselves that they would never permit the prostituted militia to go back to the mines. So stood the situation on Saturday, May 16, 1914, the day the state legislature was scheduled to adjourn. President Wilson, who had sent in the federal troops reluctantly, was waiting in Washington to see what measures the state authorities would take to put an end to the prevailing civil war. By Saturday morning he had come to realize that no adequate measures were being taken, and he sent from Washington a telegram to Governor Emmons of Colorado. I am disturbed to hear of the probability of the adjournment of your legislature, and feel bound to remind you that my constitutional obligations with regard to the maintenance of order in Colorado are not to be indefinitely continued by the inaction of the state legislature. The federal forces are there only until the state of Colorado has time and opportunity to resume complete sovereignty and control in the matter. I cannot conceive that the state is willing to forego her sovereignty, or to throw herself entirely upon the government of the United States, and I am quite clear that she has no constitutional right to do so when it is within the power of her legislature to take effective action. And now begins a story of political crookedness, the like of which had never come under my personal observation. I had been in Denver 4 days, and had opportunity to meet a score of people who knew the situation intimately, and who were able to put me on the inside. So I can invite you into the governor's private office at 11 o'clock on Saturday morning, when the above telegram from President Wilson arrived. First, let me describe this governor, as I wrote about him in the Denver Express. I went yesterday afternoon to see your governor. I wish to be very careful what I say of him. He is apparently a kindly man, in intellectual caliber fitted for the duties of a Sunday school superintendent in a small village. He is one of the most pitiful figures it has ever been my fate to encounter. He pleaded with me that he was a ranchman, a working man, that he was ignorant about such matters as mines. When I pointed out to him that, according to government figures, there were 12 times as many miners killed and injured by accidents in the southern Colorado fields as elsewhere, his only answer was that he had heard some vague statement to the effect that conditions were different in other places. He pleaded tearfully that he had brought upon himself the hatred of everyone. He admitted that he was utterly bewildered, and had no idea what to do in this crisis. His every word made evident his utter ignorance of the economic forces which have produced this frightful situation. He cried out for some solution, yet, every time that I sought to suggest a solution, and to pin him down to a yes or a no upon a certain course of action, he lost control of himself and cried out that I was trying to make him express an opinion. He, the governor of the state, had no business to have opinions about such a dispute. It is no accident, of course, that a man of this type comes to be governor of a state like Colorado. The corporations deliberately select such men because they wish to be let alone, and they prefer men who are too weak to interfere with them, even if they wish to interfere. So now at 11 o'clock on Saturday morning this poor pitiful governor sends for his advisers, the leaders of the hand-picked machine majority in the state legislature. What is to be done? If the president's telegram is sent to the legislature, it may refuse to adjourn, and insist upon considering the president's demand. Therefore, at all hazards, the telegram must be suppressed. Also, it must be sent to the coal operators in the city, in order that they may consult and tell the governor what reply to make to the president. All the newspaper men in Denver knew the names of the 2 men who took the message about to the operators. It was considered by the operators for 3 or 4 hours, and a reply drafted and sent, and meantime desperate efforts were made by the machine leaders to obtain the adjournment of the legislature. The reply drafted by the operators and sent by the governor was as follows. Hon. Woodrow Wilson, President of the United States, Washington. I regret exceedingly that you have been misinformed. The legislature has just passed an act, which I have approved, providing for a bond issue of $1 million for the purpose of paying the indebtedness which has been incurred and which may be incurred in suppressing insurrection and defending the state. As soon as these bonds can be issued, these funds will be available and the state can and will control the situation. This is the only constitutional method of raising funds in immediate future. In addition to this act, the legislature has enacted a law permitting the governor to close saloons in time of disorder, and also a law prohibiting the carrying and disposition of firearms in time of disorder. Moreover, a committee on mediation on the present strike has been provided for and appointed. Now the heart of our story is this last sentence in the governor's telegram, this committee on mediation on the present strike. If such a committee had been appointed, the legislature might fairly claim to have done its best to settle the strife. But had such a committee been appointed? It had not. The coal operators, confused by the president's sudden action, had caused their poor governor to telegraph the president a lie, and now all their agencies of repression were brought to bear to keep the truth, not merely from the president, but from the whole country. First of all, it must be kept from the state legislature itself. A senator tried to have the president's telegram and the governor's answer read in the Senate, but by parliamentary juggling this was prevented. All debate was forbidden, but a Democratic woman senator, Helen Ring Robinson, succeeded in getting in a few words of protest, under the guise of an explanation of her vote. Senator Robinson read the last sentence of the governor's answer. Moreover, a committee on mediation on the present strike has been provided for and appointed. Said Senator Robinson, I know of no such committee which has been appointed by this assembly. Lieutenant Governor Fitzgerald replied that the resolution providing for the strike investigating committee provided for mediation. But, protested Senator Robinson, I can't find a sentence in that resolution that mentions mediation. I can't see a word on mediation in the resolutions. Whereupon, I am quoting the account from the Rocky Mountain News of May 17, Senator A. N. Parrish, conservative Republican, objected that the motion was not debatable. Further discussion was shut off, the motion to read the president's telegram was laid on the table, and the Senate adjourned. Now on that critical Saturday evening it happened that I was a guest at the home of the late Chief Justice Steele of Colorado, and there I met Senator Robinson. She asked me if I could not do something to make this matter clear to the country. Could I, for example, find out if the Associated Press had gotten the point straight? With the senator sitting by my side, I called the Associated Press on the phone and spoke with Mr. A.C. Rousey, its night editor in charge in Denver. I told Mr. Rousey that I was in consultation with an opposition senator, and that my attention had been called to this point, which I endeavored to explain. Mr. Rousey laughed good-naturedly at my effort to enlighten his great institution. He informed me that they had trained men up at the Capitol watching every point of the procedure, and that they had got the story quite correct. I endeavored to make the precise point about the phrase mediation, but not having any copy of the proceedings before me, and being really unable to believe that Senator Robinson could be correct in attributing such an open falsehood to the governor of the state, I permitted Mr. Rousey to back me down, and hung up the receiver feeling that I had made a fool of myself. But later that evening I went to the office of the Rocky Mountain News, where I was able to see a copy of the official record in the case, the House Journal of the Proceedings of May 15, 1914. The measure was contained on pages 7, 8, and 9, and on page 47 there was an amendment. I read the bill and amendment, line by line, and I did not find in it the word mediation. The measure provided as follows. Resolved, that a joint committee of 6 members, 3 selected by the Senate and 3 by the House, said members to be selected by the body of each House shall be appointed and directed to confer and advise with the Governor and other executive officers of the state to the end that the Legislative Department may render all assistance in its power to the Executive Department in the enforcement of law and the maintenance of order, and to consider ways and means of restoring and maintaining peace and good order throughout the state, and to investigate and make report at the next session of the legislature upon the following matters and subjects. The bill then goes on to outline an elaborate series of matters for investigation: whether the coal companies have obeyed the laws, what wages they have paid, the terms of the mining leases, the employment of gunmen, what efforts have been made to settle the strike, etc. The amendment provides for further inquiry into the names of strike leaders, their nationality, etc., and the causes of violence. These subjects were, of course, enough to occupy a committee for many months. There was nowhere in the bill anything suggested about settling the present strike. On the contrary, the express task of the committee was said to be to generally investigate all matters connected with said strike, that remedial legislation may be enacted at the next General Assembly which will tend to prevent a recurrence of insurrection and public disorder. Now, do not think that I am juggling words over the question of the precise meaning of the above bill. The distinction between the bill which had actually been passed, and the bill which the governor told President Wilson had been passed, was vital and fundamental. Here was a desperate struggle, the class war in literal truth, involving the two greatest forces in modern society. The whole state was torn apart over it, and if anybody were going to mediate and settle it, the whole state wished to know it, and must have known it. At the time that this investigation bill was passed, it was an investigation bill and nothing else, and this was understood by everyone who had anything to do with it. The measure was regarded as of so little importance that the Rocky Mountain News of the day after its passage did not even refer to it. It was one more committee to investigate, and the state was sick of such. By actual count there had been more than 60 such committees appointed already, one of them a committee from Congress, which had taken testimony filling 10 volumes. It was perfectly understood by everyone that the purpose of this new legislative committee was to collect a lot of facts prejudicial to the strikers. Its members were all machine politicians of the very worst type. The idea of such a committee attempting to mediate, or to settle the strike, would have been regarded as a joke by the whole state, but no one had any such idea. It was not until Governor Emmons and his advisers found themselves in a hole, that they hit upon the scheme of calling this a committee on mediation. Also, let us get clear the purpose of this trickery. The purpose was to keep the President of the United States from intervening to force a compromise, as he was threatening to do. The legislature was to be adjourned, and the President was to find himself in a position where he would have to keep the federal troops in the field and do the work of repression which the prostituted state militia of Colorado could no longer do. Such was the plan, and I might add that it was carried out completely. Next morning, by consulting with other members of the legislature, and with several lawyers in Denver, I made quite certain of the facts. Also I made certain that the Associated Press had sent out no hint of these facts. The Associated Press had sent merely the President's telegram and the Governor's answer. Presumably, therefore, the President had swallowed the Governor's lie. Beyond question the country had swallowed it. It seemed to me that here was an occasion for an honest man to make his voice heard, so I sent a telegram to President Wilson, as follows. President Woodrow Wilson, Washington, D.C. As one in position to observe from inside the events in this capital, I respectfully call your attention to the lack of fairness of Governor Emmons in withholding your telegram from the legislature for 4 hours while efforts were made to adjourn. All newspaper men know that during that time your telegram was in the hands of all coal operators in the city, and they know the men who took it to them. Furthermore, they know that Governor Emmons' telegram to you contains a falsehood. The word mediation did not appear in the measure referred to, which provides for investigation only. There has been a 10-volume investigation already. Governor Emmons declared to me personally that he means to return the militia to the strike fields. 20 independent investigators, reporters, lawyers, relief workers assure me result will be civil war on a scale never before known in American labor dispute. Miners by thousands pledge to die rather than submit to more government by gunmen. Upton, Sinclair. I took this telegram on Sunday evening to the editor of the Rocky Mountain News. He said, "It is a splendid telegram, it covers the case." I said, "Will you publish it?" He answered, "I will." I said, "Will the Associated Press get it from the news?" He answered, "It will." It might be well to finish this part of the matter by stating that on the next evening I had a conversation with Mr. Rousey, in charge of the Associated Press, as follows: "Did you get my telegram from the news?" "We did." "You did not send it out, I believe." "We did not." The Rocky Mountain News had been for many years a hidebound corporation newspaper, but at this moment the owner of the paper had, so I was told, some kind of a personal quarrel with the coal operators. At any rate, he had placed in charge a young Chicago newspaper man, W.M.L. Chenery, with orders to publish the truth. That the news was not favoring me personally will be clearly seen from the fact that on Tuesday morning it published a ferocious attack upon me by Gov. Emmons, and refused to publish a word of what I offered in reply. Nevertheless, on Monday morning the news published a 2-column editorial headed, "To the Patriots of Colorado." Says the news, not one word about mediation is contained in the entire resolution. The committee is given no power to mediate. They may investigate, examine, and report, and that is all. And elsewhere the editorial says, a committee on mediation has not been provided for, and none has been appointed. Think of the unutterable weakness of such conduct. Think of its stupidity. Such was the voice of unprejudiced opinion in the city of Denver on the subject of the governor's telegram. And what did the country hear about the controversy? Not a word. The Associated Press had all facts. It came to the news office and got everything the news had, and it sent out not one word. On the contrary, the Associated Press did its best to persuade the country that the president was pleased with Ammon's reply. It sent out the following. Washington, May 16. President Wilson expressed satisfaction with the situation after he received Governor Ammon's reply late tonight. It was said by officials in close touch with the president that Wilson was greatly pleased with what had been done after he had been informed by Governor Emmons of the work of the Colorado legislature, and that he hoped the state would assume control of the situation in the near future so the federal troops might be withdrawn. That this was an Associated Press invention, made to help out the poor governor, was made clear the next morning by the news, whose own correspondent wired the following. Washington, May 17. At the White House it was stated that nothing had been given out which would justify the statement printed in some of the morning papers that the president is entirely satisfied with the telegram received yesterday from Governor Emmons, N. I was by this time thoroughly wrought up over the situation, determined that the country should somehow hear the truth. I besieged the offices of the Denver newspapers. As a result the Denver Post, on Monday afternoon, published on its front page, with a heading in large red letters, an interview with Governor Emmons, in which that worthy denounced me as an itinerant investigator, also as a prevaricator. The governor's defense on the point at issue was this. In regard to Sinclair's declaration that the word mediation did not appear in the resolution appointing a committee to investigate the strike, Emmons explained. Probably that particular word does not occur, but a reading of the resolution will show that it gives the legislative committee power to assist in settling the strike. If that isn't mediation, I'd like to know the true meaning of the word. I felt pretty sick when I read that interview. I thought the governor must have me for sure. With sinking heart I went and procured a copy of the House Journal, to see if I could possibly have overlooked such a phrase as to assist in settling the strike. I read over line by line the 3 pages of the bill, and the 1 page of amendment, and, behold, there was no such phrase, to assist in settling the strike. There was nothing in any way remotely suggesting it. On the contrary, there was the explicit statement of the purposes of the committee to generally investigate all matters connected with said strike, that remedial legislation may be enacted at the next General Assembly which will tend to prevent a recurrence of insurrection and public disorder. The governor had lied again. So then I wrote the governor a letter. I said, you have relied upon the fact that the man in the street has not access to the volume of the House Journal, and will accept your statements upon their face. This, of course, puts me at a cruel disadvantage, for you are a prominent official and I am only an itinerant investigator. But I propose, if possible, to compel you to face this issue. I will name 2 friends as a committee to represent me to settle this question at issue. I request you to name 2 friends. I request you to point out to them in the measure in question the word mediation or the phrase to assist in settling the strike. Your 2 friends will then bring it to my 2 friends, who, seeing the phrase in print in the House Journal, will be obliged to admit that I am wrong. You have objected to my presence in the state, upon the ground that I am meddling in the affairs of the people of Colorado. Very well, sir, I hereby offer you a simple way to rid the state of my presence. I hereby agree that if your 2 friends can point out to my 2 friends the word or phrase in question, I will quit the borders of your state within 24 hours and never return to it. Upon your acceptance of this proposition, I shall name my 2 friends. This letter was mailed to the governor on Monday night, also copies were mailed to the newspapers. At 10 o'clock Tuesday morning, while dictating my article for the Appeal to Reason, I called up Mr. F.G. Bonfils, editor-in-charge and one of the owners of the Denver Post. The following conversation occurred. "Good morning, Mr. Bonfils, this is Upton Sinclair. Did you receive the copy of the letter which I mailed to Governor Emmons last night?" "I did. May I ask if you intend to publish it?" "I do not." "May I ask what is your reason for refusing?" "The reason is that things have been stirred up enough, we think. The people in the city want peace. Does it seem to you that this is fair journalism?" "Now, listen, my boy, don't try to argue with me, you have had plenty of room to spread your ideas in our paper. You are entirely mistaken, Mr. Bonfils. You have not reported a single speech that I made in this town. You did not even print my telegram to President Wilson. But you print the governor's answer to it. Well, now, we don't want to stir up this question any further. We think the state is very much in need of peace. We are not looking for trouble. If we printed your answer to the governor, we should have to print the governor's answer to you. And so it would go on indefinitely, and we don't want people calling each other names in our paper. If that is the case, why did you print the governor's attack upon me? Now, listen, kid, don't get excited. I was never less excited in my life, Mr. Bonfils. I am simply asking politely for an explanation. Well, now, we don't care to argue this question with you. You have called me a liar in your paper, and refuse me an opportunity to defend myself. Is that correct? Yes, it's correct. Well, then I simply wish to tell you this one further thing. I am at present in a stenographer's office dictating an account of this conversation for a publication which has a circulation of 500,000. I don't care if it has a circulation of 500 million. Then you are willing for this conversation to be reported as expressing the attitude of the Post. Say, Bill, we have been attacked so often by fellows like you, and we have got so prosperous on it, that we don't care anything about it. Very well, then, good morning. The above conversation was recorded in the following way. The stenographer sat by my side at the telephone, and took down every word that I said. Immediately afterwards this was read off to me, and I filled in Mr. Bonfils' answers. As it happens that I have a good memory for words, I can state that the above is for practical purposes a stenographic record of the conversation. And later on I went out and bought an early edition of the Post, and found the man had carried over the governor's attack, a reprint from the day before. And then, walking down the street, I came to the building of the Post, and looked up and saw, oh, masterpiece of humor, an inscription graven all the way across the stone front of the building. Justice, when expelled from other habitations, make this thy dwelling place. XXVII The Associated Press at the bar. Let us return to Monday evening, and to our main theme, the Associated Press. I saw here my long-awaited chance to put this organization on record. I believed, and still believe, that this was a perfect case of news suppression. Here was the closest approach yet made to social revolution in America. Here was the class war, naked and undisguised. On the one side the lives of 30 or 40,000 wage slaves, on the other side $100 million of invested capital, controlling the government of an entire state, and using this control to suppress every legal and constitutional right of American citizens, and to drive them to armed revolt. To this conspiracy the Associated Press had lent itself. It was being used, precisely as the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, precisely as the puppets of the state government. The directors and managers of the Associated Press were as directly responsible for the subsequent starvation of these thousands of Colorado mine slaves as if they had taken them and strangled them with their naked fingers. If it had been such individual crimes of strangling, all society would have agreed on the need of publicity. I have made it my task in life to force the same kind of publicity for the economic crimes of predatory social classes. I considered now that the time for action had come, and as my final test of the AP, I prepared a second telegram to President Wilson, as follows. President Woodrow Wilson, Washington, D.C. In interview tonight, Governor Emmons brands me as prevaricator for my statement to you that commission of mediation was not provided. He now admits the word mediation does not appear, but insists that the phrase to assist in settling the strike is equivalent. No such phrase occurs. I urgently request you to get the full text of this resolution and realize what it means that the governor of the state is willfully and deliberately endeavoring to deceive you and the public in this crisis. Wishing to make quite certain in this vital matter, I took the trouble to write out my plan of action, and took it to a personal friend, a leading newspaper editor in Denver. He said, "Don't do it." I asked, "Why not?" The answer was, "It will make you so many powerful enemies that you will be unable to do anything more to send out news." I answered that I had never been able to do anything with the Associated Press. It was always and invariably closed to what I had to say, and only mentioned me when it had something considered discreditable, such as my being sent to jail. My friend answered, "Well, if you can stand being hated and suppressed for the balance of your life, go ahead." I could stand that. So I took the volume of the House Journal and a copy of my telegram to President Wilson, and went down to the office of the Associated Press in the Ernest and Cranmer building, and saw Mr. A.C. Rousey, with whom I had talked over the phone the night before. He was very pleasant and friendly, and I wish to state that the attitude manifested by the Associated Press in this test case was in no way due to any personal difficulty or ill feeling. Mr. Rousey showed himself a gracious host, and I never had a more pleasant interview with anyone. I showed him the House Journal, and he read the 4 pages with interest. He read my telegram to the President, and then stated that they would refuse to carry it, as they had refused to carry the one they had got from the news on the previous day. His explanation was that it was the policy of the Associated Press to avoid controversy. If they once got started, they would never know where to stop. I said, "But Mr. Rousey, this controversy is the most important item of news on the Colorado situation tonight. I have here put before you indisputable documentary evidence that Governor Emmons has lied to President Wilson, and surely the public would want to know that fact. Surely the public has at least a right to know of the charge, and to make up its own mind as to its truth or falsity." Mr. Rousey's answer was, "Our wire from Colorado is very much crowded these days, and this controversy does not seem to us to be news." I said, "Very well, Mr. Rousey, will you now permit me to hand to you this letter, which I have drafted to serve as a record of the circumstances?" He took the letter and read as follows. Denver, Colorado, May 18, 1914. Correspondent, Associated Press. Denver, Colorado. Dear Sir, yesterday I sent President Wilson a telegram, which I believed and still believe was of vital public importance. A copy of this telegram was put into your hands last night by the Rocky Mountain News and was refused by you. I now offer you a second telegram, bearing upon this subject. At the same time I offer for your inspection a copy of the House Journal in order that you may verify the truth of the statements contained in my telegram to President Wilson. I shall first, in a personal interview, politely request you to send this telegram over your wires. If you refuse to do so, I shall, in order to put you upon record, place this letter in your hands and request you to sign the statement below. If you refuse to sign it, I shall understand that you refuse to send out this telegram over your wires, and I shall proceed to send it to the papers myself, and I shall subsequently take steps to make these circumstances known to the public. Respectfully, Upton Sinclair. Mr. Upton Sinclair, City. Dear Sir, the undersigned, correspondent of the Associated Press in Denver, agrees to send your telegram to President Wilson over its wires tonight. Mr. Rousey read this letter and handed it back to me, with the smiling remark, "I see you are getting a good story." I thanked him, and left. I went downstairs to the telegraph office and sent a copy of my telegram to President Wilson to a selection of newspapers all over the country. They were as follows: New York Times, World, Herald, Sun and Call, Chicago Examiner and Tribune, Philadelphia North American and Press, Baltimore Sun, Washington Times, Boston Herald and Journal, Topeka Journal, Kansas City Star, Milwaukee Journal, Atlanta Georgian, New Orleans Times Democrat, Omaha News, Pittsburgh Post. Now, I submit that here is a definite test of the service of the Associated Press. Is it sending out all the material which its papers want? Is it suppressing anything which its papers would be glad to publish if they could get it? Let the reader observe that these newspapers are not merely radical and progressive ones, they include some of the staunchest stand-pat papers in the country, the New York Times and Herald, for example. They are all save 2 or 3 of them Associated Press papers. To make the test automatic, I sent the telegrams collect. The editors had the right to read the message, and if they did not want it, to refuse to pay for it, having it sent back to me for collection. Out of the 20 papers, how many took this step? Only 5. The other 15 took the story that the Associated Press refused to send out. This is a remarkable showing, considering the fact that I sent the telegram late in the evening, and too late for most of the Eastern papers. It should be pointed out that a newspaper editor is far less disposed to print a dispatch which comes from an unauthorized person. My charge was a startling one, and an editor would naturally doubt it. He would say, if it is true, why doesn't the Associated Press send it? Mr. Rousey, in Denver, had the House Journal before him, but the city editors of newspapers all over the country did not have this advantage, and would naturally be disposed to rely upon Mr. Rousey. It might be worthwhile to add that the claims made in my 2 telegrams to President Wilson were fully vindicated by subsequent events. The committee of 6 machine legislators, appointed to collect material discreditable to the strikers and their leaders, proceeded to vindicate the governor and redeem his reputation by going through a pretense of mediation, but the public paid so little attention to the farce that it petered out in 2 or 3 days. The strike lasted for another 7 months, and all that time the federal troops remained in the field, the very thing which President Wilson had declared himself determined to avoid, and which the coal operators had been determined to force upon him. XXVIII, the Associated Press and its newspapers. I am giving a great deal of space in a small book to this one test of the Associated Press. I think that the subject is an important one, and that the documents in the case should be available to students. In the present chapter I give the reaction of the Press of America to this particular test. If the reader is not interested in such details, he may skip this chapter. I have talked over this case with many lawyers, and shown them the documents, and asked, is there any legal flaw in them? They have never been able to point out one. Also I have talked the case over with journalists, some of the most eminent of capitalist journalists, as I shall presently narrate, and have asked them to point out a flaw. They have pointed out what they think is a flaw, that in presenting to the Associated Press my telegram to President Wilson, I was asking the Associated Press to give publicity to my name and personality, and the Associated Press might have been justified in refusing the request. I answer that there were many ways in which the AP could have handled this matter without mentioning my name, a fact which I plainly pointed out to Mr. Rousey. The first time I spoke to him over the telephone I was speaking, not for myself, but for Senator Robinson. She, a duly elected representative of the people of Colorado, speaking in their legislature, had nailed the governor's lie, and it was Mr. Rousey's unquestionable duty to report her words. It was only when I realized how completely the AP was in the hands of the coal operators that I butted in on the matter at all. And when my telegram was refused by Mr. Rousey, I was careful to point out to him that there were other ways he might handle this news. He might give the story as coming from Senator Robinson, he might send extracts from the editorial of the Rocky Mountain News, he might send a dispatch saying, "It is generally reported in Denver," or "Protests are being made in Denver." All this I made clear, and he in return made clear why he did not do so. Anyone who had been present at our long and partly humorous interview would have perceived that this was no error in judgment of an individual employee of the AP, but a definite policy of the great machine. Mr. Rousey went so far as to say to me that he was a socialist, in sympathy with my point of view, and that he personally would have been willing to send out a straight story. In exactly the same way, when I took this story to various newspapers and magazines, I tried to suppress my own personality. I said to the editors, if you are not willing to discuss the grievance of Upton Sinclair, then make an investigation of your own. Send a representative to Denver and interview Senator Robinson and write about the efforts of a progressive woman senator for fair play in this strike. Take the telegrams which passed between the president and the governor of Colorado, take the pretenses of the fake mediation commission and the false reports of the Associated Press about it, and write the story without mentioning my name. But all such suggestions were in vain. There was no capitalist magazine or newspaper in the United States that would take up the conduct of the Associated Press in the Colorado strike. In one of its published statements in the New York Evening Post, the Associated Press had explained its stern attitude toward the editors of the masses. The Associated Press is not prosecuting the case in any vengeful spirit, but is fighting for a public vindication. For several years the association has sat silent under accusations of this kind, reflecting upon the integrity of the service and the personal honor of its responsible officers, because the charges were made either on the floor of Congress, where no redress is possible, or by persons who were careful or lucky in avoiding the legal limitations of civil or criminal libel. In several cases the persons making the charges retracted them absolutely. At last they have a case involving libel per se, and they purpose to avail themselves of the opportunity to present to the public the facts regarding the service. This, you perceive, is dignified and impressive. Dignity and impressiveness are virtues permissible to great capitalist institutions. But now make note, my challenge to the Associated Press, published in the Appeal to Reason, repeated the identical words for which the editors of the masses had been arrested, and I sent a copy to all the leading officers of the Associated Press. I afterwards saw a letter, signed by Melville E. Stone, general manager of the Associated Press, acknowledging that he had seen it. Here surely was a charge involving libel per se, and one which I had taken pains to make as emphatic, as unconditional, as damaging as possible. It was a public challenge, appearing on the front page of a newspaper whose circulation for that week was 548,040. Yet the Associated Press did not take up the challenge, it swallowed the insult. Not only that, but every newspaper having the Associated Press service did the same. Some 900 newspapers throughout the United States sat in silence and let this challenge pass unanswered. I had the Appeal to Reason send a marked copy of this issue to every one of the 900 Associated Press papers, and I wrote to my clipping bureau, asking them to watch especially for mention of the matter. This clipping bureau is the best in the country, and seldom misses anything of importance. It could not find me a single mention of my challenge to the Associated Press. I next selected a list of 40 of the leading papers of the country, including the 20 to which I had sent the telegram from Denver. I sent them a marked copy of the article, with a letter addressed to the managing editor, pointing out what my challenge meant, that I had publicly indicted the source from which this paper got the news which it gave to the public. Would the paper defend the integrity of its news? Would it force the Associated Press to explain this incident? 3 papers replied to my letter. I shall deal with them a little later. The other 37 papers left my letter unanswered. And let it be noted that this included all the papers which make the greatest pose of dignity and honor, such as the Boston Evening Transcript, the Springfield Republican, the New York Times, the Philadelphia Public Ledger, the Baltimore Sun, the Chicago Tribune, the Louisville Courier-Journal, the Memphis Commercial Appeal, the Atlanta Constitution. Also, I tried the magazines. 1 week after the publication of my challenge to the Associated Press, there had appeared in Collier's Weekly a leading editorial entitled "Injustice to the AP." The officers and members of the Associated Press have been kept busy lately repelling attacks upon that organization. Insofar as they are defending themselves from the charge of willful distortion of the news, we sympathize with them. 6 or 7 years ago we printed a series of articles which dealt with the general subject of tainted news, and from time to time since then we have pointed out examples of this insidious practice. During this time not less than a score of persons have come to us with alleged examples of tampering with the news on the part of the Associated Press. All of these cases we looked into with care and pains, and many of the same were investigated by other publications and persons. We have never found a case that justified us in publishing the details or in making any charge of willful distortion against the Associated Press. I wrote now to Collier's Weekly. They had investigated a score of cases, here was one more. Would they agree to investigate this, and to publish the facts? To this challenge Collier's Weekly made no response. Collier's Weekly did not investigate, and it never published a line about the matter. Then I wrote to the editors of the Outlook, the extremely pious instrument of the clerical camouflage. In its issue of May 30, 1914, the Outlook had published 2 articles dealing with the Associated Press. I now wrote and invited it to take up this case, and the Outlook did not reply. Also I wrote the Independent, which was once a liberal paper, and it too refused any publicity. To return to the 3 newspapers which answered my letter, Mr. Frederick S. Forbes, acting managing editor of the Philadelphia North American, replied that his paper had frequently had occasion to criticize the news distributing agencies of the country, and would investigate my story. That was the last I ever heard from the matter. When I wrote to remind the Philadelphia North American, they did not answer. In the course of a year I wrote several times, but they did not answer. And then the New York World. The World had published a challenge, defying anyone to point out where it had failed to print important news. I now took this case of the Associated Press to the World, and the World answered that having published my telegram to the President from Denver, the World had published the news. The fact that the World had got this telegram from me instead of from the Associated Press, that was not news. The fact that I had published a challenge, deliberately repeating the words of the masses editors, and that the Associated Press and all its newspapers had passed my challenge by, that was not news, in the judgment of the World. The third paper which replied to me was the New York Evening Post, the only one which took up the matter in what I considered the proper spirit. Mr. John P. Gavitt, managing editor of the Evening Post, wrote as follows. Your letter of recent date, together with the exhibit embodied in the first page of the Appeal to Reason for May 30, is hereby acknowledged. I have undertaken an investigation of the matter which will take considerable time, and I am writing now only to prevent your having the mistaken impression that your communication is to be ignored. I attach for your information copy of a self-explanatory letter which I have addressed to Mr. Melville E. Stone, General Manager of the Associated Press. Dear Mr. Stone, I hand you herewith copy of the letter which we have received from Mr. Upton Sinclair, together with a page from the Appeal to Reason published at Girard, Kansas, under date of May 30, 1914. I have been out of town, which fact will explain my delay in taking this matter up with you. I am perfectly aware of Mr. Sinclair's reputation among newspaper men as an insatiable hunter of personal publicity, but it seems to me that his telegram to President Wilson, making specific allegations in connection with a matter of the utmost public consequence at a critical time, ought to have been transmitted by the Associated Press men at Denver. Of course, it is perfectly absurd for any Associated Press man to say that it is the policy of the Associated Press to avoid controversy. That theory of the service is long out of date, and 2/3 of its news reports relate to controversies in one way or another. I have not examined the reports of the matters to which Mr. Sinclair refers, but on its face his article certainly creates a prima facie of suppression of important facts regarding the situation at Denver. At the time to which he refers, I realize that the Denver correspondent was in a very difficult position in all this business, but in this case I think he made a palpable mistake. It is evidently necessary under the circumstances that the Evening Post should deal with this subject, and I shall be glad to have at your early convenience any statement which you will be willing to have published over your signature. I personally believe that this should include some explanation from the Denver correspondent as to his reason for refusing to mention Sinclair's telegram to the President, though, of course, that is a matter entirely within your discretion. Yours very truly, John P. Gavitt, Managing Editor. The above letter was perfectly satisfactory to me. It did not trouble me what either Mr. Gavitt or Mr. Stone thought about my reputation among newspaper men. All that I was concerned about, all that I have ever been concerned about, was that the truth about social injustice should be made public. Mr. Gavitt sent me a copy of Mr. Stone's reply, promising to make an immediate investigation of the matter and report. I felt so sure of the outcome that I ventured to make an announcement in the Appeal, June 20, 1914, to the effect that the AP was to be smoked out, it was to be compelled to answer my charges. But alas for my hopes of fair play, my faith in the organ of armchair respectability. Time passed, and I wrote to Mr. Gavitt, again reminding him of his promises, and in reply he asked me to call to see him. I called, and found myself up against the concrete wall. Mr. Gavitt was as polite as I could have requested, all that he failed in was action. He would not tell me the result of the investigation which Mr. Stone had made, or had promised to make. He would not tell me anything, except that the case was a subtle and difficult one to judge, and that he could not see his way to take it up. I quoted to him his letter to Mr. Stone. It is evidently necessary under the circumstances that the Evening Post should deal with this subject. Mr. Gavitt was uncomfortable and embarrassed, but he would not make good his words, nor would he publish in the Evening Post the facts about my challenge to the Associated Press. He never published a line about it, and on the basis of the facts above stated, I believe that I can claim to have proven positively that the New York Evening Post is not what it pretends to be, a newspaper serving the public interest. I make the same claim concerning the New York Times. The Times did not answer my letter, it did not pay any attention to me, but it happens that I read the Times, and know some of its editors, so I went after it again and again. I will quote from the last of my letters, so that the reader may see how desperately I tried to get something done. New York City, June 15, 1914. Editor, The New York Times. Some time ago I wrote you a letter with regard to charges I had made against the Associated Press. I asked you to consider these charges and lay them before your readers, and give them an opportunity to decide of their truth. Not hearing from you, I wrote a second time, to ask you to do me the courtesy to let me know your intentions in the matter. Still not hearing from you, I assume that it is your intention to treat my communication with contempt. I want to call your attention to the fact that in writing to you I am making a test of the sense of honor of your publication. I am putting you on record, and I shall find means to make your attitude known to the public. You are an Associated Press newspaper, and your honor is definitely bound up with that of the organization which serves you. You sell Associated Press news to the public. If the Associated Press news is false news, you are selling false news to the public, and you are refusing the public any opportunity to judge a most serious, a carefully documented charge that this news is false. It is true that you published my telegram to the President in one edition of your paper. But it is also true that you published it only because I sent it to you. The Associated Press did not send it to you. And I cannot always be in Colorado, and cannot always make it my business to supply you with antidotes to the poison which you are getting from the Associated Press. Only today, for example, you are, through the agency of the Associated Press, responsible for suppressing an important piece of news from Colorado, that is to say, the fact that Judge Lindsay has issued a statement defending himself, and especially the women who went with him, against the charges which have been made against them by the interests in Colorado. The New York World gave that letter a column, from its special correspondent. The New York Call, having the Laugh-In service, also had some account of the letter. You, having the Associated Press service, have not a word about it. And this is a vital and most important piece of news. I then went on to tell about the Evening Post and its promise to investigate. I said, the Times is involved in the matter in exactly the same way, and to exactly the same extent as the Evening Post. The Times published the officially inspired defense of the Associated Press in exactly the same way as the Evening Post. I believe that it is up to you to explain the reasons for your silence in this matter. I believe that if you maintain silence, I shall be justified in declaring to all the world that you have shown yourself in this matter a newspaper without a high sense of honor, and false to the motto which you carry, all the news that's fit to print. I assure you that I shall make this charge against you on many occasions in future. You may think that the 500,000 a week circulation of the appeal to reason is a factor which you can afford to neglect, but I believe that in the course of time you will realize that you were mistaken in permitting me to place you on record in this matter. So ends the story of my test of the Associated Press and its newspapers. In the second part of this book, which deals with causes, I shall return to the subject, and show exactly why these things happen, why the New York Times is without honor where the Associated Press is concerned, and just how many thousands of dollars it would have cost the New York Evening Post if its managing editor had carried out his bold promise to me. XXIX The Scandal Bureau. There is one other incident which must be told before I finish with the subject of Denver, its criminal government and prostitute newspapers. I had been in Denver before, also I had read Ben Lindsay's The Beast, so I knew, before I arrived, what I might expect to encounter. Standing in the Pennsylvania station, bidding my wife farewell, I said, "Let me give you this warning, whatever you read about me, don't worry. If there is any scandal, pay no attention to it, for that is the way they fight in Denver." And when I reached my destination, I had cause to be glad of my forethought. John Reed, who had just come up from the coal country, told me of the vile slanders which had been invented and circulated concerning the women of the coal fields who had been active in defense of their cause. The scandalmongers had not even spared a poor, half-crazed Italian woman, whose 3 babies had been burned to death in the Holocaust at Ludlow. Louis Tychas, a young Greek idealist, a graduate of the University of Athens, who had been trying to uplift his people and had been foully murdered by corporation thugs, they blackguarded as a brothel hanger-on before his corpse was underground. John Reed himself they had got involved with a charming young widow in Denver, he had met her twice at dinner parties. In passing, to show you how far Colorado had progressed towards civil war, I might mention that this lady, upon learning what had been done to the strikers, sent to the east and purchased 2 machine guns and hid them in her cellar, ready to be shipped to the strike field for use by the strikers in case the militia attempted to return. Every socialist and magazine writer, even every writer for conservative publications, was taken in hand upon his arrival in Denver, and fitted out with a scandal. So far as I know, the only one who escaped was Harvey O'Higgins, and this because he took the precaution to bring his wife along. I had not brought my wife, also I was a divorced man, and an easy victim. There was a young Jewish girl, a probation officer in Judge Lindsay's court, whom I was so indiscreet as to treat to a sandwich in a dairy lunchroom, that was sufficient for the Scandal Bureau, which had to hustle in these crowded days. I recollect a funny scene in the home of James Randolph Walker, where several of these affinities learned for the first time to whom they had been assigned. We had a merry time over it, but meanwhile, at the meetings of the Law and Order League, and other places where the ladies of good society in Denver gathered to abuse the strikers, all these scandals were solemnly taken for granted, and quoted as evidence of the depravity of foreign agitators and the radicals who abetted them. For myself, let me explain that during my 3 weeks in Denver I kept 2 stenographers busy all day, I wrote a score of articles, I sent hundreds of telegrams and letters working under terrific pressure, hardly taking time to eat. My wife was back in New York, risking her frail health in the midst of public uproar, and with reason to fear that she might be assaulted by thugs at any moment. Every thought I had to spare was for her, all my loyalty was for her, yet good society in Denver was imagining me involved in a dirty intrigue. In several intrigues such a bluebeard I am. I had been in the city perhaps a week, when a young lady came to me and spoke as follows. "Mr. Sinclair, I represent the Denver Post. We have a rumor concerning you about which I wish to ask you." "What is it?" "We understand that you are about to move from your hotel." "I have no such intention." "Who told you that?" Well, I hope you will not take offense. I will tell you the report, just as it was given to me. Very well, go ahead. I am sorry I cannot remember the exact words of the rigmarole, it was 5 years ago, and I have had more important things to remember. Suffice it to say that it was a new scandal, not the Jewish probation officer. I had uttered a mysterious and portentous sentence, expressive of my guilty fear. If my wife were to learn why I had left the hotel, it would be all over. I looked the young lady from the Denver Post in the eye and answered, standing in the Pennsylvania station, bidding my wife farewell. I said to her, "Let me give you one warning, whatever you may read about me, don't worry. If there is any scandal, pay no attention to it, for that is the way they fight in Denver." And so the young lady from the Denver Post went away, and did not publish that awful rumor. There are people who live upright and straightforward lives, and concerning whom no breath of scandal is ever whispered. Such people are apt to think that all anyone has to do to avoid scandal is to lead upright and straightforward lives as they do. They see some man who keeps dubious company, and is given to smart conversation. Concerning such a man an evil report is readily believed, and they conclude that if any man is a victim of scandal, he must be such a man as that. But how if a scandal were deliberately started, concerning a person who had done nothing whatever to deserve it? My wife tells of a woman in her hometown who would destroy the reputation of a young girl by the lifting of an eyebrow, the gesture of a fan in a ballroom. She would do this, sometimes from pure malice, sometimes from jealousy for her daughter. You can understand that among sophisticated people such practices might become a subtle art, and how if it were to occur to great interests, threatened in their power, to hire such arts? Let me assure you that this thing is done all over the United States, it is done all over the world, where there is privilege defending itself against social protest. Asterisk. There was a certain labor leader in America, who was winning a great strike. It was sought to bribe him in vain, and finally a woman was sent after him, a woman experienced in seduction, and she lured this man into a hotel room, and at 1 o'clock in the morning the door was broken down, and the labor leader was confronted with a newspaper story, ready to be put on the press in a few minutes. This man had a wife and children, and had to choose between them and the strike. He called off the strike, and the union went to pieces. This anecdote was told to me, not by a socialist, not by a labor agitator, but by a well-known United States official, a prominent Catholic. I cite this to show the lengths to which big business will go in order to have its way. In San Francisco they raised $1 million fund, and with the help of their newspapers set to work deliberately to railroad 5 perfectly innocent labormen to the gallows. In Lawrence, Massachusetts, the Great Woolen Trust planted dynamite in the homes of strike breakers, and with the help of their newspapers sought to fasten this crime upon the Union. Only by an accident were these conspirators exposed, and all but the rich one brought to justice. Do you think that interests which would undertake such elaborate plots would stop at inventing and circulating scandal about their enemies? Most certainly they did this in Denver. I was assured by Judge Lindsay, and by James Randolph Walker, at that time chairman of Denver's reform organization, that the corporations of that city had a regular bureau for such work. The head of it was a woman doctor, provided with a large subsidy, numerous agents, and a regular card catalog of her victims. When someone was to be ruined, she would invent a story which fitted as far as possible with the victim's character and habits, and then some scheme would be devised to enable the newspapers to print the story without danger of libel suits. There are 100 ways by which this can be done. Watch Town Topics in New York, or Town Talk and the Wasp in San Francisco, and you will see. The victim will be asked if there is dissension between him and his wife. When he denies it, there will be an item to the effect that he denies it, the item being so worded as to cause people to smile knowingly. I know a radical whose wife nearly died of appendicitis. While she was still bedridden, she was taken to a sanatorium by her mother and her family physician, a man old enough to be her grandfather. The day after she left, her husband was called upon to deny a report that his wife had eloped with a Jew. Or perhaps maybe a report will be brought to the man that somebody else has made charges against him, he is naturally indignant, and when he is asked if he will bring a libel suit, he answers that he will think about it, so the newspaper has a story that the man is thinking about bringing a libel suit. Or someone will be hired to slander him to his face, and when he knocks the slanderer down, the newspaper will have a story of a public disturbance, so worded as to put the victim in the wrong, and at the same time to make known the slander. In extreme cases they will go as far as they did with Judge Lindsay hiring perjured affidavits, and getting up a fake reform organization to give them authority. Lindsay, you understand, has made his life work the founding of a children's court, which shall work by love and not by terror. Love of children, yes, all scandal bureaus know what that means. So they had a collection of affidavits accusing Lindsay of sodomy. They brought the charges while he was in the East. A reporter went to the Denver hotel where his young bride was staying, and when she refused to see the reporter, or to hear the charges against her husband, the reporter stood in the hallway and shouted the charges to her through the transom, and then went away and wrote up an interview. Or perhaps the Scandal Bureau will maintain for its foul purposes a special publication which is libel-proof, one of those fly-by-night sheets, whose editor-in-charge is an office boy, and whose worldly possessions are a telephone address and 3 pieces of furniture. This was a part of their scheme in Denver. The publication was called Oh, Most Delicious Allurement. Polly Pry? I don't know if it is still published, but I saw copies of it during the coal strike, and it was full of the crudest libels concerning everybody who stood for the strikers. I remember one full-page story about Mother Jones, a white-haired old woman of 82 years, who was being held in jail without warrant or charge for several months, because she persisted in coming back to the strike field every time she was deported. And what do you think they said about Mother Jones? In her early years she had been the keeper of a house of prostitution. They went into the most elaborate detail about it, they gave the names of people who knew about it, they gave the address of the house, and then they had their kept congressman, a man by the name of Kindle, to read this number of Polly Pry into the congressional record. So, of course, it was privileged. All the kept newspapers all over the state of Colorado and elsewhere might quote the story without danger of punishment. They might quote it, not from Polly Pry, but from the congressional record. I took the trouble to ask Mother Jones about this story. It appears that in those early days she was a sewing woman, she earned a precarious living, and felt herself justified in working for anyone who would pay her. She did some sewing for a girl of the streets, and this girl died of tuberculosis, and the Catholic Church refused her a burial service, and Mother Jones wrote to a newspaper to protest against this action, her first appearance in public life, her first utterance of radicalism. And this had been remembered all these years. It was brought up against her in one labor struggle after another, only they made her the madam of the house where the poor girl of the streets had lived. We who sympathize with the cause of labor grow used to such things, and do not care for ourselves. What hurts us is this, that in a time of crisis, when the need of labor is so great, our influence with the public is destroyed by these slanderers. The average law-abiding and credulous citizen has no remotest idea of the existence of such machinery for influencing his mind. He takes the truth of these stories for granted, and concludes that a cause which is represented by such advocates can have no claim upon him. While I was in Denver, the Law and Order League held several meetings in the parlors of the great hotels. I offered to address these ladies, and I know that if I had been permitted to do so, I could have opened the eyes of some of them. But the League voted against it, and I have no doubt that this vote was because of the Scandal Bureau and its work. Instead of hearing me, the League heard a clergyman, the Rev. Pingree, who declared that if he could have his way he would blow up all the strikers' homes with dynamite. After that I always referred to this organization as the Law and Murder League. But the crowning achievement of the Scandal Bureau was still to come. In the effort to induce President Wilson to intervene in the strike, I had evolved what I thought was a wonderful idea, that Judge Lindsay and his wife should escort 3 of the miners' wives to Washington to tell their story to the president. It took days and nights of diplomacy, for Lindsay had an election campaign ahead of him, and his wife was in delicate health, but the emergency was extreme, and at last our little Ben, as the children called him, made up his mind to the sacrifice. The party set out, and spoke at large meetings in Chicago and New York, and interviewed the president in Washington, and afforded the Associated Press another opportunity to display its complete subservience to the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company. And meantime, in Denver, the newspapers were pouring out an incessant stream of invective upon Lindsay. The Scandal Bureau revived the old yarn, that he was the insane son of insane parents. I knew his mother, an excellent old lady, as sane as I am. On every stage of this journey Lindsay was accompanied by his young wife, to whom he had been married only a few months. Nevertheless, it was plainly stated in the Colorado papers, and generally believed by Denver society, that the three strikers' wives constituted part of a harem. If only you could have seen them, three pathetic, bedraggled poor women, two of them in deep mourning. And when Mrs. Lindsay, owing to the strain of the journey, suffered a miscarriage, and had to be carried from the train to a hospital in Chicago, several Colorado newspapers reported that this was owing to mistreatment by her husband. At a meeting of the Denver Real Estate Exchange, it was proposed to appoint a committee to spit on Lindsay's shoes when he returned, and this was the kind of news that was thought worth forwarding out of Denver. I write to Judge Lindsay, so that you may have these incredible incidents upon his authority, not upon mine. He confirms every statement I have made. He tells of a woman detective, employed by the Scandal Bureau. The Lewis woman circulated the story that my wife came out of a house of prostitution, and that her mother was a madam, and the corporations paid the woman for it. There is no doubt about this, and it can be proved. Judge Lindsay goes on to narrate the extraordinary circumstances under which these proofs became available. One of the members of the state legislature, a man named Howland, was caught receiving a bribe in the legislature. He had introduced a strike bill against the Tobacco Trust, and a messenger boy had handed him an envelope of money, said to be from an agent of the Tobacco Trust. In order to save this man Howland, the head of the Scandal Bureau, Dr. Mary Elizabeth Bates, came forward and testified before the legislative committee that she had sent this money to Howland in order to pay detectives to get Lindsay. Says Lindsay in his letter to me. Mind you, she testified to her part in the infamy, and was backed up by some of our rich citizens, feeling that she was quite safe from prosecution as she was. But Howland was found guilty of perjury in this case, having sworn that the money came for an entirely different purpose. Because of the general belief of the legislators that the whole thing was part of a frame-up against me, and the fear that it would lead to the truth being told about the fight against me, they came to a compromise in the case against Howland, which was merely to expel him from the legislature for perjury. He never was tried for perjury or conspiracy to ruin me and my court work, as was undoubtedly his plan. And how stands the matter today? Let Lindsay tell it in his own words. During the war I was absolutely outlawed from every opportunity to be of any patriotic service here by the privilege and special interest crowd who control all patriotism, especially in the food and other administrations. When I returned from France I was permitted to speak for the Liberty Loan, but the chairman of the meeting told me that one of Boss Evans' old tools had threatened to red him out of the Republican Party for daring to let me take part in that patriotic celebration. 14 bills for the protection of women and children were killed in the last legislature through the open statement of certain members of the legislature who were tools of the interests that, if Lindsay has anything to do with it, swat it. All this you will understand is my heritage of hate because of the part my wife and I took in that strike, and against big crooks generally when they have time and again tried to rob our city. Since the Beast and the Jungle stories, and my part in the Colorado coal strike, it has been almost impossible for me to speak before such assemblies as high schools, women's clubs, mothers' congresses, and the like. As one woman said to me frankly, Mrs. So-and-so's husband is a big contributor to our club, and if we permitted you to appear on the program she would be highly indignant and withdraw her support. I am sure you will understand just exactly what the influence is, and how insidiously it works. As I read the page proofs of this book, the great coal strike comes, and the miners in the southern Colorado field are out again, and federal troops are guarding the mines. But this time it is not necessary for the Scandal Bureau and the Associated Press to muzzle the strikers and their sympathizers. This time the job has been done by the federal court injunction. XXX the concrete wall. I returned to New York, and at a meeting in Berkeley Hall I told the story of conditions in Colorado. I did not get myself arrested, however, so the New York newspapers printed only a few words of what I said, and the Associated Press sent out nothing. It was again the concrete wall, impenetrable, insurmountable. On one side I, with my facts about the outrages upon the miners, and on the other side the public as far out of reach as if it had been in the moon. The greatest atrocity of the strike was the fact, previously set forth, that the state militia in the coal fields had been recruited from strike breakers and Baldwin Felts gunmen. The facts had been refused, even to the state legislature, until finally the legislature appointed a committee to wait upon the militia general and not leave his office until they got the roster of the Guard. So it was disclosed that in Company A of the State Guard there had been 122 members, and all but 3 of them coal company employees, receiving the pay of coal companies while they wore the uniform and carried the flag of the state. It was an incredible prostitution of government, and what did the newspapers do with the story? What did the Associated Press do with it? I was unable to find the story in a single newspaper, outside of Denver. I brought the full-page story clipped from the Rocky Mountain News to New York with me, and tried the big New York dailies, and could not get one of them to publish it. The Chicago Tribune had published in full a letter of mine to John D. Rockefeller, Jr., setting forth these facts in detail. Also the Tribune had published a very fair and just editorial, headed, "All, he truth," from which I quote. Facts are charged by Mr. Sinclair and others, it must be said, which, if true, are a disgrace to the men responsible and to the community in which they existed. To ascertain the truth and to deal with the situation are duties which must be performed. Let us have the facts about this terrible industrial tragedy, and all the facts. Let us know the guilty and all the guilty. 3 days later the Chicago Tribune took up my definite charges concerning the Guard. It said, if, as he asserts, the Adjutant General's report shows any such abuse of the Guard, the situation calls for prompt rebuke and effective action. If such action is possible under our laws, we suggest the National Guard take cognizance of the above allegations of Sinclair, and if they are substantiated by the Adjutant General of Colorado, that the Guard publicly protest against the abuse. 5 days after that the Chicago Tribune published a letter from P.A. Whiting of Denver, as follows. Referring to your editorial abusing the Guard, in your issue of June 5. If Upton Sinclair said that the official records of Adjutant General Chase showed that an overwhelming majority of the Colorado militia were mine guards and other employees of the coal companies, he deliberately lied. Mr. Chase's records showed nothing of the sort, and could not, for the statement is absolutely false and absurd. The National Guard of Colorado is made up, like in other states, of young business and professional men, students, farmer boys, and the like, and includes the sons of many of our best families. It is surprising that a paper of the standing of the Tribune should accept offhand such a preposterous charge against a great state made by a professional muckraker. If you still entertain the slightest belief in Sinclair's foolish charge, any banker, any reputable businessman, any college president in Colorado will tell you, as I do, that the man who made the statement quoted lied and knew that he lied. Now here was a direct issue of fact. If P.A. Whiting were a real person, living in Denver, Colorado, and if he read a morning newspaper, he must have read the Rocky Mountain News, because that was the only morning newspaper published in Denver. And on the entire front page of the Rocky Mountain News had been published the roster of Company A of the Colorado State Militia, as given to the press by a committee of the state legislature, also a report of this committee of the legislature, giving all the facts as to these members of Company A, the capacity in which 119 out of 122 of them were employed by the coal operators or the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, and the wages they were paid by. These concerns The evidence was as complete and as authoritative as it was possible for evidence to be, and therefore, when P.A. Whiting wrote this letter to the Chicago Tribune, deliberately accusing me of deliberate lying, he was deliberately lying himself. I thought, of course, that the Tribune, having taken a brave stand and called for the truth, really wanted the truth, and would push the controversy to the end. Therefore I sent to the Tribune by registered mail a copy of the Rocky Mountain News, containing the facts, and I looked to see this full-page report transferred to a page of the Chicago Tribune. Or I looked to have the Tribune have some representative in Denver look up the facts, as it might so easily have done. Instead of that, I saw not one line about the matter. What strings had been pulled in the Tribune office, I don't happen to know. All I know is that I wrote several times, protesting, and that no attention was paid to my letters. Now, while I am preparing this book, I write to the Tribune, lest by any chance the Tribune published something, in some edition which I missed, and which my clipping bureau missed, but the Tribune leaves my letter unanswered. Also I write to Denver to find out about P.A. Whiting if he is a real person. I find that he is assistant cashier of the Colorado Fuel and Iron Co., Mr. Rockefeller's concern which broke the strike. All this time, you must understand, the kept writers on the other side of the concrete wall were having their will with the public. Arthur Brisbane, for example, whose editorial against the strikers was submitted to Mr. Rockefeller by Mr. Rockefeller's press agent as a proof of the press agent's skill. And Albert Hubbard of East Aurora. You will find a special chapter in this book devoted to the FRA, and in it you may read how he sought to sell out the Colorado strikers. And the Rev. Newell Dwight Hillis, a clerical gentleman whom we have seen spurning George D. Herron in public, and apologizing in tears before his congregation because his greed for money had led him into a mess of lawsuits. This clerical gentleman preached a sermon, in which he referred to our Broadway pickets as a lot of silly people, and incidentally told some score of lies about the strikers. Somebody, name unknown, was circulating the sermon in expensive pamphlet form by the hundreds of thousands of copies, so George Creel wrote to Hillis but in vain. If you are near a library, look up Creel's open letter in Harper's Weekly, May 29, 1915, and see how many lies a greedy preacher can pack into one sermon. I also wrote to the reverend gentleman, and succeeded in getting a reply from him. I quote my final letter, which covers the case, I think. Rev. Newell Dwight Hillis. Brooklyn, New York. My dear sir. I have your letter and note that you are going west to Colorado, and that if you can find any errors in your sermon you will correct them. I would say that definite and specific errors are pointed out in George Creel's letters, errors that you would not have to go to Colorado to find out about. They are proven in the sworn testimony given before the Congressional Investigation Committee and before the hearings of the Commission on Industrial Relations. While you can, of course, not recollect who gave you this or that detail of information, you must certainly know from what source you took the definite false statements of figures and facts to which Mr. Creel calls your attention. Moreover, the most important questions in both Mr. Creel's letter and mine, you have entirely ignored. I wish to ask you, before you go west, will you answer the following specific questions? Who is circulating and paying for the expensive pamphlet form of your sermon? Second, did this party obtain your permission to circulate it in this form? Third, did you receive any payment for permitting this circulation? Fourth, if, after investigation of Mr. Creel's points in Colorado you find that you were wrong and he was right, will you compel the party who is circulating this pamphlet to give to your corrections the same amount of circulation? I have, of course, no right to insist that you should answer any of these questions. I will merely say that by failing to answer them, and answer them promptly and explicitly, you will leave your name open to exceedingly grave suspicions. This letter remained unanswered, yet such utter lack of concern about his good name has not injured the pastor of Plymouth Church, Brooklyn, with the great organs of capitalist opinion. Only recently McClure's magazine has selected him for its prize Anti-Bolshevik Liar. Please make a mental note of him, for reference when we come to the anti-Bolshevik liars and their lies. It was still our hope that President Wilson could be persuaded to interfere in the strike and force the Rockefellers to some compromise. It being the way of public officials to move only in response to public clamor, we were driven to keep on butting our heads against the concrete wall. Our morning picket demonstration had gathered about us a group of young radicals, who could not endure to see the effort die down and the strangling of the strike completed. Every day one would come to us with some new idea. One group wished to go up to Rockefeller's home on Madison Avenue, and walk up and down in front of it. We objected to this, because we were not attacking Mr. Rockefeller personally, we were attacking his business policy, and his office seemed the proper place. Nevertheless, one boy ventured up on Madison Avenue, and was promptly arrested and sent to jail for 60 days. There was another group which wished to visit Tarrytown, where young Rockefeller had retired to the seclusion of his country home, with a high iron fence all around it, and iron gates, and a score or two of armed guards patrolling day and night. This group tried to hold a street meeting in the village of Tarrytown, and were arrested. So I was driven into a campaign on behalf of free speech. I have told in Chapter 12 of my experience with the Tarrytown News. I have now to tell of my experience with the New York Herald. It is one of the few of my newspaper adventures from the contemplation of which I derive satisfaction. I had several sessions with the Board of Trustees of the village of Tarrytown. They were courteous, and permitted me to argue the issue of free speech, which I did courteously. I brought to them a charming letter from George Brandes, then a visitor in New York. They held a public session, addressed by Leonard Abbott, Theodore Schroeder, and myself, and in the course of my talk I pointed out that the result of repression of free speech was violence. In England, where the radicals were allowed to gather in Hyde Park and say what they chose, crimes of political violence were practically unknown. On the other hand, in America, where it was customary for the police to arrest radicals and club and jail them, such crimes were common. Only the other day the newspapers had told of the assassination of the chief of police of Seattle, where the IWW had been prevented from speaking. There were a dozen newspaper reporters present at this hearing, and accounts of it appeared in the New York papers next morning. The Herald stated that I had threatened the trustees of Tarrytown with violence in case they refused my request. I quote from the Herald's narrative. Suddenly Frank R. Pearson, president of the village, leaped to his feet and said, "We shall not be intimidated by threats. We will hear no more of this kind of argument." For one, I was willing to listen to what these people had to say and to hear them fairly and honestly, but when they come here with threats of death, of assassination, and of mob rule, I will not hear them further. Now, concerning this account there is only one thing to be said: it was absolute fiction. I have never met a more agreeable gentleman than Mr. Pearson, president of the Tarrytown Village Board. He voted my way on every occasion, and from first to last we never exchanged a word that was not cordial. On reading this account I at once went to see him, and ascertained that both he and the other trustees considered the report to be false and inexcusable. I then sent a letter to the Herald informing them that they had libeled me, and threatening them with a suit. They sent a reporter to see me, and I explained to this reporter the basis of my complaint, and next morning the Herald published my letter of complaint, together with an article reiterating its statement, and quoting 3 of the trustees as supporting its statement. I quote the Herald reporter's words. "I saw Frank R. Pearson, president of the village, and asked his opinion of the correctness of the account published in the Herald. Mr. Pearson carefully read the article and then said, 'Mr. Sinclair certainly made the remarks attributed to him in the Herald, if I heard aright, and I did jump up and declare that we should not be intimidated by threats. Mr. Sinclair may not have intended to make a threat, but the inference was plain.' The Herald did not misquote either Mr. Sinclair or me. And concerning the above interview also there is only one thing to be said: it was absolute fiction. I went to see Mr. Pearson again, and he assured me that he had given no such interview, and would appear in court and testify accordingly. Another of the trustees wrote me that the Herald interview with him was a fake, and so I put the matter into the hands of my attorneys, and a libel suit was filed against the New York Herald. It dragged for a year or two, and I came to California and dismissed the matter from my mind. When the time came for the suit to come to trial, I was unwilling to take the trip to New York, and asked my lawyers to have the matter dropped. You may imagine my consternation when I received a letter from them, telling me that they had been negotiating with the attorneys for the Herald, and had succeeded in settling the case upon the basis of a payment of $2,500 damages. Never, if I live to be as old as Methuselah, shall I spend money that will bring me more satisfaction than that $2,500. Throughout these Tarrytown adventures, which lasted several weeks, each newspaper had one reporter who followed the story day by day, and 2 or 3 of these men became friendly to me. Isaac Russell, reporter for the Times, invited me to lunch in a restaurant in Tarrytown, with a couple of other men. I explained that I was ill and not eating anything, but would sit and chat with them. As they were finishing, there came in the reporter for the World, who, as it happened, had been drunk during most of the time. Next morning there appeared in the World a particularly nasty account of the day's events, in which it was described how I had come to Tarrytown with 4 women in my train, had had lunch with several reporters, and had permitted them to pay the bill. I took the trouble to go down to the office of the World and see Mr. Frank Cobb, managing editor, explaining to him that I had come alone to Tarrytown, had spoken to no woman in Tarrytown, and had eaten no lunch in Tarrytown. Mr. Cobb admitted that I had a grievance, and by way of recompense allowed me to dictate a column interview about the meaning of the free speech fight in Tarrytown. Incidentally, he took the drunken reporter off the assignment. From the other reporters I got the inside story of what had happened, and it throws an amusing light upon newspaper ethics. The drunken reporter had lost out in the contest with me, not because he had been drunk, nor because he had lied about a radical, but because he had implied in his article that a reporter was a social inferior. Was not a reporter privileged to invite an author to lunch, and to pay for the lunch if he saw fit? XXXI making bomb makers. It had been agreed by the trustees of Tarrytown that while we might not tell about the Ludlow massacre at a street meeting, we might tell about it at a meeting in a theater or hall. I set out to find a theater or hall, but there was no theater or hall that could be rented for that purpose. I then went up on the Heights, where the Rockefellers live, and appealed to the sense of fair play of Mr. Rockefeller's neighbors. This is the Pocantico Hills country, a line of magnificent estates and palatial homes, of which you see pictures in the Sunday supplements. You might have thought it poor territory for radical propaganda. Nevertheless, I was able to persuade one of the residents, Mrs. Charles J. Gould, to allow the use of her open-air theater for a meeting in defense of free speech. Imagine, if you can, the excitement of the New York newspapers, when they learned that there was to be an IWW meeting, so they called it in an open-air theater on a millionaire estate almost next door to the Rockefellers. We held the meeting, attended by some 300 people of the town, rich and poor, including a number of laborers from young Mr. Rockefeller's estate. John W. Brown, organizer of the United Mine Workers, told the story of the strike, and we moved a resolution that it was the sense of the meeting that Mr. Rockefeller's treatment of his strikers had been such that we called upon the President of the United States to confiscate his mines. We discussed that resolution for a couple of hours, and we carried it unanimously. But alas, it happened that Adolf Wolff, an anarchist sculptor and poet, got up and delivered a tirade, abusing me for having pleaded for free speech with the trustees of Tarrytown. We shouldn't plead, we should take, declared Comrade Wolff. A lady from the South got up and sang Negro songs to pacify the tumultuous meeting, and so the newspapers could make a joke of the whole affair, which they did. In their last public session with us, the trustees of the village had admitted that there could be no interference with a meeting held upon the strip of property through which ran the city aqueduct, this property being under state control. So now the radicals whose friends were in jail wanted to hold a meeting on this aqueduct property. They asked me to come, but I happened to be ill. Leonard Abbott went with them, also a boy named Arthur Caron, whose story I must briefly tell. Karen had been one of the finest lads who had joined our Broadway demonstrations. He was a French-Canadian, whose wife and baby had starved to death during the Lawrence strike. He had come to New York and taken part in the unemployed demonstration of the previous winter, and the police had arrested him and beaten him in his cell, breaking his nose and one eardrum. He was a non-resistant, he told us, and had been one of the most useful in helping us to keep our demonstration peaceable. Now he went, at my suggestion, to avail himself of the public assurance given by the Tarrytown trustees, that a meeting on the aqueduct would not be interfered with. But, as it happened, the Tarrytown News was carrying on a furious war against the village trustees, because of their halfway decent treatment of the agitators. The News wanted us all exterminated, and it called on the law-abiding citizens of the village to assemble at the aqueduct and stop that meeting. So the speakers were met by a mob of rich men and chauffeurs, who tooted horns and howled at them, threw rotten vegetables and sand and stones into their faces, filling their eyes and mouth with filth and streaming blood. Running through the village toward the railroad station, the little group was ridden down by mounted members of the aqueduct police force, who pursued them even on board the train, and clubbed them over the heads when they sought refuge in the seats. These incidents were described to me by several indignant newspaper reporters, including my friend Isaac Russell, of the Times. But the Times cut out from Russell's story the incident of the clubbing on the train. Here was another call for protest, but by this time the Sinclair family had reached the point of exhaustion. My wife had been a semi-invalid at the beginning of the affair, and was now near to nervous breakdown. We had spent every dollar we owned, and a great many that we did not own, so we were forced to retire, and let the Tarrytown rowdies and their rowdy newspapers have their way. We remained in New York for a couple of weeks to straighten our affairs, and on the very day we had planned to leave for the country, the telephone rang, and my wife answered, and a voice said, "This is the 100th Saint Police Station. Do you know a man named Arthur Karen?" Yes, my wife knew Arthur Karen. "What about him?" she asked, and the voice answered, "We found your name in a notebook in his pocket. Will you come to the station and identify his body?" There had been, it appeared, an explosion in a tenement house on 3rd Avenue. At first the police thought it was a gas explosion, but soon the truth became known. Arthur Karen and 2 or 3 of his friends had been making bombs with the intention of blowing up the Rockefellers. There had been a premature explosion, which had blown out several stories of the tenement, and killed the 3 lads. It was interesting to observe the conduct of the New York newspapers during this affair. It made, of course, a tremendous excitement. Bombs are news, they are heard all the way around the world. But the outrages which have caused the bombs are not news, and no one ever refers to them. No one makes clear that these outrages will continue to cause bombs, so long as the human soul remains what it is. Now the New York newspapers knew perfectly well that our Broadway demonstration, our Free Silence League, as they had dubbed it, had been a peaceable demonstration. They knew that at the opening meeting, at which the plan was discussed, I had declared that I desired the cooperation only of those who would pledge their word to me personally that they would offer no resistance, no matter what was done to them, that they would not even speak a word, nor argue with anyone, they would do nothing but walk up and down. At our first meeting Frederick Sumner Boyd, an IWW leader, repudiated my ideas, and called upon the meeting to organize itself to raise money and send arms to the coal strikers. I replied that if any wished to organize such a group, it was his right, but I had called this meeting for the purpose of organizing one kind of demonstration, and I thought that those who wished to organize some other kind of demonstration should utilize one of the other rooms of the Liberal Club, whereupon 18. Boyd and about half the audience withdrew. All this had been fully reported in the New York papers, and was known to everyone. Also it was known to the Rockefellers that at the headquarters of our Colorado committee I personally obtained the pledge of every man and woman, before I allowed them to join us, that they would conform to the rule laid down. I say this was known to the Rockefellers, because they had spies among us. I knew perfectly well who those spies were, and allowed one of them to think he was my friend. From first to last I had nothing to hide, and for that reason I had nothing to fear, and this was as well known to the newspapers as it was to the police who were probing the explosion. Except for the first telephone call, which had come from a desk sergeant who knew nothing about the matter whatever, the police did not trouble us, nor even question us, yet day by day, while that sensation was before the public, the whole effort of the New York newspapers was concentrated upon making it appear that Upton Sinclair was in some way connected with the bomb plot. Day after day there would be circumstantial accounts of how the police and the coroner and other officials were preparing to summon my wife and myself, and to subject us to a rigid examination concerning Arthur Karen and the other victims of the explosion. We would call up the police and the coroner and other officials, and inform them that we were perfectly willing to be questioned, but that we knew nothing but what we had told the public, to which the police and the coroner and the other officials would reply, "We have no wish to question you, that's just newspaper talk." All officials understand what newspaper talk means, but the public doesn't understand, and so what the public carried away from this affair was the general impression that my wife and I were dangerous characters. We were too cunning to get caught, of course, but we incited obscure and half-educated young people to make bombs and set them off, and then we washed our hands of them and left them to their fate. There is one final story which ought to be told in connection with these morning pickets. You may recall that I had appealed against the decision of Police Magistrate Sims, to the effect that one whose conduct had been that of a perfect gentleman might properly be found guilty of using threatening, abusive and insulting behavior. I had told the story of this court decision at a public meeting in the state capitol in Denver, and again at a dinner of the Progressive Party workers in Chicago, saying, I don't know whom the magistrate supposed I had threatened, abused, and insulted unless perhaps it were John D. Rockefeller, Jr. The audience had laughed appreciatively. They thought that was a funny joke. I, too, thought it was a funny joke. But now can you believe it? Justice Crane of the Court of General Sessions handed down his August decision, which had cost me several $100s in lawyers' fees and court costs to obtain, and this Daniel come to judgment upheld the decision of Police Magistrate Sims, and gave his reasons therefor, and lo, his reasons were my funny joke. $17,500 per year the people of New York State pay to Justice Crane of the Court of General Sessions, for handing down such august decisions, and forever and ever, so long as capitalist civilization endures, that particular august decision will be printed on expensive paper, and bound in expensive sheepskin, and treasured in the libraries of learned jurists. Such a wonder of a decision deserves to be read, as well as preserved in law books, so I will quote it here, as follows. No citizen has a right to rebuke another citizen by subjecting him to ridicule or insult. The defendant intended by his conduct in the presence of others to rebuke the conduct of Mr. Rockefeller. His action was in the language of the statute, abusive or insulting, abusive because it is derogatory to the one whose conduct is referred to, and the insult lies in part in the subject matter of the rebuke and in part in the publicity of the infliction. Now let me put to you this problem. The New York Herald had published a cartoon, in which I was portrayed as a hideous monster with a filthy muckrake, and now suppose that I had appealed to Justice Crane of the Court of General Sessions, complaining that James Gordon Bennett had rebuked a citizen by subjecting him to ridicule or insult. Do you think that Justice Crane would have sent Bennett to jail? And do you think that the newspapers would have printed the decision with solemn and respectful comment, praising it as a proper rebuke to a disturber of public order? I close the story of this long Colorado struggle with a benediction sent to me all the way across the continent, the Los Angeles Times, July 9, 1914. It develops that Upton Sinclair only served 2 of his 3 days' sentence, after all. He was on a hunger strike, and after he had gone unfed for 2 days, his wife came and paid the rest of his fine and forced him out of jail. Wait till they have been married a little longer, and perhaps she will let him serve 3 years if he wants to do it. I inquire among friends and learn that the general impression is that I declared a hunger strike, and couldn't stick it out, and let my wife come to my rescue. Again the newspapers. The truth is that I was as comfortable as any man ought to ask to be in jail. I had a cell to myself, and it was clean, and near a window, and I was allowed to have my mail, and all the books I wanted, and visitors at reasonable hours. But I wanted to appeal from that stupid decision, and in order to appeal, the lawyers explained, I must have something to appeal for. I couldn't appeal for the time I spent in jail, for no court could restore that to me. I had to pay some money, $1 at the least, and having paid this, I had to come out, whether I would or no. So the newspapers had a chance to report that Upton Sinclair, who had written a book telling how he had fasted for 10 or 12 days, had been unable to stick out a 3-day hunger strike. XXXII, the roof garden of the world. After these strenuous adventures, I retired to private life to recuperate. I edited The Cry for Justice, and then, finding that I was still haunted by the Colorado situation, I wrote King Coal. Meantime, I had moved to Southern California, seeking an open-air life. I have been here 4 years, and alas, I have had a new set of experiences with newspapers. As preliminary to them, there must be given a brief account of this roof garden of the world. It exists because of climate. There are, of course, ranchmen who raise fruits and vegetables, and there are servants and chauffeurs and house builders and plumbers, but the main industry of Southern California is climate. Everybody is consuming climate, and in addition to this, nearly everybody is trying to sell climate to come-ons from the east. The country has been settled by retired elderly people, whose health has broken down, and who have come here to live on their incomes. They have no organic connection with one another, each is an individual, desiring to live his own little life, and to be protected in his own little privileges. The community is thus a parasite upon the great industrial centers of other parts of America. It is smug and self-satisfied, making the sacredness of property the first and last article of its creed. It has a vast number of churches of innumerable sects, and takes their aged dogmas with deadly seriousness. Its social life is display, its intellectual life is boosting, and its politics are run by chambers of commerce and real estate exchanges. There are, of course, a great number of ladies in Southern California with nothing to do. They have culture clubs, which pay celebrities to come and entertain them, and next to marrying a millionairess, this is the easiest way to get your living in Southern California. They will pay you as much as $100 for lecture, and such an opportunity is naturally not to be sneezed at by a strike agitator in debt. I had been living quietly for a year or so, working on King Coal, when I was invited to meet at luncheon one of the officials of the ultra-exclusive Friday Morning Club of Los Angeles. I was duly inspected and adjudged presentable, and received an invitation to set forth my intellectual wares before the club assemblage. Now, this was an important opportunity, as my friends pointed out. There are many such clubs in Los Angeles, and scores of others in the leisure class towns round about. This first lecture was a test, and if I made good, I would receive more invitations, and might be able to live quietly and do my writing. The ladies who came to hear Upton Sinclair would, of course, come expecting to be shocked. If I didn't shock them at all, my lecture would be a failure. I must be judicious, and shock them just exactly enough, so that they would come for more shocks. I am fortunate in having a wife who understands the psychology of ladies, and who undertook to groom me for this new role of leisure class lecturer. In the first place, there was the question of clothes. "You haven't had a new suit in 4 or 5 years, said my wife. "How about the one I bought in England? That heavy woolen suit? If you wore that on a summer day, the perspiration would stream down your face." "Well," I ventured, "my tunty, they think it proper for a socialist to wear old clothes?" "My tunty, I be pathetic," said MCS. "They don't want anybody around who is not well dressed. It's depressing. You must have a new suit. But we just haven't the money to spare. You can get a Palm Beach suit for $10. Isn't that rather festive? I never wore anything like it." "Idiot. Papa wears them all the time." "Now Papa, you must understand, is well, what Papa does is the standard. So it was arranged that I should go into Los Angeles an hour or two earlier in the morning, and provide myself with a Palm Beach suit and pair of white shoes for $2. They will be made of paper, said my wife, but you won't have far to walk, and they'll do for other lectures. MCS does not go with me on these adventures, having not been well since the Colorado excitement. She stays at home and mends socks and writes sonnets, while I administer shocks to the leisure class ladies. Her last injunction was a haircut. The day of long-haired geniuses is past. Promise me you'll have your hair cut. I promise, and I get the Palm Beach suit and the shoes, and then look for a barber. It is 10 or 11 months before America's entry into the war, but the preparedness enthusiasts are having some kind of celebration in Los Angeles, and the streets are a mass of red and white bunting. I walk a long distance, and find half a dozen places with red and white ribbons wound about poles, but they are not barber shops. At last, however, I find one, just in the nick of time, and at 10 o'clock sharp I present myself, all freshly groomed, to the charming ladies of the club, and am escorted onto the platform. My theme is the voice of the ages, and I bring with me a copy of The Cry for Justice, and read passages from eminent ancient authors, startling my hearers by the revelation that Plato and Euripides and Isaiah and Jesus and Confucius and Dante and Martin Luther and George Washington were all members of the IWW of their time. I read them Isaiah on ladies of fashion, all save one obscene sentence, which could not be uttered before modern ladies. I give them just exactly the proper number of thrills, mixed with the proper number of smiles, and they bombard me with questions for an hour, and we have a most enjoyable time. But one tragedy befalls. I am quoting Frederick the Great on the subject of militarism, and am moved to mention the fact that Los Angeles is now in a military mood. I promised my wife I would get a haircut before I came here, but I almost missed it, because there were so many red and white decorations on the streets that I couldn't find a barber shop. The instant the words were out of my mouth, I realized that I had, as the boys say, spilled the beans. Driving home with a friend who is a member of the club, she told me what a success the lecture had been, and I replied, no, you are mistaken. I ruined everything. How? Asked my friend. Didn't you hear me confuse the American flag with a barber pole? Nonsense, said my friend. They all laughed. Maybe so, said I. But wait until you see the papers tomorrow morning. And sure enough, it was as I said. Next morning the Los Angeles Times published an account of the lecture, in which I was portrayed as a dandified creature who had appeared before the ladies decked in tennis flannels. Having since met Alma Whitaker, the woman who wrote this account, I dare stake my life that she knows perfectly well the difference between a Palm Beach suit and tennis flannels, but she wanted to make me hateful, and that was such a little lie. She went on to tell about my lecture, in which I had sneered at Jesus, and compared the American flag to a barber pole. My audience had been highly indignant, according to her account, and one eminent lady had left the room in disgust. And so next morning there was an editorial in the Times, of which I will quote about half. You will be struck by its 7 peculiar style, and may be interested to know that it was written by General Otis himself, being a fair sample of the vitriol which every day for 30 years he poured out upon everything enlightened in California. Upton Sinclair's ravings. Many people believe that the prattlings of an anarchistic Upton Sinclair before a woman's club are unworthy of serious attention, but the fact that the hall of the Friday morning club was filled to overflowing at his program, and that the great majority of them sat throughout the entire lecture, would seem to prove that such illogical ravings have at least some power to impress. Some few women have been found courageous enough to voice their indignation that the club rostrum should be used for such ungodly purposes. It is depressing to find a great number of intelligent women, well able to think for themselves, lending time and ear to a piffling collection of more or less brilliant quotations upholding anarchy, destruction, lawlessness, revolution, from the lips of an effeminate young man with a fatuous smile, a weak chin and a sloping forehead, talking in a false treble, and accusing them of leading selfish, self-indulgent lives? It would be laughable if it were not a little disconcerting. These women, who are doing such earnest work for their city, who, indeed, rank among the best intellect of the city, who have deeds rather than words to their credit, it seems incredible that they should be prepared to lend encouragement to such unintelligent, witless, anarchistic outpourings. While slyly veiling his false doctrines as quotations from intelligent ancient peasants, and the prophet Isaiah, and the Greek classics, Upton Sinclair nevertheless makes no secret of his sympathy with dynamiters and murderers, and considers it an example of exquisite wit to speak of Jesus Christ with patronizing irreverence. His sense of humor also demanded that he belittle the flag of the United States, and, after pretending to confuse it with a barber's pole, scoff at the great national wave of emotion for the country's righteous defense and honor. An assembly of men of the same standing as the women of the Friday Morning Club could never be induced to listen to such insults to their creed and their country without violent protest. Never before an audience of red-blooded men could Upton Sinclair have voiced his weak, pernicious, vicious doctrines. His naive, fatuous smile alone would have aroused their ire before he opened his vainglorious mouth. Let the fact remain that this slim, beflanelled example of perverted masculinity could and did get several hundred women to listen to him. Now, as a matter of fact, it happened that I had given a far more radical lecture at the monthly dinner of the University Club, where 300 men of Los Angeles had heard me with every evidence of cordial interest. The secretary of the club had told me that it was the only occasion he could remember when none of the diners had withdrawn to play chess until after the speaking was finished. But I had, of course, no way to make known this fact to the readers of the Times, nor even the true sentiments of the ladies of the Friday Morning Club. It happened that my friend George Sterling spoke at the club the following week, and I went with him and was asked to speak at the luncheon. I referred playfully to what the Times had said about me, and was astonished at the ovation I received. The women rose from their seats to let me know that they appreciated the insult to them involved in the Times editorial. It is the same thing that I have noted everywhere, whenever I refer to the subject of our newspapers. The American people thoroughly despise and hate their newspapers, yet they seem to have no idea what to do about it, and take it for granted that they must go on reading falsehoods for the balance of their days. XXXIII, a fountain of poison. I have lived in Southern California for years, and it is literally a fact that I have yet to meet a single person who does not despise and hate his Times. This paper, founded by Harrison Gray Otis, one of the most corrupt and most violent old men that ever appeared in American public life, has continued for 30 years to rave at every conceivable social reform, with complete disregard for truth, and with abusiveness which seems almost insane. To one who understands our present economic condition, the volcano of social hate which is smoldering under the surface of our society, it would seem better to turn loose 100,000 mad dogs in the streets of Los Angeles, than to send out 100,000 copies of the Times every day. You cannot live in Southern California and stand for any sort of liberal ideas without encountering the wrath of this paper. And when you have once done this, it pursues you with personal vindictiveness. No occasion is too small for it to lay hold of, nor does it ever forget you, no matter how many years may pass. My friend Rob Wagner writes me an amusing story about the feud between Otis and the city of Santa Barbara, a millionaire colony about 100 miles from Los Angeles. When the big fleet came around here some years ago, I was director generaling a very snappy flower festival at Santa Barbara, and as the Times played up all the barroom brawls the sailors got into and belittled my pretty show, I got hold of the local correspondent and says, "Mac, why are you crabbing the show and featuring the rough stuff?" "Well, the truth is, Bob, my pay depends upon the kind of stuff I send. A rotten story is good for columns, against a few paragraphs of the birds and the flowers. You know the general has towns as well as individuals on his index, and Santa Barbara is one of them. The general once owned the Santa Barbara Press, and with his usual caveman methods got in bad with the villagers, and they bumped him socially so hard that he finally left in great heat and swore vengeance, which he practices to this day. This has been going on for years. Now the old general is gone, but his index still stands. The song should read, Old Otis' body lies amolderin in the grave, but his soul goes cursing on. It goes on cursing, not merely movements of social reform and those who advocate them, it goes on cursing Santa Barbara. Soon after we came to Pasadena there was an earthquake shock, sufficiently severe to cause us to run out of our house. You understand, of course, that earthquakes are damaging to real estate values, therefore there was no report of an earthquake in any Los Angeles paper next day save that the Times reported an earthquake in Santa Barbara. A year or two later this happened again and again it was an earthquake in Santa Barbara. Also, Rob Wagner tells me of his own amusing experience with the Times. I quote, "During the Harriman campaign I deserted my class, kicked in and had socialist meetings at my studio, and even enjoyed the degradation of offering hospice to Ben Reitman and Emma Goldman the night after they were run out of San Diego. So the general paid me the amazing compliment of putting me on his index, and gave orders that my name should not appear thereafter in his art columns. Anthony Anderson proved it to me by slipping in a harmless little notice of a portrait exhibit I was holding, which got the blue pencil. So you see that even an artist who might help the town in its very ingrowing aestheticism got the general's axe if the general didn't like his politics. It happens, curiously enough, that I have met socially half a dozen members of the Times staff. They are cynical worldlings, doing a work which they despise, and doing it because they believe that life is a matter of dog eat dog. I met the lady, Alma Whitaker, who had written the account of my Friday morning club lecture. She had enjoyed the lecture, she said, but afterwards had gone to the managing editor and inquired how I was to be handled. She took it for granted that I would understand this, and would regard it tolerantly. I explained to her the embarrassments of an author in relation to an unpaid grocer's bill. As a result of what she had written about me, I had not been invited by any other woman's club in Southern California. Also I met one of the high editors of the Times, an important personage whom they feature. Talking about the question of journalistic integrity, he said, "Sinclair, it has been so long since I have written anything that I believed that I don't think I would know the sensation." My answer was, "I have been writing on public questions for 20 years, and I can say that I have never written a single word that I did not believe." I have had much to say about the Associated Press in the course of this book. I need say only one thing about it in Southern California, that its headquarters are in the editorial rooms of the Los Angeles Times. A good part of what goes on the Associated Press wire is first strained through the Times sieve, and so I can inform Mr. Fabian Franklin, formerly of the New York Evening Post and now of the Review, that his sacred divinity, the Associated Press, has established here in Southern California a system which makes it impossible that any news favorable to the radical cause should get onto the Associated Press wires, and that everything dealing with the radical movement in Southern California, which goes over the Associated Press wires, should be not merely false, but violently and maliciously false. For example, a prominent criminal lawyer in Los Angeles is blown up by a bomb, and the report goes out to the country that the police authorities believe that this was the work of radicals. But next day the police authorities state officially that they have no such belief, and a couple of days later the crime is proven to have had a purely personal motive. I have myself tested out, not once but several score of times, the system of the concrete wall and the news channel as it works here in Los Angeles. For example, when I read that Russia had a socialist premier by the name of Kerensky, and that he did not know what to do with the Tsar and his family, I wrote to him a letter suggesting an island of kings, one of the Catalina Islands, off Los Angeles, as a place where the dethroned sovereigns of Europe might be interned, under the guardianship of the United States government. This, you perceive, was a boost to Southern California. It conveyed to the outside world the information that Southern California has a wonderful outdoor climate, and beautiful islands with wild goats running over them, and deep-sea fishing off the shores. I offered this story to the Los Angeles Times, and they grabbed it, and it went out at once over the Associated Press wires. Then, again, America went into the war, and I found myself compelled to revise the conclusions of a lifetime, and to give my support to a war. I debated the issue at a gathering of socialists, and here again was news which world capitalism desired to have circulated. Here was a well-known socialist turning to the capitalist side. The Times printed the story and the AP sent it out. In order to make the record clear, I quote from the Times. Upton Sinclair favors war. Has a complete reversal of former ideas. Publicly announces views in Crown City. Holds world's democracy is in danger. Pasadena, February 19. After preaching vehemently against war for 20 years, Upton Sinclair, the socialist writer, has joined hands with Mars. The propagandist's exit from the ranks of the peace at any price socialists was made unexpectedly and dramatically yesterday afternoon at a mass meeting at the Pasadena High School. Sinclair's announcement of his change of heart came after an address by Professor I.W. Howarth of the University of California on the history and causes of war. In the open forum, which followed the addresses, Sinclair was the storm center in a discussion in which his stand was criticized by the socialists and other peace advocates and applauded by others in favor of supporting the stand taken by President Wilson. And then followed long extracts from my speech. As sent out by the Associated Press, it was so garbled that I will ask the reader to read 4 paragraphs of the Times account. My reasons for asking this will appear later. My one interest in the world is democratic self-government. I have fought for this at every sacrifice of personal advantage for 20 years. I consider that all modern governments are evil, based upon injustice, but I am bound to recognize that there are degrees in this evil. The test is whether the government leaves the people free to agitate against it. This the British government to a great extent has done, so has the French, the German has not. For us to permit the Prussian ruling class to beat England to her knees by the methods of general piracy that have been adopted is to put democracy in peril of its life, and to make certain an age of military preparation in the United States, Canada, and Australia. If we go into the war, the thing to do is to decide in advance the terms, and let these be such as to unite all the democratic forces of the world behind us. We do not want Germany beaten to her knees and territories given to her enemies. We do not want to underwrite the program of Russia in Constantinople. We want to remove these points of contention from the arena. We want to heal up the ancient wounds. We want to teach all rulers and all peoples that civilization will permit no one to gain territory by war. We want to internationalize the Dardanelles, Alsace-Lorraine, Belgium, Poland, and to say that we, all the world, will fight to put down any state which at any time attempts to invade them. Again, on the first anniversary of the Russian Revolution, before a mass meeting of the Russian Revolutionary Society of Los Angeles, I defended the idea that Russia must stand by the Allies until the Kaiser was overthrown. The Times gave 2 columns to this story, with big headlines. I quote the opening paragraphs, with apologies for the Times' atrocious English. Tosses wrench into Red Russian machine, invited speaker gives the Bolshevik adherents talk on patriotism. Upton Sinclair threw a monkey wrench of facts of American manufacture into a mass meeting of socialists and near-socialists at the Labor Temple yesterday, that after cheers and tears for the Bolsheviki, their red riot of revolution, pledges of support of Lenin and his associates, and a notable evasion of facts for the sake of indulgence in rhetorical idealism, wound up by adopting a resolution for Home Rule in Ireland. So long as the United States government is behind the small nations and for justice in the world, every socialist and every revolutionist should be behind the American government, Sinclair told more than 500 men and women, ranging in their sympathies from pale pacifism and yellow disloyalty up, amid hisses and cheers. Mr. Sinclair's speech, while not unexpected by the committee in charge of the arrangements, was not in keeping with the spirit of the meeting and threw a damp blanket on the more radical element that had gathered to pass resolutions and cheer the social revolution and the economic disintegration of the Russian Empire. The Sinclair speech, which bristled with loyal and patriotic utterances, was sandwiched between an address by Michael Bay, secretary to Professor Lomonosov of the Russian mission, and the address of Paul Jordan Smith. Such was my stand during the war, as set forth in the news columns of the Times. But when the Kaiser was overthrown, and I saw America's war for democracy being turned into a war to put down the first proletarian government in history, I went back into the radical camp. And what happened then? What happened was that instantly the news channels became a concrete wall. If you know anything about my going back into the radical camp, and the reasons therefore, you know it from the radical press, and not from the capitalist press. Since the day when I announced the change, the Associated Press has sent out not one word about my point of view or my utterances, while the Los Angeles Times goes farther yet. The Times deliberately blinks the fact that I once tossed a wrench into the Red Russian machine, and embarks on a campaign to make the public believe that I was disloyal during the war. You may find this beyond believing, but I shall prove it to you. And so far successful has it been that recently a high school principal in Los Angeles, addressing the pupils of her school, referred to me as a notorious disloyalist and traitor. There are, of course, libel laws in California, so the Times dares not come out fairly and squarely with the statement that I was disloyal during the war. What it does is to scan my every word and action, and report them with subtly chosen phrases which expose me to suspicion, without making definite charges. Surely you must admit that such calculated and systematic treachery on the part of an enormously rich and powerful newspaper is of public importance. You will expect me to prove my charge. Very well, here are two cases. Case 1. While I stood by the war, I didn't stand by the Espionage Act, and when some of my friends were arrested as pacifists, and stood in danger of 10 or 20 years in jail, I went to the authorities and interceded, and succeeded in having the cases settled on the basis of a plea of guilty and the payment of fines. The Times knew what I was doing, and was foaming at the mouth about it, so I was told by several of its staff, but it dared not say anything, because I had won both the federal judge and the prosecuting authorities to my way of thinking. The Deputy United States Attorney, Mr. Palmer, happened to be a Southerner, a type of man I understand, and I got to know him during these negotiations. Later on I went to see him and said, "Mr. Palmer, I am writing a story, Jimmy Higgins, which I want to publish serially in my magazine. It is a story of a socialist in wartime, and its purpose is to win the socialists to the idea of supporting the war. But I am in this dilemma. If I am going to show a man converted from opposition to the war, I first have to show how he felt when he was opposing it. I have to make him a real character, I have to make his arguments real arguments, which is a difficult thing to do in wartime. I would not want anybody to misunderstand my purpose and point of view, so I wonder if you would read the manuscript, and tell me if there is anything in it that might be open to misunderstanding." Mr. Palmer's answer was that he was forbidden to give official opinions on anything before publication, but he would be very glad to give me a personal, unofficial opinion. I answered that I would regard this as a favor, and Mr. Palmer read the manuscript. No doubt he spoke about it to others, and the Times must have heard of the matter. Some months later appeared the following paragraph on the editorial page of the Times. Upton Sinclair has stuck his fingers in the Tom Mooney mess. Sinclair has dropped his pen that for some time has been engaged in preparing the manuscript of a book whose loyalty had to be passed on by the United States District Attorney, and is therefore in a position to sympathize with those who might run afoul of the law. Now, note the subtle treachery of this phrasing. The loyalty of my manuscript had to be passed on. Practically everybody who read that paragraph would understand from it that the government had taken some action in the matter, had placed me under compulsion to submit the manuscript. Nobody would get the impression that the compulsion in the matter was the compulsion of my own conscience and judgment, my wish to make sure that my piece of fiction was not open to misunderstanding. Needless to say, the Times didn't mention the fact that Mr. Palmer, having read the manuscript, wrote cordially to assure me that there was no possibility of its being misunderstood, and no need of any changes being made. Case 2, and still more significant. It happened a year or more ago that I had to undergo an operation for appendicitis. I requested the authorities at the hospital not to give out news about this operation, because I do not care to have purely personal matters exploited in the papers. Thus it was a couple of weeks later, after I was out of the hospital, before anything was known about my operation. A friend of mine called me on the phone to ask if I would meet the Pasadena correspondent of the Times, Robert Harwood, a decent young fellow who was trying to learn to write. I said that I could not meet him at that time, because I had just come out of the hospital. My friend explained these circumstances to Harwood, and Harwood sent in a news item, which appeared next morning under the headline, "Anarchist Writer in Hospital." Now, of course, the editors of the Times know perfectly well that I am not an anarchist. When they call me an anarchist, they do it merely to hurt me. When in wartime they add the words, "Sinclair is still under surveillance," they mean, of course, that their readers shall derive the impression that the anarchist writer is under surveillance by the Department of Justice, but if I should sue them for libel, they would plead that they meant I was under surveillance by a surgeon. A couple of weeks later I met young Harwood, and he made an embarrassed apology for the item, explaining that he had turned into the Times a perfectly decent and straight mention of my operation. The article had been rewritten in the Times office, and the false headline put on by the managing editor of the paper. The manuscript of the copy that Harwood had turned in had been read in advance by another man who was present at the dinner, Ralph Bays, formerly city editor of the Los Angeles Record, so there were two witnesses to the facts. To call a man an anarchist at this time was to place him in obloquy and in physical danger. Both Harwood and Bays were willing to testify to the facts, and I considered the possibility of suing the Times. I consulted a lawyer who knows Los Angeles conditions intimately, and he said, "If you expect to win this suit, you will have to be prepared to spend many thousands of dollars investigating with detectives the records and opinions of every prospective talesman. The Times will do that, does it regularly in damage suits. If you don't do it, you will find yourself confronting a jury of Roman Catholics and political crooks. In any case, you will have a jury which has no remotest idea of any difference between a socialist and an anarchist, so the utmost you could possibly get would be 6 cents. A few days later young Harwood came to see me again. He was anxious for me to bring suit, because he was sick of his job. There was a strike of the Pacific Electric Railway employees in Los Angeles. The city, you understand, is celebrated as an open shop town, and the Times is the propaganda organ of the forces of repression. "Mr. Sinclair," said Harwood, "I was at the car barns here in Pasadena all evening yesterday, and not a single car came in. I wrote the facts in my story, and the Times altered it, reporting that the cars had run on schedule every 10 minutes. This is the regular practice of the Times. All its accounts of strikes are hate stories, entirely disregarding the facts. All its accounts of political events and conditions, local, state, or national, are class propaganda. It will write its own views of political conditions in Washington, and label it Exclusive Dispatch. It will take the dispatches which come through the Associated Press, and put hate headlines over them, and sometimes it is so overpowered by hate that the headlines do not fit the context. Thus I read a large headline, 'Stokes woman sent to prison,' and when I read the dispatch under the headline I discover, quite plainly stated, that the Stokes woman is not sent to prison. Again, the Western Union Telegraph Company defies the United States government, refusing to accept the decision of the War Labor Board. This is placed under the headline, 'Telegraph Company defies union labor.' A few days later comes the news that the Telegraphers Union is threatening to strike because of the company's attitude. This bears the title, 'Telegraphers Union Defies Government.' Needless to say, a newspaper which thus lies in the interest of privilege is deeply and reverently religious. Every Monday the Times prints a couple of pages of extracts from sermons, and now and then its editorial page breaks into a spiritual ecstasy of its own. I clipped one sample during the war, 2 columns, 12-point leaded, with caps here and there, the one tremendous thought. And what is this thought which overwhelms the Times? The thought that in this war the world is to be made safe, not so much for democracy, as for men's souls. This war, sinister, cruel, bloody and bestial though it be, has placed our soldier boys under the care of religion. Upon the Protestant soldiers are the sleepless eyes of the Young Men's Christian Association. Around our Catholic soldiers are the faithful arms of the Knights of Columbus. Christianity had been weakening before the noisy school of the sciences, but now cometh the war. And behold, a professedly Christian world that had been slipping away from belief in the great miracle of the ages, now swings back to the old belief again. The Christian world is more truly Christian. This then is the striking fact of the war. And this is the one tremendous thought. And from this overpowering sublimity, take a jump to the new columns, in which the Times reports family scandals in minute detail. Observe the chaste refinement of its headlines, this pious organ of sanctity. Racy charges made by rich. Says wife sneaked paramour into room to beat him. She avers he made love to widow in a flat. Sensational accusations in wealthy man's fight. Also the Times has deep convictions on the subject of economics. I quote about half of one editorial. My Lady Poverty. There is many a thing in this world much dreaded by us that we have no need to dread. We often regard as a foe that which is really a friend. And how many times we think of as being ugly that which is indeed beautiful. Perverted thus as we are in our natures, how unwelcome at the door of life is the presence of poverty. Next to sickness and disease we dread to be poor. And yet poverty is not a curse but a blessing. Have you ever dwelt upon the sweet dignity and the beauty with which Saint Francis of Assisi clothed poverty? My Lady Poverty he called it, giving to his rags and his hunger a personality, and taking that personality into his heart. And richly did his Lady Poverty reward Francis for his devotion and his love. She cast out the dross from his nature, made life unspeakably sweet and joyous for him, endeared him to the world forever and immortalized him as few men have ever been immortalized. It must be that you will have thought often, too, of old blind Homer who begged his way from door to door in the old times of Greece. He was the master singer. He was the greatest, by far, of all the poets that sung before him or that since have sung. Not Sappho, nor Shakespeare, nor Tasso, nor Longfellow, nor any one of all that palm-crowned company was the peer of old blind Homer begging his way from door to door. Now, had not my Lady Poverty claimed Homer as a lover, had he been rich, with a palace to live in and servants to wait upon him, there would have been no Odyssey, no Iliad. It was my Lady Poverty that lured Schiller to his garret and the crust that was there. It was she who wove her fingers in Goldsmith's hair when he wandered through Erin playing for pennies on his flute. So, if some day, there shall be some among us who will wake to find the Lady Poverty standing at the door, think not that fate will then have served us ill. Fling back the creaking hinges and let her in. Make room for her gracious presence in the wide guest chambers of your heart. This, you perceive, is exquisitely written and deeply felt. In order to appreciate fully its passionate and consecrated sincerity, you need to be informed that the newspaper which features it boasts a profit of something like $1 million a year, this income being derived from the publication of the filthiest patent medicine advertisements, of pages upon pages of news about moving picture rubbish, real estate speculations, oil stocks, gold mines, every kind of swindling, all paid for. I shall have much to say in later chapters about the Times fortune and the way it was made. For the moment I give one anecdote, to round out my picture. My authority is a gentleman who a few years ago was managing editor of the Los Angeles Herald. The Herald was then a morning paper, a rival of the Times, and was controlled and practically owned by the Farmers and Merchants National Bank of Los Angeles. The president of this institution is the biggest banker on the coast, and was engaged, with the connivance of the newspapers, in unloading upon the city for $2.5 million a water company which was practically worthless. It was found that the Herald was not paying, and the banker decided to reduce the price from 5 cents to 2 cents. But Otis of the Times got wind of it, and notified the banker that if he lowered the price of the Herald, the Times would at once open up on the water company swindle. "Oh, very well, General," replied the banker. "If that's the way you feel about it, we'll forget it." So the price of the Herald stayed up, and the paper lost money, and finally Otis bought it for a song, ran it for a while in pretended rivalry to the Times, and then sold it at a profit, upon condition that it be made an evening paper, so that it should not interfere with the Times. Reading this, you will not be surprised to learn that the particular page upon which appeared the rhapsody to My Lady Poverty bears the name of the particular Times editor who told me, "It has been so long since I have written anything that I believe, that I don't think I would know the sensation." Thursive the Daily Cat and Dog Fight. There are other newspapers published in this roof garden of the world. There is the Hearst newspaper, the Los Angeles Examiner, which publishes the editorials of Arthur Brisbane, and follows, somewhat haltingly, the Hearst propaganda for government ownership. But so far as its local policy is concerned, it is entirely commercial, its fervors are for the local industry of boosting. It has an especially annoying habit of disguising its advertisements so as to trap you into reading them as news. You will be informed in headlines of a notable event in local history, and when you read, you learn that Johnny Jones, of 2249 South Peanut Street sold all his chickens within 2 hours by using Examiner want ads. Again, you read a headline about an aviator just returned from France, and what you learn about him is that Jones & Co. have put out 20,000 pictures of him in 20,000 boxes of Frizz lies. This confection is especially delicious, says our naive examiner. And now, as I write, some editor has an inspiration, and day after day I am confronted with an illustrated article, Aspirants to Shapely Limbs title. Who owns the most beautiful limbs on the stage? Look them over. Later on I shall tell of the examiner's treatment of various radicals. For the present I am dealing with personal experiences, so I relate that in the spring of 1919 I was invited to speak at a mass meeting of the Jews of Los Angeles, in protest against the pogroms in Poland. The other speakers at this meeting expressed indignation at these pogroms. I endeavored to explain them. The French bankers, who now rule the continent of Europe, are engaged in setting up a substitute for the Russian Tsardom on the east of Germany, and this new Polish Empire is using the Jews as a scapegoat, precisely as the Russian Tsardom did. Referring to President Wilson, I said, I have supported him through the war, and I am not one of those who are denouncing him now. I think he has made a pitiful failure in Europe, but I understand that failure. It is due in part to the fact that the American people do not realize what is going on in Europe, and do not make clear their determination that American money shall not be poured out in support of reaction and imperialism. Such was the substance of my argument. Next day the Los Angeles Times did not mention it, while the Los Angeles Examiner reported it with outraged indignation, under the scare headline, Sinclair attacks Wilson. In this form it was telegraphed all over the country. The amusing feature of the story is that the Examiner itself was at this time attacking Wilson most venomously both on its editorial page and in its Washington dispatches. But it did not want my aid. It would not permit a socialist to attack the President of the United States. In various cities there are various standards prevailing for the conduct of newspapers in their rivalries with one another. In New York the rule is that they never praise one another, and only denounce one another in extreme cases. One thing they absolutely never do is to mention one another's libel suits. But here in Los Angeles the rivalry between the Times and Examiner is a daily cat and dog fight. Not merely do they spread each other's libel suits over the front page, they charge each other with numerous crimes, they call names and make faces like two ill-mannered children. And they keep this up, day after day, for weeks, so that it is impossible to get the news of world events in Southern California without having their greeds and spites thrust upon you. One day you read in the Times that the Examiner is dressing up agents as soldiers, and circulating slanders against the Times. Next day there begins in the Examiner a series of cartoons of Harry Andrews, managing editor of the Times, representing him in grotesque and disgusting positions. Next day you read in the Times that William Bayard Hale, a former correspondent of the Examiner, is charged with having taken German money. Next day you read in the Examiner that Harry Carr, assistant managing editor of the Times, has been shown to have had his traveling expenses in Germany paid by the German government, Also that Willard Huntington Wright, former literary editor of the Times, is accused of having taken German money. Next day you read in the Examiner that the mayor of Los Angeles has been indicted upon a charge of taking bribe money from Negro brothel keepers, and that his chief confederate is Horace Carr, former political editor of the Times. Next day you read in the Times about this same Horace Carr, only he isn't a former political editor of the Times, he is a former reporter for the Examiner. This particular civic scandal is spread over a page of both papers for a month, the Examiner playing it up, the Times playing it down, both of them telling patent falsehoods, and both of them continuing, day after day, to describe Horace Carr as a former employee of the other. One of the funniest instances of this rivalry occurred recently upon the death of Mrs. Phoebe Hearst, mother of William Randolph Hearst, owner of the Examiner. I made a study of the Examiner and the Times next morning. The Examiner gave 3 columns on the first page and 5 columns on the third page to accounts of Mrs. Hearst and her virtues. There were 2 pictures, one a picture of Mrs. Hearst, occupying 58 square inches, and the other a picture of the family of William Randolph Hearst visiting their grandmother, this occupying 40 square inches. The Times, of course, was not so much interested in Mrs. Hearst. It gave her only the amount of space which it would give to any California millionaire who died, that is, 2 columns. The picture of Mrs. Hearst occupied only 24 square inches, and the contrast with the picture in the Examiner was most diverting. The picture in the Examiner showed a magnificent and stately lady, some Duchess by Gainsborough. How the picture in the Times originated I do not know, but it appeared as if the editor of the Times had said to his artist, "Find me a picture of the ugliest old woman you have on file, or better yet, get me a picture of a grim old man with a double chin, and draw me a woman's bonnet on top of him, and a woman's dress over his shoulders, and label it Mrs. Phoebe Apperson Hearst. Also there are 3 afternoon papers in Los Angeles, all 3 sensational, all 3 commercial, with hardly the pretense of a public policy. There was brought to my attention the case of Raúl Palma, a young Mexican socialist of an especially fine type, who had earned the enmity of the Los Angeles police by persisting in speaking on the plaza. They had brought against him a charge of murder, as perfect a case of frame-up as I ever saw. I spent much time investigating the case, which failed for lack of evidence when brought before a jury. But the city editors and managing editors of the Los Angeles newspapers, to whom I took the evidence of this frame-up, were not moved to any fervors. I was able to get 1 or 2 small items published, but I was not able to find a spark of human feeling, nor yet an ideal of public welfare in the management of the journals upon which I called. But suppose that I had gone to them with the news that I was about to build a new $1 million hotel in Los Angeles, or that I had purchased the Catalina Islands, and was about to develop them for tourists, or that I was about to start an airplane service up the coast. Quite recently a great rubber concern has started a $6 million factory in Los Angeles, and such ecstasies as seize our papers. Columns and columns, day after day, pictures of the wondrous structure, and of the president of the company. I think I have had the features of this pudgy little person thrust upon me not less than a dozen times. And his ideas not merely about the rubber business and the commercial prospects of Southern California, but about the League of Nations, and the Plum Plan and labor unions and strikes and Bolshevism. On the other hand, there is a movement now underway to organize the actors in the motion picture industry in Southern California, and how much space does this get from the Los Angeles newspapers? On August 18, 1919, there was held in the Hollywood Hotel a mass meeting of members of the theatrical profession, to inform them concerning the meaning of the actors' strike in New York, and to solicit donations for the strikers. Not a line about this meeting in any Los Angeles paper. And not a line about the strike of the moving picture workers which came soon afterwards. Now, as I finish this book, the office of the Dugout, a returned soldier's paper, is raided by the federal authorities. The editor, Sidney R. Flowers, served 3 years as a volunteer in the Canadian Army, was twice wounded, and once gassed. He joined a veterans organization in Los Angeles, but found it was being courted by the Merchants and Manufacturers Association as a strike-breaking agency, so he rebelled, and started a rival organization, and now the M&M plotters have persuaded the government to raid his rooms and break up his propaganda. It happened that I myself was present, and saw the raid, and half a dozen witnesses can testify to the condition in which the offices were left. At my instance the examiner sent a photographer and took a flashlight of the scene, but then it suppressed the picture. As for the Times, it quite solemnly informs its readers that the war veterans wrecked their own offices, in order to have a ground of complaint against the government. It repeats this, in circumstantial detail, 2 days in succession. This is a somber tale I am telling, so let us not miss the few laughs that belong. Some time ago I had a call from a young lady reporter for the Los Angeles Record. She was a very young lady indeed, just out of school, I should say, and she explained that Max Eastman had given an interview on the subject of free love, and would I please to give an interview on the subject of free love. In reply I explained to this young lady that as a result of previous painful experiences I had made an ironclad rule on the subject of the sex question. I would not trust any newspaper reporter, not even the most amiable, to interpret my views on that delicate subject. The young lady argued and pleaded. She did her very charming best to get me to give her a hint of my opinion of Max Eastman's opinion of free love. But I have become a wise bird, having had my wing feathers shot out so many times. I gave no hint, either of my own opinions or of my opinions of Max Eastman's opinions. Finally the young lady said, "Do you ever write on the subject, Mr. Sinclair?" I answered, "Sometimes I do. When I write, I choose my own words and say what I mean, and then I am willing to stand by it." "Well," said the young lady, "will you write an article on free love for the Record?" "Certainly I will," said I, "if the Record will pay my price." "What is your price?" 10 cents a word. The young lady looked troubled. "I don't know if the Record could pay that," said she, "but this is my position. I will explain frankly, and hope you won't mind. I've just started to be a newspaper woman, and I'm very anxious to make good. I don't have to earn my living, because my parents have money. What I want to do is to have a career. If I go back to the Record and report that I failed to get an interview, I won't keep this job. So won't you please write an article for me, and let me pay for it at the rate of 10 cents a word? You may share a smile over this queer situation." I pleaded embarrassment. I argued with the young lady that I couldn't possibly take her money. But she argued back, very charmingly, she would be heartbroken if I did not consent. So at last I said, "All right, I will write you an article. How many words do you want?" The young lady meditated. She figured for a while on the back of her notebook, and finally she said, "I think I'd like 50 words, please." "Really," I explained, "I couldn't express my views on such a complicated subject in the limits of a night letter," so the young lady raised her bid to 100 words. In the end we had to break off negotiations, and she went away disappointed. I was told afterwards by friends that she published an article in the Record, describing this interview, and having an amusing time with me, so presumably her job was saved. I didn't see her article, for the Record is an evening paper, and publishes half a dozen editions, no two alike, and the only way you can find out what it says about you is to stand on the street corner for 6 or 8 hours, and catch each fleeting edition as it fleets. I have come to the end of my own experiences. I read the manuscript and the proofs, over and over, as I have to do, and a guilty feeling haunts me. Will the radical movement consider that I have forced upon it a ventilation of my own egotisms, in the guise of a work on journalism? I cannot be sure, but at least I can say this: have patience, and read the second part of the book, in which you will find little about myself, and a great deal about other people, to whom you owe your trust and affection, also a mass of facts about your journalism, without reference to anybody's personality. Part 2, The Explanation. XXXV The Causes of Things. I studied Latin for 5 years in college, and from this study brought away a dozen Latin verses. One of them is from Virgil, "Happy he who has learned to know the causes of things." The words have stayed in my mind, summing up the purpose of my intellectual life, not to rest content with observing phenomena, but to know what they mean, how they have come to be, how they may be guided and developed, or, if evil, may be counteracted. I would not have taken the trouble to write a book to say to the reader, I have been persecuted for 20 years by prostitute journalism. The thing I am interested in saying is, the prostitution of journalism is due to such and such factors, and may be remedied by such and such changes. Here is one of the 5 continents of the world, perhaps the richest of the 5 in natural resources. As far back as history, anthropology, and even zoology can trace, these natural resources have been the object of competitive struggle. For the past 400 years this struggle has been ordained by the laws and sanctified by the religions of man. Each for himself, we say, and, the devil take the hindmost. Dog eat dog, we say. Do others or they will do you, we say. Business is business, we say. Get the stuff, we say. Money talks, we say. The almighty dollar, we say. So, by 1,000 native witticisms, we Americans make clear our attitude toward the natural resources of our continent. As a result of 4 centuries of this attitude, ordained by law and sanctified by religion, it has come about that at this beginning of the 20th century the massed control of the wealth of America lies in the hands of perhaps a score of powerful individuals. We in America speak of steel kings and coal barons, of lords of wheat and lumber and oil and railroads, and think perhaps that we are using metaphors, but the simple fact is that the men to whom we refer occupy in the world of industry precisely the same position and fill precisely the same roles as were filled in the political world by King Louis, who said, "I am the state." This power of concentrated wealth which rules America is known by many names. It is Wall Street, it is big business, it is the trusts. It is the system of Lincoln Steffens, the invisible government of Woodrow Wilson, the empire of business of Andrew Carnegie, the plutocracy of the populists. It has been made the theme of so much stump oratory that in cultured circles it is considered good form to speak of it in quotation marks, with a playful and skeptical implication, but the simple fact is that this power has controlled American public life since the Civil War, and is greater at this hour than ever before in our history. The one difference between the empire of business and the empire of Louis is that the former exists side by side with a political democracy. To keep this political democracy subservient to its ends, the industrial autocracy maintains and subsidizes 2 rival political machines, and every now and then stages an elaborate sham battle, contributing millions of dollars to the campaign funds of both sides, burning thousands of tons of red fire, pouring out millions of reams of paper propaganda and billions of words of speeches. The people take interest in this sham battle, but all sensible men understand that whichever way the contest is decided, business will continue to be business, and money will continue to talk. So we are in position to understand the facts presented in this book. Journalism is one of the devices whereby industrial autocracy keeps its control over political democracy. It is the day-by-day, between elections propaganda, whereby the minds of the people are kept in a state of acquiescence, so that when the crisis of an election comes, they go to the polls and cast their ballots for either one of the 2 candidates of their exploiters. Not hyperbolically and contemptuously, but literally and with scientific precision, we define journalism in America as the business and practice of presenting the news of the day in the interest of economic privilege. A modern newspaper is an enormously expensive institution. The day is past when a country printer could set up a hand press and print news about the wedding of the village blacksmith's daughter and the lawn party of the Christian Endeavor Society, and so make his way as a journalist. Nowadays people want the last hour's news from the battlefield or the council hall. If they do not get it in the local paper, they get it in the extras from the big cities, which are thrown off the fast express trains. The franchise which entitles a paper to this news from all over the world is very costly. In most cities and towns it is an ironclad monopoly. You cannot afford to pay for this service, and to print this news, unless you have a large circulation, and for that you need complicated and costly presses, a big building, a highly trained staff. Incidentally, you will find yourself running an advertising agency and a public employment service. You will find yourself giving picnics for newsboys, investigating conditions in the county hospital, raising subscription funds for a monument to our heroes in France. In other words, you will be an enormous and complex institution, fighting day and night for the attention of the public, pitting your composite brain against other composite brains in the struggle to draw in the pennies of the populace. Incidentally, of course, you are an institution running under the capitalist system. You are employing hundreds, perhaps thousands of men, women, and children. You are paying them under the iron law of wages, working them under the rule of the devil take the hindmost. You have foremen and managers and directors, precisely as if you were a steel mill or a coal mine. Also you have policemen and detectives, judges and courts and jailers, soldiers with machine guns and sailors with battleships to protect you and your interests precisely as does the rest of the predatory system of which you are a part. And, of course, you have the capitalist psychology, you have it complete and vivid, you being the livest part of that system. You know what is going on hour by hour, you are more class conscious, more alert to the meaning of events than anyone else in the capitalist community. You know what you want from your wage slaves, and you see that they deliver the goods. You know what you are furnishing to your advertisers, and your terms are net cash. You know where you get your money, your credit, so you know who's who in America, you know whom to praise and whom to hate and fear. There are perhaps a dozen newspapers in America which have been built up by slow stages out of the pennies of workingmen, and which exist to assert the rights of workingmen. The ones I happen to know are the New York Call, the Jewish Daily Forwards, the Milwaukee Leader, the Seattle Union Record, the Butte Daily Bulletin. It should be understood that in future discussions I accept such newspapers from what I say about American journalism. This reservation being made, I assert there is no daily newspaper in America which does not represent and serve vested wealth, and which has not for its ultimate aim the protection of economic privilege. I am trying in this book to state the exact facts. I do not expect to please contemporary journalism, but I expect to produce a book which the student of the future will recognize as just. So let me explain that I realize fully the differences between newspapers. Some are dishonest, and some are more dishonest, some are capitalistic, and some are more capitalistic. But great as are the differences between them, and clever as are the pretenses of some of them, there is no one which does not serve vested wealth, which has not for its ultimate aim the protection of economic privilege. The great stream of capitalist prosperity may flow irregularly, it may have eddies and countercurrents, stagnant places which deceive you for a while, but if you study this great stream long enough, you find that it all moves in one direction, and that everything upon its surface moves with it. A capitalist newspaper may espouse this cause or that, it may make this pretense or that, but sooner or later you realize that a capitalist newspaper lives by the capitalist system, it fights for that system, and in the nature of the case cannot do otherwise. Someone has said that to talk of regulating capital is to talk of moralizing a tiger. I would say that to expect justice and truth-telling of a capitalist newspaper is to expect asceticism at a cannibal feast. It would be instructive to take the leading newspapers of America and classify them according to the nature of their financial control, showing precisely how and where this control shapes the policy of the paper. There will be certain immediate financial interests: the great family which owns the paper, the great bank which holds its bonds, the important local trade which furnishes its advertising. Concerning these people you observe that no impolite word is ever spoken, and the debut parties given to the young ladies of these families are reported in detail. On the other hand, if there are interests aggressively hostile to the great family, the great bank, the important local trade, you observe that here the newspaper becomes suddenly and unexpectedly altruistic. It will be in favor of public ownership of the gasworks, it will be in favor of more rigid control of state banks. Whatever its policy may be, you will, if you sit at the dinner tables of the rich in that city, have revealed to you the financial interests which lie behind that unexpected altruism. In the days of the ancient regime, nations went to war because someone made a slighting remark about the king's mistress, and in our present empire of business you find exactly the same thing happening. I know of a newspaper which is still living upon the reputation it made by defending the strikers in a great labor struggle. The paper had never defended strikers before, it has never defended strikers since, but on this occasion it happened that the president of the corporation involved in the strike had remarked at a dinner party that the owner of the newspaper was living with an opera singer. Some 10 years ago I remember that the city of Chicago was torn wide open by a Teamsters strike. Brickbats were flying, mobs were swarming in the streets, militiamen were stabbing people with bayonets. Some time afterwards there was an investigation, and it transpired that a certain labor leader, Sam Parks by name, had been paid $5,000 or $10,000 by a great mail-order house to call a strike on a rival mail-order house. And in precisely this way great newspapers quarrel, and the public has no idea what it means. I have heard a leading Hearst editor tell, quite simply and as a matter of course, how Mr. Hearst would come into the office at 12 o'clock at night and turn the batteries of the New York American and Journal upon the business and politics of August Belmont, because Mr. Belmont had slighted Mr. Hearst, or Mr. Hearst's wife I forget which at a dinner party. One year you would see Mr. Hearst printing a cartoon every day, showing Charlie Murphy, boss of Tammany Hall, in convict's stripes. Next year Mr. Hearst would make a deal with Tammany and the other newspapers of New York would be showing Mr. Hearst in convict's stripes. Or come to the other side of the continent, and consider the San Francisco Chronicle, owned by Mike DeYoung. Here is a picture of Mr. DeYoung, drawn by one of his wage slaves, a man who for many years has helped to run his profit machine. He uses much perfume, and is extremely conceited. He is author of the remark that no reporter is worth more than $20 a week, or ever will be. He is a secret laugh producer because of his inordinate love for the camera's spotlight. Strangely enough, his likeness is seldom to be found in any paper except his own. The Chronicle's camera men have standing instructions at public gatherings to pay as little attention to other men as possible and to concentrate on DeYoung. On his own paper everybody is Jones or Smith except himself. He must always be referred to as Mr. DeYoung. Owner of much valuable real estate near Golden Gate Park, he made a vigorous fight to have the Panama Pacific Exposition located in the park, hoping thereby to increase the value of his holdings. Defeated, he turned his wrath on the exposition officials, and denounces them at every opportunity. Mention of President C.C. Moore of the Exposition Company is forbidden in the columns of the Chronicle. There are differences, of course, in the moral character of men. There are some men who do not take part in large-scale real estate intrigues, and some who do not live with opera singers. There are capitalists who pay their debts, and regard their word of honor as their bond. And there have been newspapers owned by such men, and conducted according to such principles. You could not buy the editorial support of the Springfield Republican or the Baltimore Sun, you could not buy the advertising space of these papers for the cheaper and more obvious kinds of fraud. But ask yourself this question: is there a newspaper in America which will print news unfavorable to department stores? If the girl slaves of the local department store go on strike, will the newspaper maintain their right to picket? Will it even print the truth about what they do and say? Some years ago a one-time teacher of mine was killed by falling down the elevator shaft of a New York department store. I noted that my newspaper did not give the name of the department store. As a matter of curiosity, I bought all the newspapers, and discovered that none of them gave the name of the department store. It was not absolutely essential, of course. My one-time teacher was just as dead as if the name of the store had been given. But suppose the accident had taken place at the People's House, owned by the socialists, would all the newspapers of New York have withheld the name of the place? I remember a still more extraordinary instance. One of the Jimble brothers was arrested in Philadelphia charged with sodomy, and he cut his throat. Not a single newspaper in Philadelphia gave this news. This was in the days before Jimble Brothers had a store in New York. Therefore it occurred to the New York Evening Journal that here was an opportunity to build up circulation in a new field. Large quantities of the paper were shipped to Philadelphia, and the police of Philadelphia stopped the newsboys on the streets and took away the papers, and the Philadelphia papers said nothing about it. And this department store interest supervises not only the news columns, but the editorial columns. Some years ago one of the girl slaves of a New York department store committed suicide, leaving behind her a note to the effect that she could not stand 20-cent dinners any longer. The New York World, which collects several $1,000s every day from department stores, judged it necessary to deal with this incident. The World, you understand, is a democratic paper, a liberal paper, an independent paper, a paper of the people. Said the World. There are some people who make too large a demand upon fortune. Fixing their eyes upon the standards of living flaunted by the rich, they measure their requirements by their desires. Such persons are easily affected by outside influences, and perhaps in this case the recent discussions, more often silly than wise, concerning the relation of wages to vice, may have made the girl more susceptible than usual to the depressing effects of cheap dinners. And do you think that is a solitary instance, the result of a temporary editorial aberration? No, it is typical of the capitalistic mind, which is so frugal that it extracts profit even from the suicide of its victims. Some years ago an old man committed suicide because his few shares of express stock lost their value. The New York Times was opposing parcel post, because the big express companies were a prominent part of the city's political and financial machine. The New York Times presented this item of news as a suicide caused by the parcel post. 30. The Empire of Business. Let the reader not misunderstand my thesis. I do not claim that there exists in America one thoroughly organized and completely conscious business government. What we have is a number of groups, struggling for power, and sometimes these groups fall out with one another, and make war upon one another, and then we see a modern application of the ancient adage, when thieves fall out, honest men come into their own. If, for example, you had studied the press of New York City at the time of the life insurance exposures, you would certainly have concluded that this press was serving the public interest. As it happens, I followed that drama of life insurance with the one man in America who had most to do with it, the late James B. Dill. Judge Dill ran a publicity bureau in New York for several months, and handed out the greater part of the scandal to the newspaper reporters. He told me precisely how he was doing it, and precisely why he was doing it, and I knew that this whole affair, which shook the nation to its depths, was simply the Morgan and Ryan interests taking away the control of life insurance money from irresponsible people like Jimmy Hyde, and bringing it under the control of people who were responsible, that is, responsible to Morgan and Ryan. The whole campaign was conducted for that purpose. The newspapers of New York all understood that it was conducted for that purpose, and when that purpose was accomplished, the legislative investigations and the newspaper clamor stopped almost overnight. And all through this terrific uproar I noticed one curious thing: there was never in any single newspaper or magazine or speech dealing with the question the faintest hint of the one intelligent solution of the problem, that is, government insurance. I made several efforts to get something on the subject into the New York papers. I gave interviews, I have forgotten now to what papers, but I know that these interviews never got by the blue pencil. It took the emergency of wartime to force government insurance, and now the lobby of the private insurance companies is busy in Washington, trying to scuttle government insurance, as government telegraphs and telephones, government railroads, government shipping, government employment agencies, have all one by one been scuttled. The thieves fall out, and also new thieves are continually trying to break into the ring. There is always an enormous temptation presented by our peculiar newspaper situation. Our journalism is maintaining a vacuum, with incessant pressure on the outside. The people want the news, the people clamor for the news, and there is always a mass of vitally important news withheld. The socialist papers are publishing scraps of it, orators are turning it into wild rumor on 10,000 soap boxes. If only the people could get it in a newspaper or a magazine, what fortunes they would pay. And of course there are wide-awake men in the world of journalism who know this. What more natural than that one of them should now and then yield to the temptation to get rich by telling the truth? The whole history of the American magazine world is summed up in that formula. Some 15 years ago our magazine publishers made the discovery of this unworked gold mine: McClure's, Success, Everybody's, The American, Hampton's, Pearson's, The Metropolitan, even the staid and dignified Century jumped in to work this mine. Their circulations began to go up. 100,000 increase a month was not unknown in those days of popular delirium. Magazine publication became what it had never before been in American history, and what it has never been since: a competitive industry, instead of a camouflaged propaganda. Is it not a complete vindication of my thesis, that in a couple of years half a dozen magazines were able to build up 500,000 circulation, by no other means whatever than telling what the newspapers were refusing to tell? And is it not a proof of the pitiful helplessness of the public, that they still go on reading these same magazines, in spite of the fact that they have been bought up by the interests, and are filled with what one of their kept editors described to me, in a voice of unutterable loathing, as slush for the women? For, of course, the industrial autocracy very quickly awakened to the peril of these muckraking magazines, and set to work to put out the fire. Some magazines were offered millions, and sold out. Those that refused to sell out had their advertising trimmed down, their bank loans called, their stockholders intimidated, until finally, in one way or another, they consented to be good. Success refused to be good. It persisted in exposing canonism, and maintaining a people's lobby in Washington, so Success was put out of business. The National Post adopted a radical policy, and it was put out of business, likewise Human Life, edited by Alfred Henry Lewis, likewise the 20th Century Magazine, edited by B.O. Flower, likewise the Times Magazine, a monthly having nothing to do with the New York Times, but edited by a young man of means who naively supposed that he would be allowed to tell the truth to the people of New York. Pearson's of the old regime was brought to ruin, and it survives in its new form by the defiant genius of one man, Frank Harris. Harper's Weekly started out bravely, with Norman Hapgood as editor, and Charles R. Crane as angel. For 2 or 3 years it fought the advertising boycott, and then it died. In the Prophets of Religion I told in detail the story of how Hampton's magazine was put out of business. I did not intend to repeat the story, but it happens that I have just met my old friend Ben Hampton again, and have gathered fresh details. I will let him tell his own story. Never in the history of magazine publishing was there such a great success in such a short time as that of Hampton's. This is not my conversation. It is simply the records of the American News Company. We had, I think, 425,000 circulation, and we broke all records for the same length of time. No other magazine ever succeeded with an investment as small as ours. When they took the magazine away from me, I think we had nearly $30,000 a month advertising. But it is a peculiarity of magazines that when they grow too fast they lose money for a time. You have contracted for a year to publish advertisements, based on a circulation of 100,000 copies. If, 3 months later you have 400,000 circulation, you are giving 4 times as much as you were paid for. Also, you have to have 4 times as much paper and press work, for which you do not get returns until 3 months later. Hampton put in all his fortune and his wife's, and then he started selling stock to his readers. He had just got by the difficult place. His printing company and the bank which owned the printing company had audited his books, and the bank auditor had certified that in the first 4 months of 1911 the magazine had earned a profit of not less than $3,000 and not more than $7,000 per month. Yet they put Hampton's magazine out of business. Hampton had started Charles Edward Russell's articles exposing the New Haven swindle 2 or 3 years before the truth broke out, you understand. An agent from the New Haven came to inform him that if he started this publication, he would be put out of business. I now learn for the first time the name of this agent, Sylvester J. Baxter. Readers of the Prophets of Religion will give a start of recognition, the same gentleman who contributed that wonderful boost of the New Haven to the Outlook, organ of the clerical camouflage. And the Outlook pretended not to know that this was an official boost of the New Haven, and to have been astonished when the New Haven ordered a big edition of this issue. Let Ben Hampton tell the rest of the story. A nice young man got a job in our accounting department. He was one of the finest fellows we had ever had around. He was willing to work days and nights, and he did work days and nights, and one night when he was working, he took a copy of our list of stockholders. Of course, we did not find this out for months. In the meantime, a man and a woman, working separately, visited all our stockholders they could reach and told them I was robbing the company. They said I had a large estate in the Adirondacks and a home in the Fifth Avenue district of New York City. At that time Mrs. Hampton and I were having a time to buy clothing for the children. We were drawing almost no salary from the magazine, and we had put all our money in the undertaking. In fact, we were near the line of desperation, we were so hard up. Something like 20 brokers on the Wall Street curb began to advertise our $5 par stock at $4, down to $3 a share. We sent to them and offered to buy the stock and were never able to buy one share. One of the brokers afterwards admitted to us that they had none of the stock, and that they were paid to do the advertising. All these methods, of course, created confusion in the minds of our stockholders, and practically killed our efforts to raise $30,000, which was the insignificant sum of money needed to pay off our paper bill. We were entitled to a line of credit of $300,000 at the paper makers. We owed the paper maker, I think, about $40,000, and he notified us arbitrarily on a Monday that we would have to pay the bill Wednesday, or he would decline to furnish paper for the current edition, which was then on the press. When I saw trouble coming, I got together a committee of my stockholders in New York City, and a group of about a dozen men endorsed 3 notes of $10,000 each. The net worth of these dozen men was over $2 million. We took the notes to one bank in New York City. The bank accepted them. We checked against them, and got money on them, and the next day were notified we would have to take the notes out of the bank. Of course you say this is an illegal proceeding, and can't be done. I assure you it was done. We were thrown out of that bank, after the bank had accepted our paper, and after we had checked against it. The manager of the bank told me that he was powerless, that the downtown folks had thrown us out. Several other banks that had loaned me money for 10 years told me that they could not do anything for me now that I was in bad downtown. One banker who flatly said he would loan us money whether Morgan's crowd wanted him to or not, was put out of business himself within a few months. This man's name is Earl. He was then running the Nassau Bank. I do not know whether Earl would tell his story or not, but the way the Morgan crowd drove him out of the banking business was one of the coldest-blooded things I ever heard of. They punished him for trying to accept perfectly good banking paper to help me out of my crisis. The foregoing facts are dictated hurriedly, but there are some points in them that I believe you will want. Of course you know the finish of the properties. Within 10 days after the thing began to close in on me, I had to turn my affairs over to the lawyers, and then a group of people appeared who were said to be the International Correspondence Group of Scranton, PA. They brought in letters from bankers, etc., showing they were very reputable and high-classed, and I had the choice of going into the hands of the receiver, or letting them take the property. They paid me just money enough so I could get my stock out of hock. The rest of the money they were to pay me was evidenced by a contract. I turned the contract over to my attorneys for protection of my preferred stockholders. Within a few weeks' time we became convinced that the fellows who had taken over the property intended to loot it. The bookkeeper told me they took $175,000 out of the property in a few months, and took the books down to the East River and threw them off the bridge. The result of it all was that I worked with the United States government and had the crowd indicted. In time we brought them to trial. The trial lasted 4 or 5 weeks. We literally could not prove anything. We did prove that Hampton's magazine was a valuable piece of property and that it was making money, but we could not prove that the fellows who got it were crooks. All the records were destroyed. The result was, the judge threw the case out of court, after it had been in court for 4 or 5 weeks, and we never got back any of the money. Of course, the property in the meantime had been ruined. I have told about several of the magazines which consented to be good. I have shown the pitiful plight of the American, and the miserable piffle they are publishing. And what is the meaning of it? The meaning was given in an item published in the New York press early in 1911, when the American magazine was taken over by the Crowell Publishing Company. The press stated that this concern was controlled by Thomas W. Lamont, of J.P. Morgan and Company, and declared the American will do no more muckraking. In answer, the American in its next issue made a statement, haughtily announcing that the same editors, John S. Phillips, Ray Stannard Baker, Ida Tarbell, and Finley Peter Dunn were remaining in charge, and that the policy of the magazine will be unchanged. To a discussion of this, my own language is inadequate, I have to employ the vocabulary of my son, a student in high school, the poor boobs. 4 years these editors stuck it out, and then they quit, and a couple of young fellows who had been their office clerks are now the editors of the American magazine, which boasts 1 million circulation, and 58,000 lines of advertisements per month. Now, as I write, I learn that this Crowell Publishing Company has purchased Collier's, and we shall see the same thing happening to our national weekly. In the same tragic way, my old friend Ridgway, who published The Condemned Meat Industry, is out of everybody's, and a new and wholly tame staff is in charge, acceptable to the Butterick Publishing Co. In the same way S.S. McClure was turned out of his magazine, which once published Ida Tarbell's exposure of Standard Oil, and now publishes the solemn futilities of Cleveland Moffett, and anti-socialist propaganda by the unspeakable Newell Dwight Hillis. It happened the other day that I was glancing over a back number of McClure's, and my eye was caught by the opening installment of a serial, announced in this style. At last. A great new novel by the author of The Broad Highway. Beltane the Strong, by Geoffrey Farnall, who also wrote The Amateur Gentleman and The Money Moon. This is no ordinary story. Many novelists would have written 3 books, some 6, in the time Geoffrey Farnall has given to this tremendous love tale of Beltane and Lady Helen. The result is the finest thing of its kind McClure's has ever printed, by all means the novel of the year. And opposite this a full-page pink and purple illustration of a mystical girl in a thrilling state of semi-nudity, with this quotation. Breathless and as one entranced he gazed upon her, saw how her long hair glowed a wondrous red 'neath the kisses of the dying sun, saw how her purpled gown, belted at the slender waist, clung about the beauties of her shapely body, saw how the little shoe peeped forth from the perfumed mystery of its folds, and so stood speechless, bound by the spell of her beauty. The perfumed mystery of its folds. Such is the perfumed garbage now being fed to the American public in the name of Sam McClure. Or take the Metropolitan, which a few years ago announced itself as a socialist magazine. We were all tremendously thrilled by the idea that the money of Harry Payne Whitney was to be used to bring about social justice in America, but then we saw the Metropolitan suppress its expose of Rasputin at behest of the embassy of the late Tsar. Now we see it turning over its editorial columns to Gen. Leonard Wood, to be used in a propaganda for universal military training. In this greatest crisis of history, the people's cause is left without a single champion in our popular magazines. There are only the socialist papers, and 2 or 3 radical weeklies of limited circulation, the rest is barbarism. In every newspaper office in America the same struggle between the business office and the news department is going on all the time. The business of getting the news involves hustle, and young brains are constantly being brought in, and these young brains have to be taught the discipline of special privilege, and sometimes they never entirely submit. They have powerful arguments on their side. You want circulation, don't you? What's the use of a paper without circulation? And how can you get circulation if you let the fellow around the corner have this scoop? So the owner of the paper has to get busy and make a gentleman's agreement with the other papers to suppress the news, and sometimes it turns out that the other fellow isn't a gentleman, and there is a row, and the live young hustlers get their way for a while, and the public gets a bit of the news. Various stages of this struggle are exemplified by different newspapers, or by the same newspaper at different times. You may see a state-owned family organ, say the New York Tribune, owned by a rich capitalist, Whitelaw Reid, who publishes it as a side issue to gratify his vanity, taking his pay in the form of an ambassadorship. The circulation of such a paper will go steadily down. But then perhaps the old man will die, and his sons will take charge, and his sons won't feel like paying out $20,000 or $30,000 a month, and will get a live newspaper man to put life into the paper, or perhaps they will sell out to people who have less money, and will be tempted to give the public a little of what it wants. The fundamental thing that the public wants is, of course, enough to eat. Modern society is complex, and there are thousands of public issues clamoring for newspaper attention, but in the final analysis all these questions boil down to one question: why is the cost of living going up faster than wages and salaries? So the specter of radicalism haunts every newspaper office. The young publisher who wants to make money, the live newspaper man who wants to make a reputation, find themselves at every hour tempted to attack some form of privilege and exploitation. So come crusades. The kind of crusade which the newspaper undertakes will depend upon the character of circulation for which it is bidding. If the paper sells for 3 cents, and is read by bankers and elderly maiden aunts, the newspaper will print the sermons of some clergyman who is exposing the horrors of the red light district, or it will call on the district attorney to begin prosecuting the loan sharks who are robbing the poor, or it will start a free ice fund for babies in the tenements. Any cause will do, provided the victims are plunderers of a shady character, that is, small plunderers. Or perhaps the newspaper is a popular organ. It sells at a low price to the common people. In that case it may go to extremes of radicalism, it may clamor for government ownership, and attack big public service corporations in a way that seems entirely independent and fearless. You say, surely this is honest journalism, and you acquire the habit of reading that newspaper. But then gradually you see the campaign die down, the great cause forgotten. The plundering of the public goes right on. The only thing that has been changed is that you, who used to be a reader of the World, are now a reader of the Journal, and that is the change which the Journal had in mind from the outset. You will see the Journal tabulating the amount of advertising it publishes each week or each month, and boasting that it is greater than the World publishes, and maybe you feel proud about that. You like to be in the boat with the best fishermen even though you are there as a fish. Anyone who is familiar with the newspaper world can think of a score of publications to which the above statement would apply. There exists a chain of 1-cent evening papers scattered over the country, the Scripps papers, catering to working-class audiences. They were founded by a real radical and friend of the people, E.W. Scripps, and for a decade or two were the main resource of the workers in many localities. Now E.W. Scripps is a sick man, out of the game, and his eldest son, who runs the papers, is a young businessman, interested in the business management of a great property, so in one city after another you see the Scripps papers toned down. They espouse the cause of strikers no longer. The other day I was staggered to find them dragging out that shop-worn old bugaboo, the nationalization of women in Russia. In the Seattle strike the Scripps paper, the Star, scabbed on the strike, and its editorial attitude won it the name, the Shooting Star. Or take the New York World. This paper was built up by one crusade after another. It was the people's friend for a generation. Today it is a property worth several $1 million, living on its reputation. It still makes, of course, the old pretenses of democracy, but when it comes to a real issue, it is an organ of bitter and savage reaction. It is edited by the telegraph and railroad securities in which the Pulitzer fortune is invested. The New York World's opinion of the Plum Plan is that of a Russian Grand Duke discussing Bolshevism. Or the Hearst papers. They too have been made out of the pennies of the masses, they too have lured the masses by rainbows of many-colored hopes. They still ask for government ownership when they happen to think of it, but they lie remorselessly about radicals, and exclude the word socialism from their columns, except when some socialist is sent to jail. They support Sinn Féin and twist the lion's tail, because it brings in the Irish Catholic pennies, but the one revolution in which their heart is really engaged is the one which is to make Hearst's Mexican acres into American acres. XXXVII The dregs of the cup. I would call the reader's attention to the fact that in this book I am dealing with our standard magazines and newspapers, the ones which are considered respectable, which all ladies and gentlemen accept as they accept the doctor's pills and the clergyman's sermons, the Bible and the multiplication table and Marian Harlan's cookbook. I have not made my case easy by dwelling on the cultural content of the mail order and household publications, of which there are scores with a circulation of 1 million or more, or of the agricultural papers of the country, whose total circulation amounts to tens of millions. How I could freeze your blood if I were to summarize the contents of the Ladies' World, the Gentlewoman, the Household Guest, Home Life, the Household, Comfort, the Home Friend, Mother's Magazine, Everyday Life, the People's Popular Monthly, the Clover Leaf Weeklies and the Boyce Weeklies, the Saturday Blade and the Chicago Ledger. If I were to tell about the various family story papers, which are left in areaways for servants, or the fashion papers, the Butterick Trio, with close to 2 millions, the Woman's World, with 2 millions, and Vogue, the Delineator, the Parisienne, the Ladies' Pictorial, Needlecraft with their 500,000 or more. Or the fast papers, which cultivate a taste for perfumed smut and which I will not advertise by naming. Or the papers of the sporting and racing and gambling worlds, down to the Police Gazette, with its leg shows and illustrated murders. Also the local papers, the small dailies, the weeklies and semi-monthlies and monthlies by the thousands and tens of thousands. If you wish to get a complete picture of American journalism, you must take these into account. You must descend from the heights of metropolitan dignity into the filthiest swamps of provincial ignorance and venality. Hardly a week passes that someone does not send me a copy of some country paper which calls for the stringing up of socialists to lamp posts, and denounces highly educated Bolshevik leaders in editorials with half a dozen grammatical errors to the column. And if you go to the small town in Pennsylvania or Arkansas or Colorado, or wherever this paper is published, you find a country editor on the level of intelligence of the local horse doctors of Englewood, New Jersey, and Tarrytown, New York, whose proceedings I have described in this book. Frequently you find this editor hanging on by his eye teeth, with a mortgage at the local bank, carried because of favors he does to the local money power. You find him getting a regular monthly income from the copper interests or the coal interests or the lumber interests, whatever happens to be dominant in that locality. You find him heavily subsidized at election time by the two political machines of these great interests. His paper is used to print the speeches of the candidates of these interests, and 5 or 10 or 50,000 copies of this particular issue are paid for by